No, it's fine. This works. Is all right. Oh, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. If you're attending this particular first session of today, please could I encourage you to take a seat as quickly as you can, so that today's moderator, Jack Hurd, who is, of course, the Executive Director of Tropical Forest Alliance and co-head of Nature at the World Economic Forum, is now taking over as your host. Jack.
Okay, thank you very much. I love the introduction. That's really good. Okay, so we don't quite have a packed house. Let me just remind you, this is a made-for-television experience. This is being live streamed, so everybody in the audience, please behave yourself. Everyone in the panel, you can do what you wish, right? Behave yourself or otherwise. So, as mentioned, I'm Jack. I'm the head of the Tropical Forest Alliance and the Nature Program at the World Economic Forum. So a few things. I'd like to thank the Nature for Climate Coalition and partners for putting this pavilion together. This is obviously an important message and an important place to convene. So thank you for that. We also want to thank those who've organized Business in Action Day. This is all Business in Action Day. So the World Economic Forum, WBCSD, Business for Nature, We Mean Business, the Smithsonian, and CERIS. So these are the people who've pulled together Business in Action Day. There's a whole list of really interesting sessions that will happen today, this being perhaps the most interesting, or certainly the first. So we'll go with that. But there's a session right after this on accelerating corporate action, ambition, and accountability that WBCSD is arranging. The Smithsonian's got a session coming up after this on sustainable solutions for our ocean. WBCSD is doing another one on voluntary carbon markets. Business for Nature on how to develop a credible nature strategy, series on business leadership on climate innovation in the food and ag sector. And then perhaps most importantly, at the end of the day is a reception starting at 5 o'clock promptly in this room. We've invited a lot of people, so if you are around at 5 o'clock or you want to come back at 5 o'clock, that may be one of the better things you do all day. So, okay, so enough of this. Quick introductions here. So we have Valerie Hickey, who's in the middle here in the red shirt and the white, and Valerie's the director of Global Director of Environment, Natural Resources, and the Blue Economy at the World Bank. We have Bridget Fawcett to my immediately left, who is the Chief Strategy Officer and the co-head of Sustainability and Corporate Transitions at Citibank. And we have Thomas Lingard, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer, Global Head of Sustainability, brackets, environment, unbrackets, right, at Unilever. We have condolences, wrong word. We have our minister, Susanna Mohammed from Colombia, has unfortunately not been able to attend this morning. So the good thing here is this is really about business and banking and finance, and it's unfortunate we don't have a government representative, but we sort of know the space in which that operates, and so we're going to keep a little bit more focused now. I'm not going to go into the whole reason why we're here. You all know the story about the linkages between nature and climate. What we're really talking about, though, in the nature positive idea or frame here is how do we reorient society in such a way that we take into account the values that nature provides. And so that means how do we think about different ways to feed ourselves, different ways to move people and goods around the planet, different ways to think about the built environment and the interaction with nature in that. And then, by the way, how do we power all of this? So these are at least 4 big things that we need to rethink if we're going to move from an extractive model of nature to a nature positive model. And that's sort of what we're here to discuss today. So what's going to happen is I've got a couple of questions for each of the panelists. We'll sort of work through a little bit of a chat up here. Then we'll provide some time for you all to engage in this process as well. We're going to wrap up at 10 sharp because we know everyone's really quite busy and they've got places to go. Okay, so Valerie, I'm going to start with you. And, you know, the concept of natural capital has been around for a very long time. It's been studied off and on, or actually I shouldn't say off, it's been studied on for at least the last 30 years that I'm aware of. And it sort of has been slow to take hold in certain places. But I think the time is now. And so I'm just wondering if you could give us a little bit of an update on where things stand with natural capital and how we're sort of thinking about that in the global discussions. And if you can, maybe give some insights into how the World Bank thinks about this as it's part of its lending portfolio and part of its engagement with its clients. Oh, yes, I'm going to give you this.
Okay.
I have two, actually. So you can take.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack, and good morning, everyone. I have to say, I love sitting between these two behemoths of actually having moved nature from this sort of niche charitable sector that, let's be honest, we've all been engaged in for 30, 40 years on the margins of every big discussion, to the middle of the banking sector, to the heart of the financial sector at Citi, and the heart of the sort of commodities consumer sector on my left. So I'm absolutely proud. But one thing, Jack, I did want to say before I start is, you said you're excited that we're moving from the extractive sense of nature to a nature positive. I think extractive can be nature positive. And I think we have to think, and this is where the term natural capital, I think, carries its most power, is the fact that it's about producing and preserving. That we can't live in an either-or world. I think we've been trapped in this dichotomous world where we have conservationists on one side and the idea of fortress conservation, and we have to keep everything as it is. And on the other side, people who want to use elements of nature. And I'm not just talking about those of us who live in the global north. I'm talking about the people who have to make a living, the 300 million people who live in forests globally. They're some of the economically poorest people in the world. And I make the distinction between economically poorest because half of those people are indigenous people and they've got the richest culture and the richest traditions. But economically, if you look at financially how much money they make, it's less than $2.90 a day. So I do think we need to avoid the either-or scenario and think about both. And that's what natural capital does, because what natural capital has done, I think, in some ways, is mature the conversation away from a discussion of value towards a discussion of price. And that might sound very obtuse, but I actually think it's critical. For years, I remember 1,000 years ago when dinosaurs roamed the earth and I started in this business, we used to talk about the value of nature. I feel extremely old, especially after so many days of this COP. We used to talk about the value of nature, the $33 trillion that the value of nature provided to the economy. And it's absolutely right. And we've had better and finer numbers around value. But value is what something is worth. Price is what someone is willing to pay for it. And price is what moves markets, not value. And I think it's taken a while for those of us in this business to recognize that. And natural capital, the concept of natural capital, has allowed us to make that transition. And at the bank, we have incorporated natural capital now into our overall thinking. So we do something called the Changing Wealth of Nations. And every couple of years, we basically assess the wealth of 140 countries. Not the GDP, but the wealth. So we look at human capital, for example, because that's an incredibly important part of wealth, people's level of education, their access to healthcare. We look, of course, at economic capital, how much infrastructure you have, how much physical capital. That's incredibly important as part of your wealth. So is natural capital, and we've started incorporating that. And it really tells an interesting story, because the story it tells us, as an institution whose mission is to end poverty on a livable planet, is that it's the poorest countries that depend on natural capital for their wealth. It's not the richest countries. That if there's any chance of poor countries getting out of poverty, it's a path through their natural capital. Not in an unsustainable way, not simply by cutting down every tree and putting it on the back of a truck, but by sustainably transforming that natural capital. Of the 43 poorest countries in the world, 36% of their wealth is natural capital. So this is critical. And so as we've begun to recognize that as the bank, we're actually working with the UN Statistics Division. And there's something called the UN System of Environmental Economic Accounts. It's something that accountants know, economists know. It's basically a way of putting natural capital into every country's accounting system. And that might sound totally boring, and it is, and that's what's exciting about it. We're finally making nature and natural capital something that isn't something that comes in through the side door to a Minister of Finance because an NGO comes with an interesting report. They get it as part of their daily brief because it is part of the statistics that is done in countries. So for the last 10 or 11 years, since 2012, we've been working in 35 countries to have their departments of statistics now routinely on a daily basis include natural capital. Again, it sounds boring, but this is how we transition countries towards using their capital more sustainably, because suddenly they have to take account of it. Suddenly governments can see when they're talking about growth, the damage it can do to basically allow your forests or your fish to be pillaged. And that's incredibly important. And so that's what we've been doing. And we've seen actual progress in countries. In Zambia, for example, having done the accounts there, the government suddenly recognized that they have a tourism asset that they didn't really, nobody thinks about Zambia as a place, even though they have Lake Victoria and the Victoria Falls, that was it. They didn't realize the capital they had. We've now been able to put $100 million into developing tourism in areas where they didn't recognize they had a value. In Ethiopia, we have a $500 million project called Climate Action through Landscape Management. And the government is using natural capital accounting, using their statistics department to understand how to prioritize that money, which landscapes to do what, because now they can measure the trade-off. They can use natural capital accounting through their statistics department to basically understand where they should prioritize, and when they do something, who the winners and the losers are. And that's critical. And the last thing I'll say, Jack, is everything we do at the bank, when it comes to this sort of data, we try and apply a AAA rating. We're very proud of our AAA rating at the bank. We try and apply a AAA rating to our data. It means it has to be available. This means all of the work we do, whether it's on the changing wealth of nations, whether it's on the natural capital accounting. I'm sorry, I'll get that in a sec. Yes, thank you, sorry. For those of you at home, I just dropped my phone. It's important for it to be available. And available in government to all the ministries. That's why it's through the Department of Statistics, because they produce the numbers and the data for every ministry. And we all know nature is a whole of government issue, so the data has to be available to whole of government. Availability matters. Accessibility matters because it's done in a familiar way. It's done according to the rules of the game. So whether it's human capital wealth, infrastructure wealth, or natural capital wealth, it's represented in the same way. That familiarity matters because it makes it accessible. It's not something different to them. And then finally, it has to be affordable. Because we can't create systems of data that are so expensive to curate and keep in place that the minute project money dries up, they stop using it. And so it has to be based on systems that exist within the country. The data has to be accessible, including through using big data, satellite data that is free and available. But affordability matters. So this idea of availability, accessibility, and affordability is key to make sure that natural capital isn't a nice to have, but becomes a must have and a boring, regular part of government thinking in every country.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to ask just a quick follow-up on this and maybe keep the answer relatively brief. Those three criteria around data obviously are important to maintain an understanding of things within the national accounts. To what extent do you feel that's being used at this point in time? Like, is it obviously, I assume that ministers, specifically ministers of finance, are primarily looking at GDP figures and other key economic indicators when they're making decisions about what to do. And I just wonder, to what extent is the uptake of this information in the accounts of countries?
So we're actually seeing it being used regularly on a daily basis, because what ministers of finance actually look at every day is what a particular policy change will do to their projections of future growth. And now in those projections of future growth, natural capital is taken into account. I mean, it really is game changing. And because it's so obtuse, because it's about accounting and it's economic models, and most of us have no clue how to understand it, how to read it, except the people who do it, I don't think we've grasped how important it is, but it is being used on a daily basis by governments who have it. In the 24 countries where governments are now actively using this, because we're working in 35 countries, but 24 it's up and running, we're seeing them use it. We're seeing them use it to think about how they want to grow, to identify areas where they can see that they have capital they didn't realize. And that's both so that they can exploit it sustainably, but also so they can stop it being pillaged. And they're also seeing how to prioritize interventions, and they can see who is benefiting and who isn't. Because one of the biggest problems with natural capital is too often the dislocation of benefit and costs. It's been pillaged for people far away from where it's being taken, and the people left behind are living in degraded and damaged landscapes. This is a way to be able to identify who's benefiting and who's losing, and too often the countries are recognizing they're the ones who are losing in particular local communities.
Okay, super. That's great. So I really like that idea that if governments are using this as ways to sort of think about their projections to future growth, that is, to go back to what you said at the beginning, that's their pathway out of poverty of this. Adequate use of the resources that they have. Maybe you could hand the microphone over to Thomas. I'm going to go to Thomas here. So, Thomas, Unilever, obviously big company with lots of operations in lots of places around the world. You know the stats better than I, of course. I'm not going to try to repeat them. But I do know that Unilever has had a €1 billion climate and nature fund to make some significant impacts on sort of this production protection notion around the world. And I'm just sort of curious, I think it's 3 or 4 years into this fund at this point in time. Can you offer some insights in lessons about what you have learned in that space?
It's a very broad question.
You're the man to answer it.
Can go anywhere with this, can't I? Right. So it's true, as part of our overall strategy, which includes a range of targets, sort of net zero targets, commitments to protect and restore 1.5 million hectares of land, and obviously zero deforestation targets. We've been implementing that through a range of approaches. I'd like to set the fund in context, if I may, because the fund is an interesting vehicle, but it only works in the context of having, our own policies on sourcing, our sort of regenerative landscape approaches to particular commodities like palm, and also the use of technology, right, to improve the traceability tracking and other kinds of monitoring. But we did launch a €1 billion fund over 10 years that was really about tapping into the kind of commercial incentives for doing this, because as you said right at the beginning, as long as we keep this in the philanthropy bucket, the fund flows are going to be limited. And so we're a marketing driven company. We have a lot of consumer brands that do a lot of advertising, trying to persuade people to buy them essentially. And that's where the big money is in Unilever, right? If you can get brands behind something and you can have the brand owners within our company recognize the value of nature, both to their supply chains, the supply chains on which they depend, and also the consumer awakening that's going on about the climate and biodiversity crisis. We think there is opportunity there, and we wanted the fund as a vehicle to encourage people in the company to think more actively about channeling funds from, if you like, within the brand's P&L towards different solutions. So what have we learned? I've got a little crib sheet of learnings here, if I may refer to that. So the first thing is, these are massive systemic challenges. Unilever, although big, is tiny really when faced with the nature of these challenges. So everything we do in this space is done in collaboration. I can't think of literally a single thing that we do that isn't done with at least 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 other partners. And we see the majority of this stuff is pretty competitive. In the sense that it's much easier for us to get together with, Nestle or Mars or P&G or whoever, and look at the landscapes from which we're often collectively sourcing and do that together. That's a bit of a mindset shift for some businesses, who are used to being ruthlessly competitive. The brands, it's quite an interesting space, because obviously as a corporate entity, Unilever is the legal entity. So when you start to engage with brands, they're not as used to doing these sort of formal MOU partnership type legalistic often arrangements that you get into. So we've had to build some capacity around supporting our brand teams in that space. If you've ever worked in marketing, you'll know it's quite common to sort of do a press release one day and then 6 months later the brand manager changes and suddenly they focused on something else. We have to get our brand managers thinking quite long term, because you can't dip in and out of this stuff. You have to be in for the long haul. That's a very sort of practical challenge about operationalizing these sorts of partnerships in a large business. Although we're very focused on the climate and nature aspects of the fund, we also have got a more holistic sustainability strategy, which includes the social aspects too. Obviously, climate justice, just transition issues becoming ever more important. So we're looking actively at the opportunities for our investments in nature and our brands' investments in nature to come in through that lens too, and look at what are the sort of social co-benefits and the innovation. It's often actually, from our brand's point of view, back to this commercial imperative. It's obviously a more resonant story for consumers to talk about things that we're doing that help other people in other parts of the world. Not everybody is kind of like with us here in the Nature Pavilion thinking about this all the time, and the human-to-human stories can be very, very powerful. And yes, I mentioned technology again, but it's critical in these partnerships as well, because so many of the partnerships are now also technology partnerships. And I mean, you know about the Forest Data Partnership that involves Unilever and USAID, and I think NASA and Google and others, you know, doing really state-of-the-art stuff to kind of create very sophisticated, you know, data layers across forests so you can track in real time. And actually, so there's partnerships not only with nature organisations, but with technology organisations too.
Okay. Can I just maybe ask a quick follow-up on that? I think given what Valerie was saying earlier about how governments are looking at capital, increasingly able to look at their natural capital to guide decision making, to what extent do you find that the efforts that you're doing, both within the context of things funded by the fund or within the context of your daily operations, you know, commercial decisions being made, does government plug into those decisions? Or how does your activity influence or plug into the way government's thinking about its natural resources? Do you guys have insights into that?
Obviously, you know, anything we do that touches the ground somewhere is happening in somebody's country, right? So there's always a government stakeholder. Whether or not you sort of have the government as a sort of stakeholder through the process or a formal partner is obviously one of the decisions. Governments can be slower than companies, in, you know, for good reason, that they've got all kinds of legitimacy concerns and capacity issues and so on. So often partnerships are just, you know, Unilever with you know, a conservation organisation or a technology partner. Sometimes there's, you know, donor country money involved. Sometimes, you know, the government on the ground is involved, but more often not than so, I would say. Yeah, and obviously, you know, this is more sensitive in some areas, particularly with the whole kind of carbon markets conversation as well. You get kind of some confusion about, you know, what companies are trying to do and with credits and so on. But, you know, we're not really in the credit space. We're looking, and we made that decision very early on with the fund to go down the fund route, looking at qualitative projects rather than let's make a you know, offset credit buying commitment.
Okay. Yeah, the reason I'm asking the question is I'm trying to get a sense of, you know, to Valerie's points about, okay, so governments now have a new tool, which is, you know, their national accounts are reflecting natural capital. So if they've got this new tool, what are they sort of wanting, how do they want to see things play out on the landscapes, both in terms of adding value, economic value, but also doing so in such a way that it's not detracting from the natural capital value? So I'm just sort of curious about that. We can come back to that maybe if we want to. Bridget, so Citi, again, a big global corporation with its tentacles in lots of different places, which is great. So I'm sort of curious about what are the investment opportunities that you see are either new or being refined based on an increased appreciation for and understanding of nature and maybe natural capital itself. I'm just sort of curious about how you see that playing out in the operations of a global banking corporation.
Sure, thank you. Maybe before getting into that, I just wanted to reiterate our thank you for being on the panel today. I think you went through all of the ecosystem of individuals and entities that helped to put this together. Also a big thank you and shout out to the World Economic Forum for all that you have been doing to really advance the nature dialogue. I think in particular with the Uplink platform, I don't know how many people in the audience here are familiar with Uplink, but that really is a platform that convenes ecopreneurs around the world. I think most of, and you guys will fact check me here, but most of the ecopreneurs that are on this platform are from the Global South. Citi works very closely with Uplink to help to drive engagement for the enablers of climate and nature through Uplink, through lots of different tech challenges. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that we are currently working with the World Economic Forum, Uplink, Salesforce, and Deloitte on a urban sustainability challenge where we have invited innovators and entrepreneurs to think differently about driving change in urban locations with nature-based solutions. And we're doing this in San Francisco right now through a program called Yes SF. And it's really in working with the local government, Chamber of Commerce, to start to change hearts and minds to think about cities as not urban locations, but nature locations as well to drive commerce. So we're underway with that challenge. I wanted to really do a shout out to WEF for that. And then I think, as Valerie said, I couldn't be more delighted than to be joined by the two behemoths to my left, who are really paving the way again from a corporate and governmental perspective around nature and biodiversity. And I think the innovation that Unilever has really established very early on with Paul and others and his predecessors throughout the company is really admirable. And Valerie, the work that you all are doing is admirable as well, not just the nature-based accounts you're talking about, but also the innovative financings that you're doing with us. So, and I know you're going to talk a little bit about that, but it's super, super exciting. Maybe just quickly on city, we really think about climate and nature as the twin crisis, but also the twin opportunity. And so we're really approaching it in a couple of different ways. We have really, not surprisingly, have an enterprise focus. So city as an enterprise, we are undergoing a real transformation right now, as is the financial service sector, through the fact that we are a net zero bank and what that means in terms of our capital allocation and capital deployment. And we can come back to how the nature piece plays into that, but it really sets up an important set of frameworks to be able to fold nature in more at the front and center of the net zero. So the net zero and nature positive has to go together. It can't be one or the other. But importantly, it also the nature positive has to be not just a fast follower; it has to be equal in that transition. We can unpack that a little bit, but we are and have been for a while thinking about nature and biodiversity metrics from a risk perspective. From every time we undergo a transaction or engage with our clients, we have a due diligence check and balance where nature metrics are considered as part of that. We've been very involved with the TNFD. That's another organization I'd love to give a big shout out to, with Elizabeth and David, Tony and Emily and the team there. I mean, I think the work that the TNFD has done in terms of bringing business along has been tremendous, and obviously modeled after the TCFD framework, but the Task Force on Nature Financial Disclosures, the TNFD, that's what that stands for, is really an important movement. And we've been really looking at that framework around the nature and biodiversity metrics and how do we think about the location-based risks and opportunities that exist from that, and therefore how do we think about it from an enterprise perspective. But importantly, we've also really are focused on nature from a client perspective and how do we engage our clients around the world on this. And so we've done a bevy of thought leadership pieces around nature and biodiversity. We've just launched this week a thought piece on the nexus of climate, food, and water, and the importance of water in the equation of food security. We have released a report on the oceans about 6 or 7 months ago that really starts to think about the oceans, of course, as an important asset, but also what are we seeing in terms of the commercial opportunities with the oceans. I'm missing some, but we have quite a big body of work around nature. And really that body of work is highlighting, of course, the value proposition and level setting of the tie-in between nature and climate change. But importantly, what it's doing is really highlighting, those reports are all highlighting the codependencies that business has on nature. And that's something I think that business probably has forgotten about. Not every business, for sure, but I think overall business hasn't necessarily thought about nature as a codependency to actually drive profitability. So I think that's really hopefully changing minds in C-suites and in the boardroom around thinking about nature as a risk and an opportunity. We also, importantly, are driving thought leadership with our employees on this topic through a variety of ways. But one thing that I do want to mention to all of you, and it comes back to Valerie, what you were saying, is we partnered with the Institute of Arctic Studies at Dartmouth College this past year, and we brought a group of professionals to the Arctic and to Greenland specifically. And the real objective of that trip was really a listening tour to understand how nature and climate is impacting not just the global south, but the global north, so the Arctic. And Greenland is a fascinating case study around their transition economy is highly dependent on nature. And sadly, as the ice caps are melting, it's actually providing incredible hydropower for Greenland. Because they are seeing more abundance of fish, the fishing industry has bigger and greater opportunities. They also are seeing, because of all of their natural assets, terrific opportunities with sustainable tourism. And so I think that it's just a emphasis that in some ways being in place for business also allows that reminder of the opportunities. It's not just risk, but the opportunities that we see around the world for different countries being able to recognize these assets and for them, and particularly Greenlanders, a 90% indigenous population, really has a very enlightened perspective around the governance and agency of nature as part of that solution. And importantly, we're also having real discussions with our global multinational clients, including the enlightened ones like Unilever, but there are many that are not so enlightened, around these codependencies of climate, nature, and risk on business model and what that means. And Valerie, you mentioned it's not about value, it's about price, but we would argue it's both. And companies, businesses operate on value. They have valuations. And so when we can start to think about how nature and climate impact those values, you start to have a different conversation. How does their collection of assets change over time, given some of these big system shifts that are underway? And so we spend a lot of time talking with our companies, clients about that. And on the other side, we also really harness and grow the enablers of change. And so these are the exciting new startup companies. And I'm getting to your question that you asked in a very long-winded way. But these are the enablers of the system changes, the energy and food system transitions that are underway. There are many startups and new companies, brilliant innovators that really are coming up with new solutions that are helping some of the large multinationals to change their business models. And if we just look at some of those areas, it's the food and ag system, right? That's probably the largest investable opportunity that we see today. It's has an incredible TAM. It's really rethinking how do we achieve feeding a world that will be 10 billion people? So how do we lower the emissions of that entire food ecosystem? And so that's a tremendous opportunity that needs a new minds focus on it. And so we have a lot of new companies that are starting up. You all are, I don't know how many of you are now eating alternative protein, alternative meats. We're seeing all kinds of enhanced bioscience and food companies, which are super exciting. We're seeing companies that are thinking about the carbon creating, methane reduction for livestock. How many people are familiar with CH4? Of course, that is methane, but there's a company called CH4 that actually is thinking through the science behind the feedstock for cattle that actually dramatically reduces the methane produced by those cattle by about 90%, because cattle and beef represent a significant part of the global warming challenge. So food and ag is a big area. We're also seeing nature-based monetization and carbon direct carbon removal companies. That whole space is emerging. And it plays to businesses that are really removing carbon directly from the air, carbon capture. We're seeing carbon capture utilization and storage companies, a whole new space of commercial and investment opportunities that we can talk a little bit more about. We are also seeing a huge focus on conservation, and we're seeing that through the really driven by the efforts that you're doing and financeable opportunities around that. So I could go on and on and on, but I think what we're seeing is that almost in every sector in business, there are the enablers that are helping to redesign how the business and world thinks about their business models, but also how we rethink how the world actually works.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Thomas, was there something you wanted to comment on that was mentioned earlier?
Sorry,
Okay. By Bridget.
I was so grateful for the disagreement with sort of build on Valerie's price value thing, because as you were talking, I was thinking, I don't know if I agree with that, and my cogs were whirring, and I'm thinking this is the wrong place to start to
bring it on, right?
To start to disagree with somebody so knowledgeable. I think we need to get to talking about business cases rather than the business case, because they are very different business cases, and I think sometimes when I engage with folks from the conservation sector or environment sector, it's not always as clear to them as it is to me, just the different ways in different contexts that the businesses make decisions. So like we've launched this week a particular kind of classic kind of business investment in nature. It's linked to a brand. It's with a retailer called Lulu here in the region, and through the MasterCard Priceless Planet Coalition. It's a big sort of investment in mangroves, but it's linked to a consumer offering and, you know, something in store and all the rest of it. And somebody will have sat down with a spreadsheet and gone, what's the sales uplift from this program? How much will that generate? How much of that can we then plow back into the mangroves? There will have been absolutely a pricing element. When it comes to the dependencies question, this big strategic dependencies, we're not getting out spreadsheets to work out if it's worth doing deforestation-free palm oil. I mean, it's just you don't need a spreadsheet, you need a brain, a little bit of judgment, you know. You know, most of the really big decisions, I think, are being driven by a growing awareness of that interdependency and, you know, the nature of the crisis we're now in and the direction we're heading. And to bring it back to something else you said right at the beginning, I mean, one of the real privileges for me of every COP is the opportunity to sit with the Indigenous peoples groups and just listen to how they talk about their world, their lives, and the language just sounds different, right? They don't have this division between our species and the forest and the areas in which they live. They understand that it's all one thing, we're all connected, and if we're killing nature, we're killing ourselves. And I think that mindset shift, I start to see people really understanding that now in the private sector. It's not everywhere yet, but people are really I think starting to understand we've just had this all wrong and need to be looking at it very differently. And that is a value and values question as well as a price one.
Another constituency who's actually seeing the link are central banks, which is fascinating. The Network for Greening the Financial Sector has actually worked with central banks to try and help them look at the downside risk. We went ahead and used some of the thinking with the central bank in Malaysia, and it turns out that 54% of Malaysia's commercial loan portfolio across their financial sector is heavily dependent on nature. So all of a sudden, financial stability and price stability in Malaysia is completely tied to nature. And you have central bankers who are part of the constituency who traditionally haven't thought about nature as anything but maybe something nice to look at on TV or go be a tourist somewhere, have recognized that there's a threat of their non-performing loan portfolio going up enormously if something happens to nature. So there really is more and more constituencies who traditionally people have seen as not being part of the nature conversation, who are absolutely now seeing it as fundamental.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting, the point we just made about how central bankers may perceive nature as something that's nice to look at rather than something that's integral to the functioning of the economy. And I think that's one of the big shifts that is happening, and we need to foster that understanding that everybody has their own individual relationship with nature. Some people appreciate nature because they're standing outside looking at something beautiful. Other people appreciate nature because it's providing water for their agricultural fields. You know, and nature just manifests itself in different ways. So as mentioned at the outset, Minister Susanna Mohammed from Colombia is not with us. And what I was going to ask her, which I'm now going to ask all of you in a flip side way, is so we see things moving forward. Obviously, governments are building this information in their capital accounts. There are risks and opportunities from a financial perspective. There are ways to sort of use philanthropic capital to help sort of maybe philanthropic capital to sort of maybe front run some of the things that may make the commercial investments more feasible in the long run or create the space for broader commercial investments. What I'm interested in now is what are the types of things that governments can do to incentivize the movement towards a more nature positive world? In other words, what are the types of policies or regulatory changes or other forms of technical assistance or whatever the governments can do to start incentivizing business decisions, availability of information, or the general transition that we need to undertake? You want to start with that
I'm
one,
going to
Valerie?
start just
Please.
because I have the microphone.
Please do.
Pass
That'd
it
be
on.
great.
I think there's two things, because regulation at the end of the day is key. The rules of the game have to be set, and that's both to stop bad things happening, but also to encourage good things to happen. And the two things we would love to see shift in regulation that we think are foundational. One is land regularization. If you don't have deep, efficient, and transparent land markets in a country, when it comes to nature, things get very, very difficult. And this can be very challenging because land markets tend to take a private sector individualistic approach. And what do you do with indigenous communities and their communal lands? It's very difficult, but we have to figure it out, because what we're seeing in the absence of that being figured out is indigenous peoples having their lands taken out from under them. But we have to figure out land markets and land regularization. That's one. Two, subsidies have to be reformed. They have to be repurposed. We're always talking about needing more money in nature, and we always talk about the nature financing gap. The truth is there's more money spent on destroying nature than there ever is going to be on saving it, and that financing gap is going to shrink pretty quickly if subsidies shift. Just think about agricultural subsidies, $635 billion a year, only a third of which, by the way, goes to farmers. Everybody thinks you can't repurpose subsidies because farmers are only a third of that goes to farmers. At least 14% of illegal deforestation can be tied directly to agricultural subsidies. So we need to repurpose subsidies, particularly in an era where government has no more fiscal space. They don't have money to spend on anything. If we could repurpose subsidies, so just to farmers, if they could get the same amount of money, but to do regenerative ag rather than what they're doing. So for me, land regularization, repurposing subsidies.
Yeah, that's great. I just want to make a comment on that subsidies issue. It's interesting because subsidies come into play when government favors one thing and they want to sort of move things in a certain direction or respond to something that some constituency feels is important. And now as this broader understanding of the role of nature and climate is taking shape, it's an opportunity to reassess those values. So, go ahead, Bridget.
Yeah, no, I was just going to comment on, representing business. One of the people representing business here, regulation is a necessary, part of the framework. I think, and so I agree with what you're saying. I think what we would like to see is nature really be equal to climate. So from a business perspective, to have climate regulation and disclosures, and then have a different set of regulations and disclosures around nature, it's a lot to absorb. So where we can combine the two, and they're interrelated, they're not exactly the same, we understand that, but where we're legislating in certain jurisdictions disclosures on climate, then let's make sure that we have the necessary disclosures for nature. And we're going through a period right now where we're starting to see alignment on disclosures around the world, and requirements, and that was just emphasizing the importance of that.
Yes,
was
clearly.
The elephants were agreeing with what I was saying. We're seeing, sorry, I just had a thought because I got distracted by the elephants, which are important. One of the other areas that is growing in its importance that you asked earlier about investing is the oceans. And I know you guys are doing a lot in the oceans, and you have the Oceans Alliance effort underway, which is important. So it's not just the elephants and those businesses on land, but the ocean's also important. Back to the regulation point, I think from a business perspective, we'd like to see disclosures aligned and just to make it simpler, less cumbersome from really adhering to those disclosures. And I think also, this is a little bit off piece, but I think what we'd like to see is the asset account framework that governments are using have business think about that, right? So businesses usually, a set of financial statements that don't incorporate from a revenue and an expense perspective line items on nature. They do indirectly through their dependencies, of course, but so that's not, it would be nice for everybody to be looking at the same P&Ls, if you will, from a commercial sense. I could go on, but I'll let Thomas, I'll let you speak from a Unilever perspective.
Yeah, Thomas, anything from your side about incentives coming out of the government, or what needs to change to incentivize?
So I think there's obviously the kind of classic fossil fuel subsidies, which go into fertilizers and everything in agriculture that then make intensive industrial agriculture more cost effective than regenerative agriculture. And then there's the sort of more direct agricultural subsidies that drive farmers in a particular direction. But I think these guys have covered it already. It's land, it's subsidies, and particularly the land rights subsidies and disclosure. I want to come right back to the indigenous peoples again. I mean, we use this language a lot of nature-based solutions. One group I was talking to the other day, they said, nature-based solutions are really solutions to the white colonialist capitalist problem. So like we never had a problem until you guys came, and now everyone's talking about nature-based solutions like they invented them, but we invented them. And the way we live is the nature-based solution. So I think we do well to pinch ourselves occasionally and remember that and listen to their wisdom.
It's quite extraordinary that we haven't mentioned carbon, but in terms of governments and carbon pricing and the voluntary and carbon markets. So I think from how do you accelerate investments in nature, and how do you think about the valuation and pricing of some of the nature-based solutions? It does come back to thinking about what is the price of carbon, and the evolution of those markets. It will be extremely important as we continue down the net zero and nature positive journey.
It's really interesting because I think it's a great point. We haven't really talked about carbon, and that's sort of by design, right? Because I think one of the things is 10 years ago we thought money was going to come from the sky and solve all nature problems because there was going to be carbon financing. And I think what's really interesting is as we move towards a more nature positive way of thinking, a nature positive world, we have to recognize that the normal processes of the human endeavor have to become much more sustainable. Carbon financing has a role to play in that. It can be a sweetener on top. It can do a number of other things to incentivize actions, but the days of thinking that the money from the sky was going to solve all grand problems, I think those are long gone. So I've got one last question for each of you. I'm just going to throw it out there, then we'll see. We've got a couple minutes for some audience questions. I mentioned, we talked a little bit there about incentives coming from the government. If there's sort of one thing that really needs to happen to see nature and natural capital start to accelerate the uptake get accelerated in the minds of decision makers, what do you think that is?
I mean, when we think about the exciting investable opportunities on it's been a late night and an early morning, everyone. So if we think about the investable opportunities, particularly around the nature-based solutions, some of those really rely on carbon. So when we think about the ocean as a big carbon sink and some of the activities that are happening for carbon removal, that the ocean is nature-based. So there is a need to be able to have a price of carbon that allows for business models to manifest. When we think about the corporates' dependency on nature, they're also dependent on being net zero business models.
So that's sort of one big uncertainty out there that
Correct.
still needs
exactly.
to get tethered
That's
down.
exactly right. And if
Okay.
we think about the parallelism on biodiversity credits and carbon credits, you could see how you could start to tie in that.
So tighten that up. Okay, yes.
We have to stop using language that nobody understands, but those of us in this room, like nature-based solutions. There's not a single government in the world. To be honest, if we all defined it, I guarantee you would all have a different way of describing it. Not just the indigenous peoples, but all of us. And we have to remember that governments have already been in the nature business for decades, through forestry, through fisheries, through nature-based tourism. We somehow forget that those businesses exist and government knows how to do them, how to regulate them, how to tax them. So let's just simplify and stop acting like nature is a new thing. It's been around for quite a while.
So let's work with what we've got already and start. Okay, go ahead, Thomas.
So many of the people that I've encountered who have had a light bulb moment about the criticality of nature and how we have to do things differently have described a personal experience in nature or witnessing something terrible happening in a landscape, and that being the catalyst for their resolve and energy to find the solution to this. And I think, you know, we all live in these very like manufactured boxes which don't really look like the world, and we actually have to paint pictures of the world onto the boxes to remind ourselves that it's not the world that we're in. And I think that's the problem, right? We've all become so disconnected from the actual nature of the planet on which we live that it becomes then a mental leap to imagine what it might require to sustain it. So I would, you know, it sounds woo-woo, but I think we've got to get more people out there to see it, experience it, pause from their manic schedules to just breathe a bit and think about what it is to be alive on planet Earth. That's what I think will do it.
That's great. We do all touch nature in our own individual ways. So we've got a couple minutes. Anybody have any questions? Yes, we'll take 3 questions, 1 and 2. Who's got the third question? Lady over here. So 3 questions. We're going to get a couple of answers. Just ask the question, and we're going to have everybody, whoever wants to take a stab at answering it, we'll go with that.
So thank you very much, Rika Nakazawa from NTT. I've been a woman in technology my whole career, and so my question is going to be about technology, but I'll preface it with first asking, do you think it would be helpful for us to reframe nature and remember that it is the original technology? So whilst we have an obsession with artificial intelligence, maybe organic intelligence has a part to play. So that's a preface. So my question is, when it comes to technology and its role to be symbiotic with nature-based solutions, what technology are you most excited about that you've seen most recently?
Okay, so can you hand the microphone to the gentleman behind you, please?
COP28, first time the health is on the agenda. Is this a help or hindrance to this agenda?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Is COP28 the first time being the health is part of the agenda, human health? Is that a help or a hindrance to what you're trying to do on this particular
Okay,
point?
is health
Speaking from a health person perspective,
okay. And to the lady over here, please, on the left.
So integration of natural capital accounting into national accounting scheme is of course important, and I do understand the World Bank is testing. But how about developed countries like G7 countries? Because these countries still talking about the GDP and not so-called national wealth. How we can really overcome that kind of gap between global south and global north in a totally different meaning? Because that really affects the way of thinking on the mindset shift among the corporate sector. So how we can really overcome to change developed countries' government way of thinking?
Okay, so we've got 3 very different questions: technology, health, and then the sort of the gap between perhaps the global north and the global south on the incorporation of natural capital accounting. Who wants to take a crack at? You can answer one. Okay, you want to do tech? Okay.
You should do health. I'll do health. There, you want to start?
Okay.
Just go this way and then.
I think the health inclusion is massively helpful. It speaks to this need to see these as more systemic, holistic issues about, as I said before, what it means to be alive. If you're not healthy, you know, that's not a good thing. And I think people are drawing the links between an unhealthy planet and unhealthy lifestyles. And so I think the solutions are often very aligned.
I think very quickly on health, the One Health issue, this connection between pandemics at the arc of deforestation, that becomes a really interesting conversation, and I think begins to connect some of the health infrastructure and health spend into nature, which is important. On tech, my favorite tech, seaweed. And a lot of the G7 countries are doing natural capital accounting. So the US just started a process about a year ago. The UK has been doing it for ages. Several European Union countries do it. So this is not a global south, global north. This is simply just a way that governments now look at their accounts.
There's so many exciting tech enablers out there that we could spend a long time on it. I think my favorite is also seaweed for a variety of reasons in its application. The methane CH4 company I just talked about is a derivative of seaweed. The ocean carbon sink solutions are trying to think through how do you scale seaweed and sink it with geospatial technology, which is super interesting. There's also a lot of really great SaaS-based tech that's driving some of the spatial finance technology underway to be able to have much better twinning and in-depth geolocation-specific views on methane, carbon, forest health, tree health, et cetera. So we can talk more about it, but it's almost in every space. The tech piece is super exciting.
Okay, well, that's great. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank Valerie, Thomas, and Bridget. Sorry, excuse me, Bridget. I'd like to thank all three of our panelists for coming. I'd like to thank all of you for getting up early and getting out here. There's a big day today. We've got 5 more sessions today, and we have a reception this evening. So I suspect we'll see more people in this room this evening. But I hope you all have a really great day, and thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next session begins at 15:15, so it's 15 minutes. So if you wish to stay, please do. Otherwise, if you could make your way to the back, and that'd be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could encourage you to continue conversations outside the pavilion, unless you wish to stay for the next session, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you very much indeed. The next session will start in 5 minutes, and it's under the auspices of the World, WBCSD. So thank you very much indeed. Come and sit down if you wish. Thank you. I know Dominic's here. I've just introduced myself to him. So that's fine. Yes, yes, you have. I'm just trying to get people settled, that was all. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session for the day, which just out of, if you're interested, this is our 28th in this pavilion so far in this last week. So there we are. Anyway, so welcome to this next session. It is under the stewardship of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And to chair this particular session, I am pleased to invite Dominic Worry, who's the Executive Vice President of WBCSD, to take the stand. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, good morning, everyone. How many have been here since the beginning of COP started? Well, that deserves a round of applause, if nothing else. Or even before for the WBCSD Council meeting. Thank you for your stamina, and it's a delight to see you here this morning. This is a super important session, not only for us at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, but also for all of the partners and member companies who've been working on this agenda of nature positive. Those of you who are in New York probably experienced quite a flurry of activity, not only with our friends from TNFD launching their guidelines, which was fantastic, but also the response from the business community, which involved many of our member companies and others, including Business for Nature and the World Economic Forum, to create a suite of products to help different sectors and overall business to kind of interpret in a practical way, how do I get to nature positive? Where do I start? What steps do I take? What data do I need? How do I get there? And what we are going to do today is take a deeper look at those sorts of topics with a fabulous panel and some great speakers around accelerating that corporate action. And not just the kind of commitments to action, but the accountability. How will people out there, and some of you from civil society or perhaps from the financial community, how do we know that companies are doing what they said they would do? So that's really the flavor, if you like, of the discussion. And that fits into those of you who've been here, which is why I asked that question at the beginning for a few days. You'll sense that there are a couple of things going on, I think. One, there is, of course, quite a fabulous amount of action and commitments being made in energy and agriculture yesterday, in sectors like the built environment and mobility. So there is that mobilization of corporate activity. But you've probably picked up another theme coming through, which is a little bit different from those who are at Glasgow or at Sharm el-Sheikh, which is the accountability agenda. You've seen the H-leg report, for those who remember it from last year, and how that starts to promulgate itself through the UNFCCC into kind of data portals and things. Those of you who are close to the World Business Council for Sustainable Development will know that we've talked to over 160 companies and partners from Sharm el-Sheikh to Dubai to ask kind of what is the strength and where are the weaknesses in the system for corporate accounting, disclosure, and delivery on all of these targets and things. Carbon-related activities probably been the most clear-cut one. Set a science-based target, have a transition plan, some kind of investment strategy, use the accounting frameworks and mechanisms as they exist or help to make them stronger, and disclose. In the nature side, you can see that we've got bits of this agenda emerging. Some targets are starting to emerge, so congratulations to all the work on the SBTN network. We've definitely got those disclosure frameworks taking shape, but it's not an easy journey or indeed a clear-cut journey, which is where these guidelines and roadmaps start to come into play. But the other important insight that emerged from talking to many of you on the business side and others is that it's not enough to just kind of improve the level of coordination between different .orgs or such who work in that space, between target setting, transition plans, accounting and disclosing, because what we're learning from our friends in the climate-related sector is that that work, particularly from those who are active in the sustainability transition, has to have two other dimensions to it. Dimension number one, it has to get into the company's own transition and investment plans for the future, the sustainable business model. So that means talking to all kinds of people in the enterprise, which perhaps a sustainability team didn't used to have to talk to, like the CFO's office, or like those making procurement decisions, or those in risk or legal. And so that whole piece of the jigsaw is changing the nature of the game of what that transition looks like internally in the enterprise or across the value chain. The second area is the lean out to our friends in the capital markets, because at the moment we have quite a misalignment between a leading company who might do all of that and the valuation that that company gets. We can see that misalignment in terms of kind of how much value, positive value is being gained in the oil and gas community at the moment in a COP like this. So something is going slightly wrong. I know I can see Abid in the audience here from Bank of America, and there might be others. Are there any others from the financial community or those who work closely? Thank you, sir, because this, as you know, Abid, is a super important agenda of how we kind of figure out corporate valuation to take account of some of these physical and material risks so that discounted cash flow and terminal value actually starts to reflect those champion companies who are moving in the right direction and calls out those who are not. So those two extra bits, apart from just strengthening the ecosystem of players, become quite important. That's where the TNFD is so critical to this agenda. So those are some of the flavors of the discussion, and I'm looking forward to us getting into it. We're going to have a framing presentation on these sorts of issues from our dear friend Emily McKenzie, who's the Executive Director of the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. Then we'll have an overview from my colleague Julian Hill-Landolt, who's a Senior Director at WBCSD, who's been leading all of those roadmaps and worked with a great team that many of you have kind of been looking at. And then we're going to have a lovely panel. And thank you very much. I'll introduce you all later. And if we do this right, and you're still going, we're going to have a bit of Q&A in there. So do kind of keep abreast with it, because there might be already in things that I've said that you want to challenge. And it'd be quite good to have a little bit of a discussion about it, because we're all on this journey together as a stakeholder community. So that's really the spirit of the conversation in the lovely Nature Positive Pavilion that has been set up. So with no further ado from that tee up, if I can welcome Emily to the podium, or to give us an overview from your side. Emily.
Thank you very much, Dominic, and huge thanks to WBCSD, who have been a knowledge partner for TNFD from the outset, been helping with our pilot testing program, and we're now really looking forward to working together on building capacity. So huge thanks to you. So yeah, I'll try to be brief, because I think the most interesting part is going to be the panel speaking to the organizations doing all of this. First of all, caveat is I haven't got an automatic promotion. I'm the technical director, but I'm very grateful that I just filled my boss's shoes. But I really am grateful to all the many organizations I can already see in this room who have been part of this, part of the technical team, really. Task force members, partners, those who've been pilot testing and applying all of this along the way. We've been 2 years in a development phase and reached a big milestone in September, as Dominic mentioned, when we brought the birds and the bees to the New York Stock Exchange and launched our recommendations. But I thought I'd set the scene a little bit. I won't go deep onto the TNFD's guidance and recommendations, but very happy to speak to any of you after this on the content. But just to set the scene about how we see this agenda evolving. So first of all, I think building from Johan Rockström and the Stockholm Resilience Centre's work, I think there is now widespread recognition that not just when I first did the Dasgupta review, there was 4 of the 9 planetary boundaries outside of their safe operating space. Then there was 5, now there are 6. In recognition that we are moving outside of the safe space that we've been for over 10,000 years in the Holocene, and therefore precipitating tremendous risks of tipping points at local and at global scales, not only for climate systems, but for others. There is also now, we know from the World Economic Forum's Global Risk Report, growing recognition amongst leaders, including corporate and finance leaders, that not only climate-related risks, but environmental and biodiversity risks are, especially over the next 10 years, some of the most material that organizations are facing, but they are also the risks that those organizations are least prepared to deal with. So that is in recognition of all of this, that there is this growing appreciation, particularly looking at nature as a stock of, if you want to frame it this way, a stock of capital. Just like produced capital or human capital, we have natural capital that is providing flows of services that are essential to all business. I think the 44 trillion study often gets widely quoted but misquoted. It showed that this is about the proportion that are highly or moderately dependent on nature. In fact, all organizations are dependent on nature if you think about this as providing services within which all economic activity depends for regulation, for supply chains, etc. So we're seeing unprecedented biodiversity loss, historically unprecedented, and that this is now starting to impact on cash flows. And in recognition of that, we're seeing growing expectations from investors, also from policymakers. Of course, the Global Biodiversity Framework's Target 15 set out the expectation that corporates and financials should both be starting to assess and disclose their risks, dependencies, and impacts on nature. So in recognition of all of this, I think we're seeing increasing interest from investors, from standard setters, from policymakers in government, but also from central banks and supervisors. So we have this quote here from Klaus Knott. We've also had action from the NGFS for some time, looking into nature-related risks and recognizing that this creates implications for macroeconomics and for financial stability. And so this is in their own words from the NGFS reports, that this is therefore central and core to the mandate of central banks and supervisors. So it's in that context, that we see this rising up the agenda from a variety of different pushes. And in that context, the architecture for reporting, but not only disclosure and reporting, but also, of course, importantly, risk management, and as Dominic was emphasizing, embedding this into strategy and core decision-making, is starting to come together in, and we use this diagram to show it in a familiar sense of how this relates to the climate reporting architecture, which many are most familiar with. So in climate, we have, of course, the Paris Agreement, underneath which the TCFD set out disclosure recommendations, and SBTI set out a target-setting methodology, which has fed through into global standards and into regulation, which have fed through into action by corporates. We now, on the right-hand side, have parallel, but of course increasingly important. We want these architectures to be integrated between climate and nature, emerging for nature. So that critical milestone in December in Montreal, where you had the global goals and targets come together, globally agreed by nearly 200 governments. We have ourselves, TNFD, developing that disclosure framework and guidance. We work closely with SBTN, who are developing the targets methodology, and that working closely with the global standard setters, both ISSB, as they're going through their agenda consultation. We stand ready to support them as it filters through into the global sustainability reporting baseline. And then, of course, regulators. And in some cases, the jurisdictions are fast out of the gates. So we've been working closely with EFRAG, the European jurisdiction, as they've developed the CSRD and the European sustainability reporting standards to create that consistency. So that jurisdiction, or it's already mandatory, and they're already signposting back to TNFD and our guidance. So I won't go through the details, as I mentioned, but we have developed a set of recommended disclosures at TNFD as part of that overall architecture. There are, by design, built from the TCFD's recommendations, because we wanted to make it as easy as possible for organizations already familiar with TCFD to get started, and to support that integrated approach that looks at the interlinks between climate and nature. So we have carried over thoughtfully, and thinking about extensions of what it means in nature, 11 of the TCFD, all 11 of the TCFD recommended disclosures, and added 3 further disclosures which the task force felt were critical, absolutely critical to understand nature. They look at issues of location, geographic location, value chains, and the importance of engagement, in particular with indigenous peoples, local communities, and affected stakeholders. In addition, as we went a little further than just providing recommended disclosures, because we heard from many in the market, maybe many of you, that we needed also to provide guidance for how you can do these assessments, because it's a new topic, it's perceived as a complex topic. So we also have developed internal suggested guidance for how you identify and assess nature-related issues. That's not required to do our disclosures, but it's there to show what we think a credible and robust assessment would include. And it's called the LEAP approach. It signposts exactly how you fit into getting the outputs that fit into different kinds of reporting expectations, including impact and financial materiality. We have taken an agnostic and flexible approach because we're a global framework, a global tool, so it can be used for any of these definitions. So I'd just like to conclude with what's next, to sort of hand over to the, I'm sure, excitement of the panel presentation. Having gone from the launch, we're now all about adoption. So encourage all of those organizations in the room for whom this would be applicable to consider not only adoption, but early adoption. These are the findings of a survey that we did in this, just before launch of our forum members, about 240 organizations, and we found a really encouraging signal that over 2/3 of them felt comfortable and confident that they'd be able to adopt the TNFD's recommendations by their financial year 2025, and 86% thought they'd be able to do it by 2026. This, if you can read the graphics here, is showing you the breakdown of which disclosures organizations felt ready to report by corporates and FIs. It broadly follows the similar pattern to TCFD. There's not the expectation that all disclosures have to be done at the start. It could be the ones you feel ready for. Obviously, governance is feeling more familiar from the perspective of TCFD, and broadly, others are a different pattern for different types of organization. So if you would be open to being an early adopter, we have an easy link on our website to register for early adoption. We're hoping to announce a strong group of early adopters in January at Davos. And I'd be welcome to come and find me after if you have any questions about how that would work in practice.
Thank you very much, Emily, for that. Julian Hill-Landolt kind of leads our nature action agenda at WBCSD, and he's going to provide a few words on top of what Emily said in relation to kind of what we do and how we help to implement. Julian.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Emily. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for our audiences from the other sides of the pavilion who are making this even more fun. I hope you can all hear what we're saying. So I'm going to very quickly, because we're of course already behind schedule, give you a quick rundown of what it is that WBCSD and its partners have been working on this year to try and help companies start or accelerate their nature action journeys. Emily's already done a great job of laying out sort of how this nature space has evolved very rapidly over the last 2 years with some of the policy, regulatory and disclosure frameworks that she described. But it's also important to know that it goes beyond that. It's investors, it's wide ranges of stakeholders from customers to employees or whatever it might be. It's also the fact that there's a whole pavilion at COP here for nature, which is something that, you know, that it has just across the board risen up the agenda, and that momentum is not going to go away. It's only going to accelerate. So given that corporate maturity on nature is not as advanced as it is on climate, it's quite important that we do absolutely everything we can to cut through that complexity for the business community and help companies to get going where they can as quickly as possible on their nature agendas. So I'm just going to give a quick overview of the work that we've done over the last 12 months or so, so that you're aware of the kinds of tools and guidances that exist. So, roadmaps to Nature Positive, this is what WBCSD has been working on. The main point of these outputs is to provide companies with super clear, step-by-step how-to guidance on what they can do no matter what sector they're in, no matter what geography that they're from, no matter what size of company. You have to be a relatively large company to take the actions that we're describing. But no matter where you're from or what kind of company you are, there is guidance that exists to show you exactly how to get going on your nature journey. We developed this over the last year with about 75 of our member companies and with about 50 or so partners. This is not all of them. It just gives you a flavor of the kinds of organizations we've been working with. And what we've done is we've developed what we call the foundations. So based on a maturity framework that we developed, we've said, okay, in order to get going, what is it that companies need to do across these 3 foundational steps? How they do their initial materiality screening, how they then set about setting targets and identifying what their priority actions might be, and finally how they go about their initial disclosures. And given that we work in a space where, as Dominic said, there are multiple different organizations trying to put the pieces of this puzzle together, we've made absolutely sure that we line up with what other organizations are recommending. So the foundations in each step define where they're lining up with what SBTN requires or what TNFD requires, or what the high-level actions for business lay out, which is, if any of you are familiar with Act D, that's sort of the starting point for any action that you take on nature. So we line up exactly what it is that you need to do, why you do it, and what it is that allows you to then go and do afterwards in these foundational steps. What's really valuable, however, is what we then did, which is having developed a sort of an overview for any company from any sector, we then went and actually went through the process for 4 high-impact systems. So for agri-food, for forest products, for the built environment, and for energy. And in each of those sectors, again, working with our members, we went through those 3 foundational steps. We identified what the main dependencies and impacts would be. We identified what the most likely risks and opportunities would be, and we identified what the priority actions for that sector within a specific aspect of the value chain would be. In addition to that, we also, as Emily said, we partnered with the TNFD. We ran a pilot over the last 12 months with 23 of our members, and we also released a sort of a how-to guidance on how to get going with the TNFD disclosures, which was then also incorporated into TNFD's own how to get started guidance. So the main point I'm trying to make here is that there's an absolute wealth of information available to companies that can help them to get going on their nature journey, or if they're more advanced, which, and you know, it is not fair to say that there are no advanced companies on nature, there are, they can actually then check to see whether the action that they're taking is actually addressing where their material impacts and dependencies are, and they can focus down the actions that they're taking to where the most impact can be achieved. So that's what WBCSD has been doing. Just to wrap up, we didn't do this alone. We worked with our partners, Business for Nature and the World Economic Forum, in order to make sure that whilst each of us was going deep on certain value chains, we offered the broadest range of companies the guidance that they need in order to just cut through that complexity and understand what they can do. And so for 12 high-impact sectors, Business for Nature, the World Economic Forum, and WBCSD have released these sector action overviews, which identify the main dependencies, the main impacts, and the main priority actions that need to be taken for each of these sectors. So that's all available for you as well. And then, gone too far. And then the final thing to say is, just for your awareness, Business for Nature have also recently launched their It's Now for Nature campaign. The purpose of that campaign is to drive companies to set their nature strategies and get them approved by their C-suite. And for that piece of work, we collaborated with Business for Nature to make sure that the handbook that they've developed on how to set your nature strategy lines up with everything else that we've done, so that there's one unified set of guidelines and tools available for companies, all of which work towards the same goal, which is, of course, halting and reversing nature loss by 2030. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the tee up, and you get the sense that probably in the last 12 months since some of us met in Sharm el-Sheikh and we're kind of nibbling around the edges of this in the Nature Pavilion, quite a lot has happened. And those guidance and products are pretty good in terms of what is available. So don't feel shy about kind of asking where that guidance exists, taking a look and getting in touch with either Emily at TNFD, Julian at WBCSD, or others in the community. Okay, so now let's pivot to kind of finding out if any of this is actually any use, and the companies, like the people who need to kind of use this, kind of feel comfortable about it. And delighted to have such a super duper panel for you who kind of really know their mustard on this stuff. And in no particular order in terms of how important the sectors are, but we'll start with forestry. Ara. You'd like to come and take a seat on each one of these stools. So Ara Eriksson, who's the Vice President of Corporate Sustainability for Weyerhaeuser, which is one of the largest, if not the largest, managed forest company in the United States, if not more broadly than that. Welcome very much to you. Now, Bruce Lascelles, who is the Director for Sustainable Land Management and Built Environment at Arcadis. And some of you might, I was quite excited to meet Bruce because I don't meet many Dominics going around. So when I said, oh, another Dominic, he goes, no, you can call me Bruce. So I don't know how I feel about that, but it might play out in the panel. So just saying, just giving you a heads up. All right, next up, it's brilliant to have Madalena back in the mix. So good to see you again, Madalena. Thank you so much. Madalena Cale Lucas, who's the head of climate change for EDP, which many of you know is a fantastic Portuguese energy company and kind of trailblazing in that part of the world. So Madalena, welcome. And then last but by no means least, because many of you know how wonderful Olam is as a company in the ASEAN and global markets, it's a real delight to welcome Shailandra Mishra, who's the Head of Climate, Environment and Natural Capital for Olam Agri. So there's our panel. Let's give them a round of applause. It's always... You've always got to be a good sport to be on a panel, you know, and kind of express your viewpoints and things. You'll notice kind of a level of seniority. I'm going to have to kind of just sort of go like that to sort of see you, because I don't have a chair, but that's okay. Would you mind when I can pass it around? I could sort of do a little bit of a sort of opera or something thing, yeah. Okay, wonderful. All right, so now what I need you to be doing is to be kind of listening carefully and thinking, oh, okay, that was an interesting point, but I'd like to follow up. So what we're going to try and do is get people to come in as well, because it's always interesting to have that noises off conversation. This is not an easy space. It's relatively new. You've probably been kind of working hard on the climate-related activities, but it'd be fascinating to get your viewpoints. And I know that Emily and Julian and others who are working in this space, either in the kind of NGO guidance community or indeed on the financial side, would be quite interested to know how you feel about what's going on, what needs to happen, and where some of the kind of quick wins, if you like, can be. Okay, so with that tee up, maybe Ara can come to you first. And from your perspective, you know, the sort of forestry, managed forestry space is often seen as quite at the sort of center point of all of this. How do you feel about kind of where this nature positive agenda is going, the kind of TNFDs, the guidance that's starting to emerge, and any perspectives that you have from your experience so far?
Thanks, Dominic, and good morning, everybody. If you're like me, you've resorted to tennis shoes in this kind of large pavilion or space that we're in. I hope everyone's doing okay. It's quite an experience to be here at COP, and I've been thinking a lot about what is forestry in this expanding nature disclosure and nature strategy integration. And I think I heard somebody on the earlier panel from the World Bank, which I never thought I'd quote somebody from the World Bank, but she said, we've been doing nature and forestry and fisheries and ecotourism forever. And let's not forget that we already have sectors that are fully invested in nature. And I think I kind of want to start with that, is that Weyerhaeuser's been responsibly managing and sustainably managing our forests for more than 120 years. And so we cannot, quite simply, continue to exist as a business if we are not making certain that we have a healthy and functioning natural system that those forests are 100% part of and reliant on. So that is our starting point. So as a company that's been doing that, we could say, well, we're fine in the nature agenda. How does all of this additional information and additional requirements fit into what we're doing? And I think what is most critical is that we learn how to talk about what we do as a company and as a sector, broader sector, to those who want to see into what we do and may have questions about what we do. Now, Weyerhaeuser operates in the United States and Canada, where we have a very strong environmental regulatory and land use sort of foundation to build upon. Being here at COP, I recognize that not everywhere in the world has that same place to build upon, or those same systems to build upon. So we need to make certain that we're allowing people to kind of peek into what we do as a company. I'm really excited about where we've gone with some of the alignment in all of the requests of companies, so that we are then able to share about all of the things that happen inside a sustainably managed forest and inside where we're procuring wood fiber for our mills. It is a lot. It is an incredible amount of work to make certain that we're integrating the expectations around nature into our company strategy in a way that and then we can share with our investors. And I'm excited to share a little bit more about some of that in a moment.
Thanks, Ara. Just in, I mean, you know, taking on the kind of climate-related issue is kind of tough enough. You know, everything's full of complexity. But where do you see sort of some of the opportunities or things that we could move on to help move things a bit faster in nature? Is it because it's linked up with climate? Or do we go down two different tracks? I mean, because these jobs, from the outside looking in, must be horribly complicated for someone like you having to get all these different data sets and all these different regs and things. So just where can we move fastest and with most impact, would you say?
Well, I think we could move fastest and with the most impact if we actually think about from the outside, how do we drive investment in nature and climate? I think the disclosures and the reporting and the strategy integration are going to happen inside companies. That's what we do. We do risk assessments. We do integration into business value. We do disclosures. We know how to do that. It's great when they're aligned. But I think we actually can drive more action if we think about nature and climate being opportunities for investment from companies. And I think we have our most ability to drive that impact by actually purchasing products that are reliant on nature, because that then sends a signal back to the companies to continue to be managing those lands. So it's a different answer than you might have been looking for. But I think that if we're going to walk out of here at COP over the next week and think about how do we actually drive investment, we can do things like layer on forest carbon credits where they work with high integrity, but we can also just use our dollars and drive a demand signal to companies to continue to purchase and products from those lands. In our case, it would be wood products. And then that makes an investment back into our company that we're going to continue to manage those lands and provide the nature benefits that come alongside good sustainable forest management. It also means that those investors and the flow of capital will come to us. So I don't think it's that complicated. I think we need to move on with disclosures. We need to share with people what we're doing, but we need to really show that we're willing to invest in nature-dependent systems.
I'm going to ask you one more question. I'm going to ask the same along, but are the capital markets responding? I mean, you're doing a kind of a wonderful job, and you're hoping that more people buy the product. But what joy are you getting with our friends in the capital markets on this?
So Weyerhaeuser is a publicly traded company, so we have shareholders, and our number of shareholders who want to know about what we're doing in nature is exponential. So my team is quite busy in making certain that our investor relations team can answer those questions. But it's no different than how we attract investors for for the rest of our company. It's integrated into our company strategy. Do we think there's going to be an increased demand for bio-based materials? I sure hope so. I think we all hope so. We need to do that sustainably and well, but that's what's going to drive dollars back into nature and climate at the same time.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. So from forest products, managed forest, let's almost shift slightly down the value chain, if we might, to built environment, Arcadis, and it says here Dominic, but I'm going to, obviously it's Bruce. Bruce, not only timber, but also, there are metals and concrete and other pieces of the jigsaw which are all being looked at by friends and other organizations in this agenda. But Arcadis, I mean, you've been one of the leaders in helping to propel that built environment guidance. And I suppose it's the same sort of question, what's your experience of it? Is it kind of worth it? Are you getting an ROI? Why are you doing it? And what are you finding as you're going down this process in terms of other stakeholders looking at what Arcadis is up to? Just be fascinated to get your reflections.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. I think the trends we're seeing are very positive. But I think there's a real focus around people wanting guidance and wanting to understand how to actually bring nature into the built environment. The natural environment is a very complex thing, and I think probably where we've been for many years is that nature, in inverted commas, is being dealt with in the built environment as part of landscaping, under that general sort of landscaping umbrella. But we are seeing some really, really sort of positive examples of built environment or developments or redevelopments where nature is being brought into that development as a fundamental central part of it. And to come to the point around, well, why, what's the benefit? The benefit is not necessarily financial, but it's about the communities. And we've worked on some really good examples, and I've seen examples from other people as well, where, and these are all scales. We're not talking about massive housing developments or business parks, but small high street redevelopment, streetscapes, bringing nature in and the ability for those organizations to show tangible and, importantly, measurable benefits from what they've done. And the measuring is around footfall, the number of people now commuting by foot rather than getting in their cars, the community engagement in setting up, in planting, in managing, in harvesting. Again, can be very, very small scales within that community. So I think the trends are really, really positive. I would make one point, and I think there's an aspect around terminology, and we're kind of struggling with or trying to unpick this within Arcadis. Nature, to a lot of people, will mean the green stuff and the furry things as well. And we're really, really trying to drive hard that nature is a system. To make the nature work and to ensure that we're dealing with mitigation, with adaptation and resilience in those environments, that we deal with nature as a system. And that means thinking about the soil, thinking about the water, about air quality, as well as the communities, but the communities as part of that system as well.
Bruce, that's a super interesting point. So let me just pick up on it a little bit. But in terms of the roadmap guidance and in terms of TNFD and the guidelines there, is this a sort of thread that needs a little bit more pulling on to kind of explain nature as a system? Because I guess we've got SBTN targets which are coming in different categories. So I'd just be fascinated in your perspectives on that.
Yeah, I think absolutely it does. And I'm talking as a soil scientist, so I always look below ground and below my feet as well. I think within Arcadis, I think we're very mature in terms of our expertise and our knowledge in assessing biodiversity and measuring biodiversity, as looking at the impacts that a development will have on biodiversity. But I think for a long time, there has been silo working. And I think we really need to push to see nature as part of the system. And then when it comes down to the roadmap, I think we're now moving into what we're calling Project Nature, which is our own attempt to try to, across all the projects, all the clients we work with, to put some metrics to what we're doing, so that we can be demonstrable in hopefully the positive impact we're having. But I'm not sure we can do that simply if we think of nature as the above ground stuff. We've got to see it as part of the complete physical environment.
Now that's really, really interesting. Of course, this is a bit of an iterative process as we kind of try and learn and improve on these roadmaps, and I'm sure on the TNFD guidance as well. So it's so valuable getting that kind of practical feedback. I have to ask, like I asked Ara, how does this work when you interact with the capital markets? Is anybody interested from that side of the table? I think you're kind of like, well done, but really let's look at the kind of discounted cash flow that Arcadis is producing, because that's what we're really concerned about.
Yeah, no, I think our shareholders are interested. We know that they are asking for Arcadis have a foundation called the Love and Klein Foundation, who are very, very keen that Arcadis do drive to its values, of which sustainability is very much at the core. I said, our shareholders are asking for, our clients are asking for this as well. And it's really now our challenge is to unpick where is that financial benefit. And we know we've got some great examples of housing developments where we've integrated the blue and the green into that development, and we know that those houses can sell for a premium. So we know we can track the benefits through. I think we've just got to get better at doing that regularly and being able to report it as well.
Brilliant, thank you, Bruce. And there's a little thing emerging on both sides, which is there's a demand pull out there from different kind of clients and customers. There's an edge to going down this path for you. Madalena, if we can turn to you. Now, for those of you who don't know, EDP have just been like just an amazingly brilliant company in this space for many years. So I guess working on the energy roadmap, interacting with TNFD, is this like kind of like a bit of a headache because you know you've been doing it very well? It's like, oh, really? All of this new stuff? Or is this unlocking a lot of potential? And how are you finding the agenda? And what would be your kind of thoughts to those who are trying to help support other companies on energy roadmaps for nature positive or disclosures in the space?
Let me start by telling you that EDP is based in Lisbon, but we are actually operating in 29 geographies. So across the 4 regional hubs, and the 4 continents. So we're pretty spread out. And we have a target to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2030, and right now we are producing 85%. We have a business plan to invest in the energy transition 25 billion until 2026. And we have very ambitious targets that align with the science in terms of net zero by 2040. And this, although it's very ambitious targets that align with the global goals of energy security, the renewables, and climate action, they actually, we see all of these combining with nature, and so that the climate crisis is actually exacerbating the nature crisis and the social crisis and so on. So in the power sector, and as you were mentioning, we have years of experience, mostly because there has been, it's such a regulated sector that we have embedded in our own processes what we call the mitigation hierarchy. So in the power sector, the projects go through this, and this is very embedded in our company, which is first you avoid, then you mitigate, then you restore, and whenever it's just not possible and you have residual impacts, then you restore. But what we did in EDP, so aligning with this nature positivity that we aim to achieve, is that we set our own targets as we did for climate. And in climate, we already took the climate transition plan to the AGM, and it was actually recognized at the Climate Ambition Summit. So for us, credibility and accountability is really, really important. We are a public listed company, so we have a lot of questions from our investors on these topics, more and more. So it's critical for us to have really credible plans aligned with science. So we set targets that, first of all, by 2026, that we will have a worldwide tracking system that will aim to measure the impacts of nature. And this is really important because what we sense now is that the data is lacking. So we really need to measure the impacts so that we can not only anticipate regulation, which we will, but so that we can identify priority areas and actually identify the opportunities and value creation by this as well. And by 2030, to have net gain on biodiversity for new projects. This means that the balance will have to be positive. So in a new development projects that we do, instead of reducing biodiversity levels, we will be increasing the biodiversity levels. How do we do this? So we're relying on years and decades of experience of implementing projects, for instance, in our transmission lines to avoid wild avifauna collision with the lines, but as well to avoid forest wildfires. And also we have been collaborating with many of you on working with the guidelines, especially for the measuring and then the disclosure of the nature impacts. And also, we have been implementing circularity, which is essential because there is a pressure on natural resources. And we have been also investing in protecting heritage that's related to biodiversity. For instance, waterfalls and because we are spread out. We have 25% of our business in Brazil, for instance. And so we have different projects those are mostly, social connected biodiversity and heritage projects related. But just to mention this part of the partnerships, actually this paradigm shift and the alignment between climate and nature, no one can do it alone. We all need each other. We need standardized ways of measuring and disclosing. And so we have been working with IUCN, with of course, for our targets, we intend to adopt TNFD, which we haven't yet, and to align with SBTN. And then the WBCSD roadmap, which has been a fundamental tool to really identify this kind of measurement so that we can then move on to action that's credible.
Yeah, Madeleine, there's so much in what you said. A couple of highlights is just that as a publicly listed company working in many, many countries around the world, the spotlight on you to have very, very material assessments and good quality data and ability to disclose and a well-recognized roadmap to go towards nature positive and link it to the climate. I mean, the level of scrutiny is huge. You have to kind of go on that journey with confidence, I suppose, about the roadmaps and the tools and disclosure activities that you have. Have you had any sort of interactions where people have asked for more information or have challenged, and you've been able to say, look, here's TNFD, here's the roadmaps. It'd be fascinating for those who might be in the audience thinking, oh, this sounds, you're putting yourself out there in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to be proactive in our case. We have to be proactive not only to manage the huge risk that nature imposes, but to really identify the priority areas for action and to create the business case for net gain in nature. Because the business case in some diverse areas, it's very different from what we have been working until now. We need mind shifts. For instance, regarding time, nature is slow while we are running. Regarding trade-offs, we have really to have plans that allow us to have these trade-offs, namely for the same goals, for instance, renewables. But we need to combine land use with climate targets, for instance. Then nature and biodiversity laws, it's a global issue, but we need to act local. And then we need to really have a mind shift, for instance, locations that you haven't thought about, developing projects which are degraded areas are the ones where you will probably be gaining, having the most positive impact on nature, because you will be able to regenerate nature. So there's a lot of shifting. It's not just building on what you had in other areas. You really need to make a shift, and it's complex. But I think with all this organizational help and this stakeholder engagement that we are going there. Allow me to say something. We are at a COP, and this point wasn't mentioned yet. We are at COP 28. There are some policy asks that we have been all putting out there for the parties. One of them is for sure that there needs to be NDCs that are multi-sectorial. They need to have the references for nature and biodiversity, so nature-based solutions. We need to have credible targets for removals, carbon removals, nature-based, technological, so these are the kind of conversations that we need to have at this COP. We know COP 30 will be in Brazil. Nature will be at the center of that COP. Deforestation is a major source of emissions in Brazil, so it will be at the center, and so we need to have this conversation so we can deliver there.
I appreciate you raising that, and that kind of crossover, between the climate and nature piece and the financing and the flexible mechanisms, and how, whether there are disclosure frameworks from TNFD, whether ISSB is starting to kind of, bringing TCFD into it, and yet still in SBTI for climate, and certainly in some of the accounting mechanisms, this needs to be kind of cracked, right? This link. I have to ask the same question just very briefly. As a listed company, how is this going down with the capital markets when you have Investor Day and things like this? This sort of focus, as we were just saying, on nature.
We have a long way to go. The focus in most projects has been by regulatory and legislation demand. We need to go beyond that and really create the net gain business case.
So it doesn't really cut much ice when you go and sit with Bank of America then and say, look, we're working really hard on nature. And Abid goes, yeah, but what's your discounted cash flow, please? Very interesting. All right. If we can move on now to the sort of on the agricultural side. So Shailendra Mishra, you're the head of climate, environment and natural capital at Olam Agri. You get the flavor. Some people might not know how magnificent Olam are at this area of work right across ASEAN and many other markets besides. So, like many of the panelists here, you've been at this for some time. So there is a kind of question of, is this work of TNFD and the guidelines and the roadmaps kind of enabling more action? Is that helpful? Any perspectives that you have, and you've heard what some of the other panelists have said, so it'd be fascinating to get your reflections as well, particularly, if I may say so, as we're building into a comment which was about kind of working in multiple markets, both in developed but also emerging economies, which might add another dimension to this. People might think that we can't be worried about nature, we just got to get on and develop the economy.
Thanks, Dominic, and thanks WBCSD for inviting me to this panel. Wonderful. Well, just to highlight, Olam Agri, we are headquartered in Singapore. We are spread across multiple geographies, across food, feed, and fiber. We are working with all different commodities, including grains, feed. When you talk about beans, edible oil, rice, quinoa, chia, and multiple other commodities. So I would just like to highlight by saying at Olam, we are really focused on nature positive, climate positive, and livelihood positive goals. That's our three main goals that we put out loud, and that's where we are all working towards. Globally, we are supporting 500,000 farmers spread across multiple geography. And if we talk about in Southeast Asia, we are supporting nearly 50,000 farmers, smallholder farmers that I'm talking about. Now, I would like to congratulate for this roadmap, and we were part of, and of course, very much in favor of the TNFD framework and the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework. I would also like to highlight, as a scientist, as a soil scientist myself, nature is not just about above ground biodiversity, but really hardcore on below ground biodiversity as well. I'm a soil scientist myself, and that's where regenerative agriculture is one of the key that we have it at Olam, and we really focus on how do we move from all the extractive model to the regenerative model, and how do we improve the soil biodiversity, how do we, whether it is through green manuring, composting, mixed cropping, minimum tillage, all different principles of regenerative agriculture. But really, how do we improve the nutrient availability? How do we improve the yield? And that's where I will take one example that is part of this roadmap also and that's where in Vietnam, we are working with MARD, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, GIZ, and Olam Agri, when we are supporting farmers in training them that when exactly to apply fertilizers, because currently these farmers were applying fertilizers, that was not even required at that much extent, So we provided them with real simple soil kits. We trained them. So our main principle is really on training these smallholder farmers. And that's when we realized that through alternating wetting and drying, through these soil kits, we were able to reduce the NPK usage by approximately 15%. The water usage was reduced by 40%. And the livelihood through the reduced ag inputs and improved yields was able to increase till 17%. In and whole, in terms of the ecosystem services, that's helped really, in my opinion, for the nature positive goals that we all vision for.
That sounds just amazing, Shailendra. But here's the question: do the kind of capital markets in Singapore respond to that?
Exactly. So that's a very good question. I mean, yes, it's coming to that question. Yes, we really hope that the market is really gets open for this sustainable rice platform. So at this moment, yeah. So I mean, we do see some kind of bit of market, but think about this, rice is a staple food. It's going to countries where it really, those countries where this is like a staple. So to get a premium market, it's a challenge. But we really hope that this comes across and really helps move the farmers' transition to this regenerative agriculture.
That is brilliant, Shailendra. Thank you so very much. So we're clearly on a journey, but I mean, you can get a sense from kind of how much we've kind of progressed in the past year with these frameworks, and the next bit of the system that we've got to crack. Because if we can get lower cost of capital coming to all of you and others from those in the market who can just recognize how we are addressing one of those major risks that we saw at the beginning, then we're in good shape. There might just be a chance to squeeze in a question, if anyone's got a question, at the back there. And just let us know who you are and who you represent.
Hi, my name is Colin Moore from the Wildlife Conservation Society. I think these disclosure initiatives are obviously very valuable, just in identifying, also the measuring, the reporting, and the disclosure. And that measurement is an important start. I also think it's a pathway then to create investment into nature-based solutions. And we know nature-based solutions will be a third of the solution going forward. So, Madalena, you spoke a bit about your companies, setting the target. You have your, I guess, net zero nature targets. I'd be interested to hear a bit more from the other panelists about how you're thinking about that, what sort of targets you're setting. And then another point you made, Madalena, is about there's always going to be some residual impact, and you might need to offset. So we have the carbon markets. We know what that looks like and where those opportunities lie. The nature market is less developed. So what are your thoughts on that? How does that need to develop, and how might that contribute to you achieving your goals?
Great. Let's pick up on that second one. That's quite an interesting one, isn't it? So what's your kind of sentiment of where this biodiversity nature credit market is? Quite a quick viewpoint, but that'd be a really interesting kind of snapshot.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'll take a quick pass at that. So as a company, we are with our forest sector peers using the forest sector guidance that was developed for TNFD, which is really helping us do that assessment, identify where we have risks or mitigation opportunities or needs, and then setting those targets. I think for companies that manage land already, we are then looking at where can we do additional work in areas that maybe are not on the production forestry side. So we have riparian buffers and streamside set-asides and conservation easements and conservation programs, maybe a change in species. We can integrate that into our business model. And that's how a target is really going to be effective. It can't be something that's just sort of outside of our normal business practice. It's going to happen inside. So this framework's allowing us to do that. And then as we're developing the voluntary carbon market or carbon markets in general, I've been hearing the word kind of biodiversity enhanced credits. I think we recognize that just pure carbon credits are unlikely to get sort of the traction or pickup that I think everyone at COP is looking for. So how are we ensuring that those credits also have biodiversity value? But that needs to be valued and priced somehow. But they don't need to be separate. But we do need to recognize that good high integrity projects also have biodiversity benefits, and we need to value those and price those at the right place. So I think that's where we're headed, is how do we show projects that have good high integrity and biodiversity benefits and values, and make certain that then the price point represents the true investment that takes for companies to produce those.
It was fantastic. Bruce, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah, just really quickly, I guess. So Arcadis have launched internally our project Nature, which is we're trying to answer that question across all our projects. But within projects, we are also, and we've got a long track record in looking at biodiversity net gain, in how it's measured, how it's valued. And we've been working very closely with our regulators to co-develop tools which are used then nationally to try to resolve that question.
Madalena, you were called out as kind of being quite sort of, advanced in the space. So perhaps the reflection back is, how are we getting on? Do you sense we've got this sort of biodiversity credit market?
I'm just going to focus on the complicated part of it, which is the compensation. So right now, compensation is being done by, I would say, regulatory orientation. How is that going to evolve? I hope the same way as we are evolving for high credibility credits under science-based information and best practices. For instance, we have Science-Based Target Initiative, we have SBTN. I hope there will be an alignment and really strong guidance that harmonize what we all might be doing in terms of compensation, nature-based projects.
Super insight.
I mean, I think it is being spoken up already, but just very quickly, if we have a more unified view on the biodiversity of above and below ground both, that would be really hopeful. That would be really great, because in terms of agriculture practices, regenerative agriculture, it's all about the below ground ecology that really plays a big role. We do have goals on regenerative agriculture landscapes. We are part of, even we have signed up for the COP28 regenerative agriculture landscape hosted by WBCSD and BCG. We have our own internal goals on regenerative landscape. So we are really looking forward for more defined definitions that can really come up on the above and below ground framework as well. Thank you.
Well, that's super, and what a lovely panel. Round of applause for the panel. And for those of you out there kind of work on these issues, you can hear that clear thing. Like, you might have worked forever on water, you might have worked forever on climate, but we need kind of that standardization and the ability to link these things together so that we get millions of companies like these beautiful folks here to do this. You've been great. I was going to kind of hand back to Julian now just to say a few words on what's next. Julian, close us out. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dominic. We don't really have time because I think we're out. But the last thing to say was just to watch this space. Basically, we're going to continue working with the lovely companies that you see on the panel here, and over 70 more who are engaged with us on our nature work. Next year, we're going to take the foundations to Nature Positive that we've released this year and start building on them. So we will go deeper. We're working closely with TNFD on capacity building for specific functions, but also around helping our members to set metrics and targets around their material dependencies and impacts. We are also going to be expanding into new sectors. We're in talks with our members from the pharmaceutical industry and a few other sectors as well. And then finally, the most important part of all of this is we've got a team being set up that's dedicated simply to getting the work that's been done used by companies so that they're all working to identify the material dependencies, impacts, risks and opportunities, identify where their priority actions are, and actually take action to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030. So do come and find us here at COP28, or the QR codes, we'll hand those around later, or find us for a chat. But delighted to speak, and thanks again to the panel and to Dominic and to Emily.
Well, yes, exactly. I will make that point, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you are staying for the next session, which is being run by the Smithsonian Institute, lovely, please do just that. However, if you can continue any networking conversations that you're conducting at the moment from roll over from the previous event, could I encourage you to do that outside? Thank you very much indeed. The next event will start in about 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to attend this next session, which is being run by the Smithsonian Institute, please take a seat if you would be so kind. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, shall I? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. It gives us great pleasure to welcome the Smithsonian Institute to host this next session. And to be the moderator of that session, please welcome Dr. Anna Spalding, who's the director of the Adrienne Arsht Community-Based Resilience Solutions Initiative at the Smithsonian Institute. Anna.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Interesting format here. I'm excited to be here. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, my name is Anna Spalding, and I'm the director of a new initiative at the Smithsonian. It's called the Adrian Arsht Community-Based Resilient Solutions Initiative. And the goal of the initiative is to, our main theme is adaptation as a pathway to resilience. And so by adaptation, we mean the different strategies that both nature and people use to adapt to changing ocean conditions. So our focus is on understanding the drivers of change, understanding the strategies both nature and humans, so human societies, use to adapt. And so those strategies are those policy pathways, those different interventions we can do to support adaptation. And then the desired outcomes is the third piece of what we're trying to understand. And by desired outcomes, I mean trying to really understand what it is that coastal communities want and need in order to be more resilient, as opposed to imposing some of those ways of how we believe communities should be more resilient. And so the session today, the goal of the session today is to present and discuss examples of those pathways to resilience. So we have a fantastic panel today. We have 5 panelists, and the session is organized around 3 different themes, if you will. So one theme is we're focusing on diverse perspectives. So what are some examples of community-based actions in the region, right? Thinking local-focused region, local ways of adapting. Our second section is on science. We need, obviously, strong science in order to inform these decisions. And our third section is on business interactions and how we can facilitate businesses in order to support resilience in place. So that's sort of a more structural piece in terms of how we support these changes. The Resilience Initiative, I also want to point out, is part of a bigger effort, Life on a Sustainable Planet, which is an effort at the Smithsonian, thinking about how we change the science and how we engage with partners and make sure that we do policy-relevant, use-inspired research that's interdisciplinary, centered in equity, and focusing on the communities that need this the most. I'm going to say one last thing before we introduce our panelists, and that's that the focus of the center and these partnerships that we're building, right? So this session is we have different partners. We have World Fish, CGAIR, the World Economic Forum, Stanford Center for Ocean Solutions, and Ocean Nexus, who are not represented here personally or physically. And while we do work all over the world, we want to focus on the global tropics as a region where we identify communities as being highly vulnerable, but also as a place where there's a lot of potential for leadership, and how we leverage and how we potentialize that leadership is really important. So what we're trying to do is move the narrative from tropical crisis to a tropical opportunity. And for that, we have the absolute best panel to do that. So I'm going to invite the panelists to sit up here, if they can. And as an introduction, I'm going to, and you can sit in, there's no particular order. I'll direct questions at you as needed. I feel kind of behind everyone here, but that's okay. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to say their name and their affiliation before we begin into the program. So, Romana.
Hello. So, hello everyone, very good morning, and I'm Pirzadi Romana Hussain, working as a climate research scientist at World Fish. Thank you.
Good morning everyone, my name is Coral Pasisi. I'm from the South Pacific, from the smallest country in the world called Niue. You can Google it to find out where it is. I'm also the Director of Climate Change for the Pacific region. But I support a non-profit organization who's focused on oceans and climate change, resilience development, and I'll speak today about an initiative that we're doing in UAE. Thank you.
Good morning, I am Bosco Juma. I come from Kenya. I am a marine conservationist and a director of a community-based organization known as Big Ship. We work mostly with the adjacent forest community in supporting sustainable livelihood and conserving the mangrove ecosystem. I'm happy to be here.
Hi everyone, I'm Joshina. I'm a social ecologist from the Stanford Center for Ocean Solutions. I'm also from Mauritius, a small island nation in the Indian Ocean, so I always wear my tropical hat. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alfredo Giron. I am the head of the Ocean Action Agenda at the World Economic Forum. I am originally from Mexico. Most of my work has been in the tropics as well, particularly with fishing communities, and now trying to bring this perspective into the forum's machinery. Very happy to be here.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we do have some opening, well, there were going to be some opening remarks, but we have some remarks coming from the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, but she's a little bit behind. So we're going to get started with our panel. So as I said, we have three different sections, and the first one is on diverse perspectives. And so I've asked Bosco and Coral to present some thinking around how we ground marine and coastal governance in the local context, with obviously a broader benefit. We recognize that the tropical majority holds a unique position to drive this evidence-based and context-specific solutions to the complex challenges of climate change. So by empowering these voices, by providing opportunities for the communities across the global tropics, we can foster thriving coastal communities and really center that leadership, right? So the core vision of this sort of engaging the tropical majority piece is centered around four main actions, thinking about how we center equity in ocean governance, how we reconnect people and nature, and by reconnect, we mean legally through access, through land tenure, through things that provide those rights and guarantee those rights to people in place. Redefining ocean literacy, which is another really important piece when we think about how we define the ocean, how we think about the ocean. We often think about, the ecological descriptions of ocean processes. So can we include ideas such as voyaging or other cultural connections as core parts of that ocean literacy? And then the third piece is really changing how we do science, so decolonizing it and really providing opportunities for experts from from across the global tropics to be able to be the leaders in this space. So my first question is for Coral. I'm sorry, I'm behind you. I was wondering if you could share some of the things you're doing with your local communities to support resilience of nature, of the ocean, and people. And while you say it's a small country, it's a big ocean that, that you have space over. So how does your particular role allow you to do these sorts of activities? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the question and for the invitation. So yes, Niue is a small island developing state, but it's in the heart of the blue Pacific continent. And so our exclusive economic zone, and therefore the space on Earth or the ocean that we have custodianship over is very large. And our country and community have agreed to lock away 40% of that. That is the largest per exclusive economic zone and territorial waters in the world. And so that's a really big part of our natural real estate that is now locked up and protected for at least 20 years, but hopefully in perpetuity. So I think one of the important things about the Pacific to know is that we're a very young Western system of legal governance space. We have thousands of years of traditional knowledge and tenure over our ocean and land, and our oldest country in the Pacific so far as a democratically elected government is 60 years, and our youngest is 24. So we still have very strong traditional tenure and knowledge that governs the way that we manage our natural resources. And our laws and our science is actually probably less able to manage that effectively than our traditional systems. And so our traditional people, which is the vast majority of the population, are a core part of making decisions over those resources. And their knowledge is particularly important to inform our decisions. So this is really important when we look at valuing what protected ocean actually means. What kind of outcomes are important across that space? What are the value drivers that this protected ocean contributes not just to our community, our country, our region, and actually global stability? And that's where we have looked at those dimensions of value and broken up into 5 sort of key areas. So it's not just carbon, it's not just fish, it's not just whales or whatever interests an international stakeholder. That ocean has a lot of value: traditional practice, food security, climate action, climate resilience, mitigation and absorption of carbon dioxide, as well as biodiversity uplift. And until we really truly value what that means, we don't appreciate the importance of protecting it for long enough to continue to pump those outcomes out for everyone, right? And as the global environment is deteriorating, and we're on a 3-degree pathway now, those areas of pristine ocean become even more valuable into the future. So we need to start valuing that in a way that translates to the resources, to the communities that manage that effectively. So that protection doesn't come as a burden, as a lost opportunity for them for fish. We need to flip that coin around, and that's essentially what we've done in Niue. We've created a fair financing instrument that costs how much it costs for that country to protect that space, what it's going to cost us to build the next generation of Niuean children so that they become the owners of that asset into the future. They can build sustainable blue businesses around that to protect it forever. And that cost we've divided across the entire protected area and spliced it into square kilometers. And we started calling that an ocean conservation credit, to sell it and raise the capital to reinvest in that protection for the long term. Of course, the regulatory markets are very nervous around nature credits at this point in time. So we've had to turn that into an ocean conservation commitment. But essentially, anyone in the world can sponsor 1 square kilometre of ocean in the Moana Mahu area, which is our large-scale marine protected area. And that will guarantee the protection of that square kilometre of ocean for 20 years, with the proceeds going to train our children to be the scientists that manage the coral reef systems, count the fish, create the sustainable tourism businesses that allow them to increase the tourism product value without the number of people. So we want to keep the tourism at a sustainable level, mostly for our culture, because our people are actually endangered. We only have 1,700 people in our whole country. And if you let too many tourists in, our culture becomes suppressed. So we want to maintain the number of tourists, but increase the value of the tourism product to a natural one. And this is how we will finance it. And so we launched the Ocean Conservation Commitment recently in New York at Climate Week. And very proud to say that across the world, we have had individuals, mothers and fathers and grandparents buying an ocean conservation commitment for their children as a contribution to protecting some of these wonderful ocean spaces left in the world. And that, for me, is a democratization of investing in the types of nature that we should value and not expect a financial return, but be happy that this is a return on clean oxygen and a safe ocean and a stable climate into the future. And so I've got 2 colleagues here who are from Niue, who've come all the way from Niue, and they're holding up a certificate of ocean conservation commitments that our government bought. So they bought 1 ocean conservation commitment for every man, woman, and child who lives in Niue. And that is more than the money in value, right? It's a commitment from our government that they will maintain the law and compliance strategy around this protection for at least 20 years. And that, I think, is a really special way of raising the money, but also getting the support from everyone to continue that effort into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Coral. That's beautiful. I really appreciate what you said about people are endangered as well. And I think often when we think about conservation, we think about, obviously the species and the ecosystems, but the importance of preserving and conserving culture is critical to this. So thank you. And hopefully we'll have time for questions at the end as well. So Bosco, the next question is for you. Can't see you. I was wondering if you could provide an example of a community-based resilient solution you've worked on that has helped communities in Kenya be better prepared to adapt to climate change.
Thank you very much. I've been brought up living in the mangrove ecosystem, and my swimming area has been the mangrove ponds. And growing up, I used to see our communities engaging in the conservation programs, a little bit with the fishing activities that used to go on. And for those who don't know, I come from Kenya in Africa, and nature was there before people and then people. In Kenya, Africa has 70% youth, and it's known that by 2050, Africa will be having more youths than Asia and China. back to our Kenyan coastal ecosystem, the mangroves where I live is in an island known as Mombasa. Mombasa is a very small island, but highly populated with 1.3 million people. And 33% of those are youths of below 30 years who are not employed. So in my growing up line, I was among those youths, living and trying to understand how to survive in these murky areas. And then I started to engage in conservation space. In the coastal Kenya, most of the 1.2 people we are talking about in the Mombasa Island are people who are not the local inhabitants. So we who grew up in that ecosystem have seen the changes in culture and behavior in terms of conservation that I used to see when I was growing up. And then is how I started an organization known as Big Ship, community-based organization, to work in conserving this ecosystem. But as a youth, much of my colleagues were not into the language of conserving the mangrove. And we started doing a little bit of conservation. By 2009, Kenya had lost 70% of its mangrove ecosystem. And in the coastal strip of Kenya, the coastal zone has mangrove, it has corals, we have a lot of blue carbon programs, and even the tropical forest. Now, by 2014, we were looking at an ecosystem that was highly threatened, and people were doing planting of trees as we know it, but without any system of sustainability. So we came with a program known as Adopt a Site. We mapped the degraded ecosystems, the degraded mangrove ecosystem, using the geographical information system, did ground truthing, and looked for partners to support in our conservation program. This is a long-term program that we are doing with an intention of sustainability in mind, because one time when I was working in the village, as an enthusiast restoration program person, I went into a household to convince one of the community members to participate in a tree planting. And then I saw a conflict. Of course, women are very naturally environmentalistic. And I was talking to one of the household, and the husband was there. And the conflict was, the husband was like, why do you plant trees and there is no income out of it? And I was trying to see how can I convince the man to let the woman to join other community members in a tree planting. And that's where it hit me, that my passion in planting trees needs to be tagged with something that can bring value to the households. And that's how the Adopt a Site program was now coined to ensure that we don't just plant tree, but in every tree that we plant, we tag it with a sustainability program. So one of the programs that we are doing in sustainability of the conservation, we went to the beekeeping. We took the man and told him, the tree that we plant, that one tree, because we are doing at $1 per tree, that's what we used to do, is to support beekeeping, natural tourism programs, and also bring circularity into their farming programs. Because with the incoming of, I've told you that 1.2 million in a peri-urban forest in a small small city, it means majority of those are an influx of people who are coming for employment and development, which is rapidly happening in Kenya currently. But the local indigenous community, they are traditional fishermen villages. They cannot keep up with that growing population. So how then can we convince them into the value of the same existing ecosystem? And that involved us to ensure that we bring them into sustainable tourism, the small farming in their neighborhood, in their house, how can they make it a smart agriculture? So we integrated beekeeping into our programs, and to ensure there is value in beekeeping, we came with the honey brand. In Swahili, in the local language, you call it asalim kok or mangrove honey. It's a high-value honey, and we wanted to ensure that we sell it at a premium to the community so that the man can see the value in planting the tree. In the tourism space, we opened up our mangrove ecosystem with boardwalks, and that's what we are doing now. We are setting up a 1-kilometer boardwalk within the mangrove space. And this is to open up the tourism opportunities to come and see the value within that ecosystem, and again, to support that very same households. Thirdly, in our small island, and a lot of people in it, waste management is cutting across all that. So we train the community again into circular economy programs on how can we be able to stop waste from the source and make income out of it. I'm talking from the youth perspective, because this is a community that I know and have grown up. And I've seen the challenges that young people are getting within that ecosystem with the transition from rural to urban setup. How can a young person whom has grown up seeing farming and fishing as the local base of income, now tap into the new population that is coming with waste management. So I've been training this community on waste management and how they can create value through circularity. And in the households, we are depending on rain for our agriculture. So with the community, we are training them on scenario planning to be able to focus and see how they can look at the changing weather condition. In the last 2 weeks, we have been facing El Nino in Kenya. We have 2 seasons, 2 rain seasons. It's now the short rain season, but the rains that we are getting, I haven't seen that kind of rain before. So that is affecting our farmers. Before then, how can we create scenario planning? Lastly, as a conservationist, and bringing value to the community to see the importance of restoration from the household I mentioned. How can they see sustainability in our restoration? We did that through a specific monitoring, reporting, and verification of our restoration planting programs. Because we plant trees and then nobody takes care of them. So we are training the young people on how they can monitor the little and single trees, each tree that they plant using geographical information system. And this is very important in our restoration space. And we are looking forward and looking for partners to be able to train the entire Western Indian Ocean region on just monitoring, reporting, and verification of restoration of mangrove ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bosco. Really a big ship to fill in with all those different activities. Thank you so much. And this is a great example of some of the ability to adapt, the ability to react to those external threats as they show up, and really an example of the locally led ideas that we need to enhance and support. So I'm going to do a little pause in the panel. I'd like to introduce some remarks from Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, King's Counsel, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. She leads the Commonwealth delegation here at COP, and as part of the Blue Charter and different activities, being really leading in this space around climate change in our coastal countries. So, Secretary General, thank you.
Distinguished guests, partners, colleagues and friends, can I firstly congratulate you all for being here, having found the Nature Positive Pavilion and having upped your steps. So this is going to do nature a powerful amount of good. And I apologize, but I promise you I ran here as fast as I could. So if I start to gasp, you'll know that the oxygen coming from our oceans is doing its job, because every second breath I'm taking, I pay tribute to nature and the oceans for allowing me to take it. But it's a real pleasure to be able to join you today, because this Nature Positive Pavilion is a really powerful opportunity for us to have what is a vital conversation. And I'm so sorry that I have interrupted the panel and haven't had the opportunity to hear the great things that have been said. But may I start by thanking you. I want to thank Dr. Anna Spalding, because she has done a remarkable amount of work, and the work that the Smithsonian Institute is doing, especially through her leadership of the community-based resilient solutions and the initiative, it's remarkable and really much needed. So resilience is a priority for humanity, especially our most vulnerable places. And it's the watchword of the Commonwealth. Indeed, our Commonwealth family will gather together in Samoa. It's in October of next year. In the vastness of the beauty of the Pacific. So next year will be our next heads of government meeting under the banner, One Resilient Common Future. And our Commonwealth of 2.5 billion people and 56 nations spread across 5 continents and all the great ocean basins is an ocean Commonwealth. 49 Commonwealth countries border the ocean. Our member states are stewards of more than 1/3 of the global ocean under national jurisdiction. Nearly half of all coral reefs and 1/3 of all mangroves are in our Commonwealth. And 2/3 of the world's small island developing states are in the Commonwealth. We have 25 small island states in the Indian Ocean, the Caribbean, and in the Pacific. And there can be no healthy planet without a healthy ocean. And there can be no healthy ocean without recognizing that coastal communities are our real blue leaders, with the knowledge and the understanding and the commitment to support their regions and fight against climate change. Our indigenous people in particular have been the guardians of nature, the guardians of the oceans for millennia. And unlike many of us, they have never departed from that responsibility. They've kept our oceans safe. This spirit runs through the Commonwealth Blue Charter, which brings our member countries together in active cooperation to solve ocean-related challenges and meet the commitments of the Sustainable Ocean Action. So across all of our 16 Blue Charter action groups, from coral reef protection and mangroves to the sustainable blue economy and coastal fisheries, the expertise and experience of coastal communities is central to everything we do and all of our efforts, and encouraging the engagement of women, youth, LGBTI, indigenous people, local communities is a specific aim of our Blue Charter project incubator. And I know that today's event will spotlight some of the incredible work each of you is doing to emphasize the essential synergy between effective and equitable governance and the value of inclusive science and the importance of community leadership as a key driver for lasting change. Now, in all of this, I share your commitment to partnership across different disciplines to ensure that the action we take together is both comprehensive and collective, laying down the foundations for a more equitable and climate-resilient future for people and nature. We share the privilege of working together, but that gives us a profound responsibility. And I want you to know that the Commonwealth is with you. And we are also counting on you. We need your passion, we need your acuity, we need your judgment, we need your knowledge, and we rejoice that you are willing to be partners with us. The fact that the Commonwealth represents 1/3 of the world is really important, because within our family, we have everyone. We have big nations, small nations, rich nations, poor nations, island states, landlocked states. And together we understand that if we come together in partnership, all of us, then we will be able to turn the tide, and we will be able to save our world. So when I say thank you to you, I'm not just thanking you for me. I'm thanking you for the 2.5 billion people I represent, but I'm thanking you for the next generation who are relying on us to do the right thing. I think it's been said before, but we are the first generation to really suffer the aberrant consequences of climate change. And we could all say we didn't contribute to getting us here, but we are here. And we are the last generation to be able to do anything about it, to stop the clock and to turn it back. Because each of us is more than a representative of an organization, an institution, or a nation. We are all individually custodians of the most magnificent and life-sustaining source on our planet, our ocean. It has fed us, it has given us the very air to breathe, and if we don't save it, it will no longer be able to save us. So from the bottom of my heart, I'm saying thank you to each and every one of you for all you've already done, for all you are doing now, but most importantly, for all you will do as a result of coming together that you would not have done had you not partnered. And on those days when you're wondering, why on earth am I doing this? I'm tired, I'm weary, I am about to give up because nobody's listening. Can you please remember that the Secretary General, on behalf of 2.5 billion people, said we are listening, we are grateful, and most importantly, you can do this. We can do this. So let's save our planet because it loves us, and trust me, we love it. So bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Secretary General. Appreciate it. I know you have to run to the next event. I will maybe try to find you at some other event, but thank you. I appreciate it. This is no better way to represent what we mean by tropical majority. Obviously, the importance and value, as we've been hearing from our panelists, about working together and about valuing the contributions of both nature and people differently. So that's something to think about. So we'll continue with back to our regular programming. The next section definitely speaks to how we understand our ocean and our communities and our people that live in these coastal communities and the resources that are within those. So the next section is on science for resilient coastal ecosystems. And I'm going to start, Romana, with you. How can resilient science help inform policies for conservation and for climate change adaptation?
Thank you so much, Anna, for a very timely and important question for us, particularly who have been working on building climate resilience and linking our research to policies. So I'd like to start with an example from coastal regions of Bangladesh. You all may know that Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world for climate change. And mainly due to its geographical position and also environmental setting, we have the Bay of Bengal at one side and Himalayan region on the other side. So we have been facing the issues of sea level rise and large-scale climate variabilities. And if you zoom into Bangladesh and try to find out who are the vulnerable communities, you will find that the coastlines and coastal regions are most vulnerable, and most of the vulnerable communities are fishers and small-scale aquaculture farmers. So they are most vulnerable because they have been relying on the natural resources and also their low adaptive capacity. And they have been suffering from a range of issues. For example, temperature variations, rainfall variations, tidal surges, flooding, cyclones, salinization. So I don't know if there is anything left. So they have been facing all through these issues. And what we have been doing, that we have been working on context-specific adaptation measures to build their resilience, climate resilience capacity, and based on our research outputs, we are also trying to inform the policies so that the policies can be formed in a climate-informed way, you know. So if I give an example from our coastal region, we have been working on a number of adaptation measures, and I'd like to mention 2, 3, and because we have been working with Department of Fisheries very recently to revise the National Fisheries Policy, and so that we can have our science inputs to that policy revision. So first of all, I'd like to mention the climate risk management, how we have been managing climate risks for small-scale fishers and aquaculture farmers. So our hypothesis was that if we can provide them climate risk information in advance to that specific event, so that they can adapt themselves, they can manage the decisions how they will be managing those risks. So that is one, and we are providing them very local specific, context specific information and services so that they can make climate informed decisions. And another one is community-based fisheries management. So we are also working with the small-scale fisheries communities for conservation, and also not only conservation of natural resources, also to secure their livelihood, to ensure their food and nutrition security as well. And the third one, I would say that, as I was saying, the vulnerable communities, I mentioned the fishers and fish farmers in the coastal regions. But what we have found that there have been community who have been working on salt farming. So what we did, we also introducing integrated farming for them, because salt farming is a very seasonal activity. So we introduced Artemia and integrated aquaculture and salt farming so that they can produce food and also sustain their livelihoods over the year. So these three, actually, we have been working with Department of Fisheries to revise the policy revision process, and we arranged a number of policy dialogues, and the research, we presented the research results stemming from our research to the audience, and we have received really very important inputs from them, which we have compiled, and we have developed a policy brief very recently, which we will be publishing very soon, and we'll hand over to Fisheries Department and relevant government authorities, so that our research and our ongoing works inform the recent policy revision. So this is how actually we have been doing the research for the vulnerable communities to build their climate resilient capacity, and also at the same time to inform the policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Romana. Really important here how this research is really use-inspired. So I think when we talk about the research that we do, thinking about basic science, engaged science, applied science, we're calling it use-inspired science, where the science that we're generating is for the benefit of the communities that most need it. So thank you. And then the next question is near and dear to my heart as a social scientist. Not priming you at all, Yoshina, but are there some changes in how we do science that you would like to see implemented? And can you give us some examples? Thank you.
Definitely. I would say mainstreaming the idea of a social ocean is something that I see as absolutely critical. I think in my very short career, I've seen so many ways in which integrating social perspectives, especially in the tropics, really is a game changer. And it's an idea that is not well integrated enough, and there's so much work left to be done. I was trained myself as a tropical ecologist, natural sciences, And my first job was managing a local NGO around the marine park. And my very first project was a Jeff Small Grants project to introduce national octopus fisheries closure. And it involved interacting a lot with small-scale fishers. And that's when, you know, the instant you start doing such work, you're humbled down because you just realize how limited your knowledge is and how much work there is to do to really integrate so many knowledge sources to really come to effective and equitable solutions, something we keep using as our tagline, but to really be nature positive, people positive, there's a lot of work that needs to be done and a lot of training that needs to happen in the tropics to even mainstream the idea of social ocean. So after being trained in my PhD in social ecological systems, there's various initiatives I was engaged in the Western Indian Ocean, mainly in Mauritius, my home country. So I started working on understanding how coastal communities are integrated in marine protected area management, understanding adaptive management plans and seeing how that's happening on different island nations within the same country. And it was so interesting to see how even within such a small nation, people's connection to the ocean is different. And there is so much focus on indigenous communities' connection to the ocean. But in countries like Mauritius, where the current population has been shaped by multiple waves of colonization, people who mostly came from inland areas of continental regions, there is not that natural connection to the sea. And of course, that affects how contemporary natural resource management happens. So as we now talk about 30 by 30, it's very important to understand what people's connection to nature is, how that affects compliance, because this will have an impact on our management systems and how much we are able to protect effectively. So that's definitely one component. And when I did this research, we did like thousands of surveys actually, and it involved engaging a lot with local students, marine science students who was again trained in natural sciences, did not have a social science component. So this was a very enjoyable part of the work for me, being able to engage from an institution like Stanford and bringing that knowledge back to my home country. And it became such a game changer when in 2020, while we were dealing with the impacts of the pandemic, and an oil spill happened along a very important coastline where we had a lot of marine protected areas. It was the worst ecological disaster the island had faced, and of course there was so much focus on the oil spill response and on protecting the coral reef and the shoreline. But what we were missing was the fact that this was also an area where we had vulnerable small-scale fishing communities. People who had already lost their jobs to tourism and had naturally turned to the sea for subsistence, and now we were taking that away from them. So I happened to be there, and we were able to bring back this group of students I had worked with before to study the impacts that the oil spill and COVID had and how to better design recovery efforts. During these initiatives, we saw how women were disproportionately affected because they are mostly part of the informal economy, engaged in gleaning activities. So from this social impact assessment that we did, we were able to better center the efforts that, for example, UNDP and other United Nations agencies were doing. But in the process, a lot of the people we had trained before were able to help support this initiative. So that was such a powerful moment and really showed how more social ecological research is so important, especially in the tropics. When we dealt with the pandemic, we could not have scientists from the global north flocking into the island. So that's when you realize why local capacity is so important. One other initiative that worked really well in Mauritius was a citizen science initiative we did with Wildlife Conservation Society from Kenya. And in that process, we were able to do the first national mapping of coral and fish endemics in Mauritius to see the trends and what species were being extinct. And this involved engagement with dive centers, with local government agencies, where we eventually were able to map the endemics around the island And the social studies I did, we were able to see how even within such a small context, people's willingness to protect and be stewards of the marine environment differed from area to area. So it helps us map where the most endangered species are and where people are most willing to protect. And that really helps guide governance and policy decisions. So it's really important that these are not like ad hoc studies that we do, that we end up valuing more of these social ecological studies, how they intersect and how they can be a game changer for policy. So definitely I would say more social ecological research, more knowledge about how it makes our policies better and makes conservation better. Thank you.
Brilliant. I agree. Thank you. It's definitely an example of how sort of, you know, we saw the first two examples when we're talking about strategies and actions that are community-based, and through the science, both we can generate the knowledge that we need to make decisions, as well as include the communities as part of that science. So that speaks to that valuing, not just thinking about ecosystems and community and natural resources. And so we have one more speaker, and then someone's going to close our session. So I'd like to invite Alfredo, who's going to speak about just transition. So this is a little bit more on the how, and maybe thinking about some of the structural ways in which you can engage with businesses and business partners to implement some of these ideas. So Alfredo, a question for you is, what is the potential of ocean innovators or startups to achieve a more sustainable and resilient future? And how can we support a just transition lens that recognizes the potential impacts, or not the potential, the impacts, the disproportionate impacts of climate change on vulnerable communities? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very honored to be with all of you. You have done amazing work. Your story in New York almost made me cry, and this is the second time I hear it, and I still feel the same, so thank you so much. Before I go into the startups portion, I want to talk about the role of the private sector. And let me start this with a figure. In 2018, 100 companies represented 60% of the total revenues generated from the ocean. 100 companies, 60%. What does this mean? We are here in a panel talking about equity, talking about a just transition, and we are talking about 100 companies represented 60% of the total revenues. And that's nothing to say against them in particular, but it's something to say about the responsibility that they have to people, to nature, and to climate. And I think this is something that we should recognize. So at the World Economic Forum, we are the organization for public-private collaboration, and what we try to do is, how do we bring in those corporates into conversations with governments, with civil society, and with scientists, so that they understand how that responsibility translates into concrete actions. And we do it in 3 ways. Number 1 is, how are you going to transform the way in which you act in your own operations? That's the first question that we always ask. The second question is, how are you going to invest in nature? And the third question that we ask in the Ocean Program is, how are you going to nurture innovation? And the cross-cutting theme across all of these, well, there's 2 cross-cutting themes. One is everything needs money, so we need to talk about money. But the second thing that we are pushing a lot is everything affects people. And you need to think about how you are getting people included in your strategies and in your planning for each of these things. So I'll go very quickly through the 3. How do you invest in your operations? We hear a lot about net zero targets. We hear a lot about nature positive targets. What does that actually mean? Do we have metrics? Do we know what is it to be nature positive for a company that is shipping, for example? Like, they only need the water. Like, what else do they need to care for the ocean? And the reality is that, well, that might be true that they just need water to navigate, but at the same time, they have such a disproportionate impact through ballast waters, through other types of waste that they are generating, through invasive species, through oil spills, that we cannot ignore that responsibility. Even further, we have seen a lot in the news, things related to, unfortunately, human rights abuses at sea. We have seen a lot of news regarding how sometimes it's not only about whether you are forced or not to be there, but just about the conditions themselves. And I think they have a huge responsibility to make sure that as they think about these net zero targets that we are talking about here, they don't forget about the people. And this is something that we are emphasizing every time we can. The second thing is, how do you invest in nature? And I think that the golden mine that we are seeing everywhere, and that we have, probably all of you have heard at least 10 panels talking about this, is nature-based solutions. How are you going to plant mangroves? How are you going to restore seagrasses? How are you going to, and this is why I am also so honored to be here with you, because I think that you take a people-centric approach. And this is not only about taking the money into the community and dropping it, planting some trees, and then going away and claiming the carbon credits. This is about how do we go in and do responsible investments that actually foster a more healthy, a resilient community. And I think that the problem here that we are facing right now is that there's a rush. There's a rush for companies to want to invest in this. Sometimes thinking of the promise of carbon credits, we know, particularly in the blue carbon space, that this is not yet realized. This is not a benefit that is realized yet. There's a lot of very smart people talking and working on it, but we are not there yet. But what we know is that these ecosystems already provide coastal infrastructure services, like coastal protection, like livelihoods, like fisheries. That we already know. And the smart companies are already starting to invest in these ocean-based, nature-based solutions for those reasons, and thinking of the carbon as a co-benefit, not necessarily as a primate benefit. And then the third point is on ocean innovation, and I think we are almost out of time, so I'll do it very quickly, is how do we foster innovation that is actually inclusive? And sorry, I have to look at my notes for this one, because I don't want to miss any of them. We host a partnership. It's 37 members that we have the honor to host, called the 1,000 Ocean Startups. Our goal is very simple. How do we get to 1,000 ocean startups that are creating nature and people positive impacts by 2030? And how do we unlock $5 billion of finance that go into those solutions? And so when you think about what is the goal of this for people, it is, number one, how do we get it into the tropical majority places? Like, we cannot just pretend that the startups in the global north are going to solve every problem. Number two, how do we provide safety net and de-risking mechanisms for those markets that are a little more difficult? Number three, how do we help, especially those communities, to test in the field? This is expensive, and there's a lot of support out there that we can connect. And number four, how do we get universities to contribute to this and develop that capacity? So precisely on that last one, and my last note for today, I am very honored to partner here with Anna and the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute. The World Economic Forum and STRI are partnering to launch a Hoffman Fellowship, which is a postdoctoral scholar that will be completely focused on how ocean innovation can also be just and supporting that transition for the 3 pillars that we were talking about. So thank you very much, Anna, for that partnership, and really looking forward to that.
Thank you, Alfredo, for sharing that news. There's some things in the background working to make sure that's happening, but we're really excited to launch that fellowship, and hopefully it'll be another pathway for engaging the tropical majority, tropical expertise in this kind of work. So I'd like to wrap up, I'd like to invite Dr. Ellen Stofan, who's the Undersecretary of Science and Research for the Smithsonian, and is the real champion for life on a sustainable planet, the reason that we're here, the head of our delegation, and is really supportive of this environmental justice, interdisciplinary research, and really changing how an institution like the Smithsonian can support all the great initiatives that we've heard about today. Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you all for being here today. This was incredibly inspiring. Each one of you that spoke today, to me, we have an effort at the Smithsonian called Earth Optimism, and sometimes it is really hard to be optimistic when we look at all the challenges that we're facing. But I think each of you really brought a different aspect of how, by working with communities locally, by understanding what the issues are, what the challenges are, we can really make significant change. I think the pressure that we're all feeling is, how do we take this to scale? How do we get more communities involved? How do we get more solutions out there? And that's why we're so excited about this resilience initiative at the Smithsonian, where hopefully we can take a lot of these solutions and get more eyes on them and get them expanded outward. We have a big initiative that we launched at COP last year called Life on a Sustainable Planet. And a big part of it is around the oceans, around reef resilience, around sustainable urban estuaries, around blue carbon. And these are the kind of solutions that we absolutely need in order to really have resilient communities. But one of the things that Anna has so much brought to the Smithsonian, and that I think we heard over and over and again today by the panel, we're talking about people. We're talking about building resilient community solutions to protect nature and protect the planet. If we don't make people successful, we will fail at everything. And if we don't involve people in developing the initial solutions, we're also going to fail. And so these are the kind of efforts that you've heard highlighted here today that I think are really going to make a difference. So Anna, thank you very much, and thank you so much to our panelists today for putting all this together. Anna, I don't know if we have time for questions. Okay.
There's a chair. All right, thank you. So we have a few minutes for questions. Thank you, Ellen, so much. It's been a real pleasure to work with an institution that, well, I was always at an institution that supported, but it's really exciting to see the breadth of the Smithsonian and how we can really engage in these spaces. And especially excited to continue working with this panelist. If it were up to me, I think I would just take over the rest of COP and sit here and chat with all of you and learn about all the things you're doing. It's really, really excited. I do want to say one thing. This is just the beginning of this idea of engaging the tropical majority. This started with a paper that we published earlier this year. And as you can see, we're all representatives from the tropics. I'm from Panama. We've got Mexico, Bangladesh, Niue, Kenya, Mauritius, Mexico. We covered the region, and we invite more people from the region to also be part of this. We will be putting together some sort of statement or some commitment with these kinds of examples that we'll probably post on the Resilience website. And again, hope to continue working with this group as well as with anybody that's interested in really thinking about how to leverage and build out. So I want to open it up for questions if anyone has any questions for the panelists.
Gracias, en español. Bueno, han estado hablando de la ciencia, cómo se aplica en las comunidades, cómo logramos hacer todo este tema para que haya territorios más saludables para desarrollar las actividades tanto pesqueras como turísticas, ¿cierto? Sin embargo, yo creería que la ciencia es importante, sí, es muy cierto, pero deberíamos de tener comunidades que ejerzan la gobernanza en el territorio y que puedan ellas decidir cuál es el futuro que ellas quieren para su territorio. Si los gobiernos fueran más, digamos, consecuentes con las comunidades, entonces tendríamos ecosistemas más saludables, tendríamos ecosistemas mucho más activos y que generaran la biodiversidad que se debería tener. Pero desafortunadamente los gobiernos deciden por las comunidades y es allí donde está el error. Si nos preguntaran a nosotros como comunidad pesquera, yo soy pescador artesanal, si nos preguntaran a nosotros cómo quisiéramos el territorio, de seguro no tuviéramos la degradación que tenemos en los territorios. Yo vengo del Golfo Morrosquillo en Colombia y sé y estamos sufriendo las consecuencias de la industria, del turismo y de la mala planificación. Entonces, si dejaran que los nativos ejercieran la gobernanza en el territorio, la ciencia solamente llegara a estudiar lo bonito que es el territorio. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias por su intervención. I'm going to translate this. So the comment was about, yes, we need the science, and yes, we need this knowledge, but that mainly we also need the governance structures to change, that a lot of times governments impose ways in which we understand this, and don't really take into account the local community perspectives about what we want that community to look like and how we want that engagement to look like. And so I'm going to answer it first in English, and then I'll respond. Le voy a responder en español un momentito, voy a responder en inglés. Sí, ok. Bueno, igual me gustaría responder en español, pero Colombia, en vecinos. So I guess the answer to that as a comment is that part of this initiative, the goal is to, when we talk about resilient outcomes, to make sure that those outcomes are driven by what people want
to be as opposed to these imposed. And that, again, is a core piece of this idea of the tropical majority, where we're leveraging the communities themselves and their knowledge and their expertise and centering that knowledge and that expertise within the ocean governance. So muchas gracias por su intervención. And also feel free to ask other panelists. I don't have to answer.
I just have an observation based on Joshina's presentation. I'm Sebastian Anton Rodriguez from India. It's amazing that she, being a marine scientist from natural sciences, has engaged with the society, into realm of social sciences. In fact, my experience has been opposite. I'm from social sciences and I've been engaging with natural sciences, because both are important when you deal with the field, because categorization into social science and natural science is no longer relevant. We need to bridge these gaps, and we need to bridge this gap very quickly. And also John Bosco's presentation about his ideas about engaging with citizen science is also very important. We need to transcend, break the boundaries between academics, within academics, and also between academics and the society. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say there's so much effort we need to do in that direction, make sure that academics are just not talking to each other, or even social scientists are just not talking to each other. I think my first cup last year, my only little critical comment was like, just felt like we're all on these panels just patting each other on the back. And there's so much more that we need to do to be out there and communicate in non-academic language to society, as you said. And within academia itself, there's so much more that needs to be done to support people who are trying to do that, because this is something that a lot of scientists do in their own time. It's something that is not acknowledged, not always appreciated, and that a lot of us are doing just because we recognize the value. And I think the more we are trying to think about effective and equitable solutions and being people positive, I think this also needs to be appreciated better. So thank you for this comment.
We have one more comment.
I wanted to just quick comment on what he has just mentioned. The integration between social science, marine science, and I want to add the other one, and politicians or governance. What my colleague was just mentioning, how to bring the governance system into the space. Most of the time you realize, as you have just said, scientists, especially marine scientists, basically all researchers, they are very much enthusiastic and focused on research, but taking it out there is very critical. I stand in the middle of all those ecosystems to ensure that what happens in the research can be pushed into the politicians for implementation. Thank you.
Sorry. You want to? So I'll just add a brief comment to that. When I was doing my PhD, I had the luck that I had so I am a marine scientist, and I had the luck that I had a good friend who was a marine anthropologist. And we realized that we were studying exactly the same communities at the same time. So both of our theses ended up complementing each other. But you are absolutely right. The next step was, how do we connect that to policy? How do we bring in the newspapers, the journalists, etc., or the communication machinery to start making that happen? And that is why I'm also so excited to be partnering with STRI. STRI is a very prominent academic institution, and the forum can offer the platform for them to learn how to connect the dots. So this is why I am really excited about this partnership.
Thank you. Very briefly, so I'm a scientist as well, but I'm a fisherman's daughter first. And so I think it's really important that we understand the people who live and your eyes on the water and the stories that you're told from your forefathers is the most accurate science and information that we have. It's just not recognized as a PhD. It is knowledge and experience that no one else in the world can buy from an institution. And so we have to elevate people with that knowledge and make them feel an important part at the table. And at the moment, in our region, if you don't have an education, a formal education or a fancy title in front of your name, you often are not engaged meaningfully in the process. And these are the champions of positive management of resources that we need to bring to the table to inform practical policy. Because the best fancy policy in the world and all science is not going to mean anything if it's not proven to actually work. And we have thousands of people who know what they're doing. We just have to give them a meaningful seat at the table. Thank you.
You want one?
Hola, soy Pamela, soy de la Patagonia chilena y represento unas áreas de pueblos originarios marinas. Yo creo que no hay divisiones entre pueblos originarios y la ciencia. Yo creo que lo que más necesitamos es unirnos y yo creo que lo que más quieren los pueblos originarios son datos. Datos de la ciencia mezclados con la sabiduría ancestral. Son un respaldo importante para los pueblos originarios la ciencia para poder validar muchas cosas, incluso que sí se validan con los pueblos originarios, pero necesitamos la ciencia. Lo que sí yo sumaría de que cuando la ciencia va a los territorios a buscar información, la devuelva a los territorios. Sí a los políticos y eso, pero al territorio muchas veces la ciencia no devuelve la información. Así también los antropólogos, cuando van a buscar información, pidan la autorización a las comunidades, porque muchas veces hasta se llevan restos. Entonces tiene que haber una comunicación y tiene que hacerse la ciencia en base al respeto a los territorios. Pero no hay una división. Yo creo que entre los pueblos y la ciencia no hay una división. Lo que tiene que haber es respeto y devolver esa información a los territorios, a los ciudadanos, a las comunidades pequeñas, también a los gobiernos, pero sin olvidarse de devolver la información que recolectan. Eso, más que nada.
Sí, muchísimas gracias. The importance of devolving, returning the information back to the communities when we work with them. Okay, so I want to close this. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you to the wonderful panelists. Hopefully we have time for a quick picture before we leave. And thank you all for the audience for being here. Appreciate it. Have a great COP.
I'll calm people down, and then I'll hand over to you. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Sorry, we're just waiting for the arrival of one of our speakers who are on the way, but in the interim, I think we're going to start. And this is the second, actually, of the sessions that have been organised under the auspices of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. It should be run for about an hour, so we'll allow for the little overrun, if that's all right. Your moderator is Giulia Carbone, who's the director of the Natural Climate Solutions Alliance. And Giulia, all yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. So, first of all, I'm Giulia Carbone. I'm the director of the Natural Climate Solution Alliance at the World Business Council. The Natural Climate Solution Alliance is designed to catalyze more demand for high-quality natural climate solutions carbon credits. And the thought is, how can we have a day dedicated to business, so today is Business Action Day, without talking about the voluntary carbon market? We know this has been part of the conversation in many sessions in the past few days. And the role of business is critical. And therefore, we decided to also add a session on the voluntary carbon market and the role that the voluntary carbon market plays in financing nature today during this Business in Action Day. So we will not cover all the aspects about the infrastructure of the market because these have been covered in many other sessions. Today we want to really zoom in into the role of business. But this, I just want to mention that there are a lot of infrastructures out there that have been developed in the past 12 months that should really make us feel comfortable in using the voluntary carbon market. And let me just mention two in particular. One is the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market that has issued the core carbon principles and assessment framework, which helps the supply side of the voluntary carbon market to develop integrity and to be developed with integrity. I'm very proud of being a board member of that. And then there is the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, which has launched the Claim Code of Practice, which covers the integrity on the demand side, so on the use of the credit. So the market is in a very different place than it was over 12 months ago. We are now on the road. We are on this, what they call now VCM 2.0. The role of business is central in making the market work. Businesses that purchase credits and businesses that invest in credits. So we are going to have a very busy hour with a lot of panelists. I'm going to switch between three different panelists. I don't know who is in the audience. We might have other businesses that are interested in buying credits. So if you are in the audience, please come to me afterwards. I can tell you how the NCS Alliance can help you. We might have NGOs, we might have project developers, we might have standards. The session is for all of you because I think central, and this is what the brief to our speakers is to talk about quality, how the businesses can give an impetus for more high quality, high integrity credits. So we are going to have three panels. The first one will focus on Brazil and a little bit of an exchange about what is happening in Brazil. Then the second one, we are going to have two testimonials from two companies that have really already purchased for a number of years carbon credits of nature type of carbon credits. And at the end, we are going to have a panel that is going to have a reflection, but also think about at the system level, the things that work and the things that could improve. In the meantime, let me see what is happening here. Where am I supposed to point this? No? There? Oh, welcome. Okay. All right, so well, first of all, let me welcome the first panel. And I'd like to have here with me, we are going to have Marli Santos, Superintendent of Management and Environmental Public Policy on the state of Tocantins in Brazil. Nice to have you. Then we are going to have Mala Paivi, Executive Vice President of Sustainability at Vale. And I'm going to try to move the slides. Excellent. And Enric Ardeiru, Global Head of Environmental Products of Mercuria. Thank you very much. So, three speakers and a focus on Brazil. And then we are going to move in 15 minutes to more a corporate lens. So I'm going to ask you questions from here. First of all, we are going to talk about a specific project, and I'm really not sure how this is moving. Why is it not moving fast enough? or maybe I'm too fast for the slides. Okay. So the question is really how the voluntary carbon market can support the aspiration of a country and a state. And this is really the question for you first, Merrily, to understand, into countries, how are you integrating the voluntary carbon market? I'm so sorry, you have to, I'm turning like this. How are you using, and you have just signed, well, not just, but a few months ago, signed an agreement with Mercuria, and we are going to talk with Enric about that. But it's really about understanding from a government perspective, from a financial perspective, how do you see the role of the voluntary carbon market, and in the context of the policies that you are implementing?
Good morning, everybody. It's, how can I explain? We have a policy designing in 2019 and presented in COP of Madrid. It's a 20 years strategy, low carbon strategy to developing Tocantins state in the Amazon region. And we didn't have support, financial support to implement that strategy. So we wrote a project, a program, Jurisdictional RED Plus project, and it was hard to find somebody to support financially the strategy. Our strategy has 4 components. One is economic components, bioeconomy, cattle ranch economy, and the other components of our strategy was social, with working with indigenous people. We have here there 9 ethnic group, and we have 48 Black American people there, and small farmers. But we didn't have support for them. And the third component is infrastructure, and the fourth component is environment, in order to implement the national forest law. So we were working to find somebody to support us. And we deliver a call for proposal to find somebody as a voluntary to support us in that process. We find Mercuria. And Mercuria asked us to register our credit in a standard, that is RT3 standard, and we start to provide all information in order to register our credit. We reduced an emission from 2016 to 2020. And we make an agreement to reduce the future emissions, I mean, from 2020 to 2030. It's a great challenge, because we are in an area that's agriculture pressure is high, and we have a poverty, in high-level poverty there. So, and we have to provide and prove for everybody that our credit is with high integrity. So it's too much work to do. We have to monitoring, we have to make and prove that we are using and provide safeguards for every group, social group. We have to prove that we share benefits, and Mercurius help us with this process, not only financially, but also to support us in technical discussion with the global standard that is RT3s. So we are working with all communities in order to discuss how they will use the investments, how they plan the investment, what they need more, not just share for family. No, we have to think about a state program that will benefit everybody at the same time. And we think that voluntary market is the way we can provide that service for Amazon region. And we're thanks to Mercuria to support us technically and financially.
Well, thank you very much. I think this is a great testimonial of where does the whole market starts from. The market is a mean to an end, and you clearly talked about what is the challenge, where the problems at the state level that you were trying to solve, and how the market is a mechanism to get there, right? So you mentioned Mercuria. So Eric, thank you for being here. I'm quoting from your website. Mercuria is one of the world leading independent energy and commodity group. Commodity. So what is the link to, between the core of the core business and investment in forest conservation? And are you saying that these credits are going to become commodities?
Good question. So I guess our business is kind of across the energy space. We have basically a commitment as a company that 50% by 2025 needs to be energy transition. We already achieved that in 2022. And that's mainly in areas like, critical battery metals, for example, things like waste to power, waste to bio. And one of the discussions we had is we're covering, key elements of the energy transition, but we are not invested in nature. And that's one area that, we thought it was underinvested. So we decided as a company to both invest from a traditional, more commodity offtake with upfront finance, but also guarantees in terms of buying, but also to invest on the equity side. So we put our own money, $500 million of our own funding to develop projects, mainly with a strong focus on restoration. That's part of the things we're doing now, but we're also active on RED. On the RED side, our focus has been more on the jurisdictional side, because we think it's both, it covers the landscape, and we need to move to landscapes, but also it is compatible with private sector projects, and that's always important because there's not, there's a limited understanding, I would say, on that. So it's making sure that kind of both are compatible. And then, Mercuria itself uses, so we offset our scope 1 and 2 emissions, but we have a lot of customers that want high integrity credits and don't necessarily want to take the risk of putting the capital up front for this. So we're doing that. We're taking our own risk. That's the initial pool of money that has been allocated to this internally. But we're very open to partnerships. We're very easy to work with. We co-invest with others because that's one way to achieve scale. And then maybe on your second question around commodities is, carbon, in a way, now is not a commodity. And it's always like I've been in so many discussions where, everyone says, well, commodity for nature is like good or bad. Over the long term, I hope it becomes a commodity because that means that there's a lot of scale. And it doesn't mean that you cannot differentiate different types of credits. The market will always differentiate different types of credits, but commoditizing it means that it has reached a certain scale. There's a lot of infrastructure around it. There's exchanges that support it. There's standards that are very defined. Right now, we're not there because we've been through a journey of issues around, is this credit good or bad? How are we doing from an integrity perspective? And the market is developing this now. It's been kind of, there's a lot of bad press that has come up, but there's a lot of good projects out there. And I think that's, for us, is the key, is drive that kind of integrity in the market so that it becomes such a big scale that we can say it's commodity and no one is afraid of saying the word.
No, it's fine. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. So going back to the question about finding, we can talk about commodity over a glass of wine later. But now talking about really when you're saying diversifying and differentiating the high quality, good projects. So Vale, Malu, what are you doing? What is the role for buying, when you go buy and buy credits? How can you, how you're defining high quality? What actions are you taking? So what is your company policy on this?
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I am from Vale, a mining company. We produce iron ore, nickel, and copper. And going through a huge internal transformation. And in this transformation, the environmental and social lens became really part of the strategy. And on this sense, when you are talking about high credit, it's a key, for me, it's key for anything that we are going to do from now on. We have a nature-based solution portfolio. We are coming from investing on a company. We are partners with other big companies on biomas, aiming to restore 4 million hectares in 20 years, going from big land space to small. As we go to Belterra, a small startup working in the Amazon, looking after medium and small farm holders, okay? So how can we choose when you have such a portfolio, and we do believe that we need to have this range of portfolio, what our criteria are? First of all, everything we do has to generate value for society and for the environment. So this is the first criteria. We don't believe that's possible to look only after the environmental issues. We don't have time. We have to look after both. So it also gives you already some complications because the social is not that clear on the measurement as the environmental one. So this is the first thing. The second thing is that we impact nature. We have a conscious about it, and we want more than mitigate, more than compensate. We really want to generate value. So we are working very much on degraded areas where you can really see how much you are adding to that part. And I think we have been working with Red Plus projects. We bought some credits about it. We are not buying more credits now. That was our only exercise. We are working on the development of our own credit, let's say, opportunities. But I think that the key word for what's going on today is transparency. Okay? We want something that's robust, but we have to assume that it is still under development. Nobody has all the answers, but a lot of people has a lot of doubts. You know, trust is one of the biggest issues that we have when we are talking about sustainability issues. How much is it a greenwashing? You know better than me. Okay? So how can you avoid it? So for me, transparency is the first thing. The second thing is that be open to partner up. Nobody's solving anything by he or herself. So I think to be open to share, like you were sharing now, you know, to share the failures, to share the success, you know, and have as much as possible people on the debate, dialoguing with society as well, with communities, not only with the specialists, but with the ones that are really being impacted, positive or negative by it. So for me, the word transparency and the word partnerships, they are going to be the most important, I think, factors for this learning phase until we have something that's really, you know, bulletproof, let's say. That it's not. It's still under development. We don't have the time to wait it to be 100% ready and proven, and then we are going to start to use. I think that's the challenge that our generation has. We are conscious. We are conscious about the challenge that we are facing. That we have to do something about it, and we have to be mature enough to deal, you know, with this maturing phase still.
No, thank you very much. I think we are going to quote you. We don't have time. And we have to start doing, you know, and taking action even if things are not perfect. Yeah. And, you know, making sure that things improve, but, you know, action now. And I think this is where we want to be. So I have one more question for each of you very quickly. First of all, with you, Enric, just quickly about monitoring and evaluation, and especially monitoring on the ground. What technology, how you're doing that, and I know you have a key, you know, partner as well there to look into the monitoring, and how, you know, how are you developing that?
Yeah, so as Marley said, we don't just come with finance, we also come with technical expertise. So for example, we bought a company in Brazil specialist in biodiversity and restoration. We partner also, we have our own remote sensing data that we share also with everyone we work with, high resolution imagery. We're also working, when we don't have the technology in-house, we also support it. We work with a company called Clores in Tocantins to develop all the infrastructure from a remote sensing perspective. So it's really having everything, because what we find is, you know, everyone thinks that it's an issue about getting the right funding, but it's actually having everything, all the different expertise, including the social component, and that's the only way you make these projects a success. But it's not easy. It takes time, it takes patience, and it takes the right partnerships.
Time and patience, really important words. Malu, just a question to you again is, I know Vale is a member of the CEBEDES, which CEBEDES is the partner, is the WBCSD national chapter. And I know CEBEDES has been working on building capacity, especially in the Amazon. Could you give us a little bit about what are the actions that a national association can take to promote more demand?
I think the first one is the reason of existence. That's to really articulate the sector, right, towards some causes. In this case, we have a very clear one when you are talking about NBS or restoration, whatever. So for me, CEBEDS and the World Business Council on two different dimensions. They have a complementary dimension, I think. They help us to talk about the theme itself, you know, because we come from different contexts. So if you don't have someone helping us to focus on what we are really supposed to deliver, you will always have your context overcoming your goal in this group. So CEBEDS as an articulation type of organization, I think that help us to focus, help us to keep it on the technical side and articulate the sector with government mainly, also with the third sector. But I think that plays a role in the case of CEBEDS, of helping us to talk to the necessary public sector professionals, knows where to go, has the credibility to be listened, you know, and help us to find the best solution, help us even to share costs. Also, it's important because sometimes by your own you cannot do that, but when you get together, you make it possible, right, as a partnership. And the same goes, but with different impact on the World Business Council. So being part of those organizations, I think it's always help you to move faster in the wrong direction and very cost-effective way, I would say.
And by the way, thank you because I know you took the procurement guide that we have developed with BCG and translated in Portuguese. So thank you for doing that. So a final question to you about what are the lessons if you were to in a round table with other governments and state managers, what would you tell them to do? I mean, what would be your main recommendations to move forward?
My main recommendation is please start to find a partner to help you to reduce emission by deforestation and degradation. And how to do that? Just be in partner with technical group and financial group and create a high integrity project, jurisdictional project to support your community, to support debate with agribusiness sectors, and to share benefits with communities. Because if you involve everybody in a governance of the project, we will have a long-term process where everybody will be compromised to reduce emission and to create high quality for the communities and reduce emission at the same time. And I said to that governors, please start to find somebody to support you in that process.
So maybe soon we can create a coalition of governors that have jurisdictional approaches for exchanging best practices. So thank you very much. A round of applause to our colleagues from Brazil. Thank you for contributing. And now we are moving to two corporates, BCG and Amazon, to talk about their experience. So I'm going to steal one piece. And does it work? Okay. Well, let me start with this. Okay, we have Paulina Ponce de Leon, director and partner at Boston Consulting Group. Thanks, Paulina, for being here. And Jamie Mulligan, head of corporate neutralization, science and strategy at Amazon. So I asked them really to give us an overview, like really a testimonial, kind of a TED talk about what is their experience in using carbon credits of nature type, so natural climate solutions, what we call NCS. And really giving, to tell us their story, their journey, what have been the problems, what have been the successes, what they see the future coming. And this was my brief, so they have no slides, which is great. It's really, they're gonna have a heart-to-heart with you. And let's start with Paulina. And we have another, 20 minutes on this, and we'll maybe get some questions, but let's start with you, Paulina, in the meantime.
So I'll start with what BCG is doing. Okay. Hi, everyone. It's very good to be here. For those that don't know BCG, BCG is a management and consulting company. The bulk of our emissions is scope 3 because of travel. What we've done is set a net zero strategy by 2030. And what this involves is very much reducing our emissions. First and foremost, we have set a science-based target, so we're aligned with that. This includes a 50% intensity reduction on our travel emissions. But then on top of that, we are investing in nature and we are investing in engineered solutions. So part of what we've done is really purchase carbon credits, both avoidance and removals, that will take us through 2030 and make sure that we're having an impact on nature. I think part of what is really important here is a focus on high integrity. And for us, that means having that assurance that the climate impact is happening, but also that the nature and people side of the equation is being delivered on. We can talk about how we go about that, but overall, that's our strategy for managing our impact on climate.
Yeah, I was going to talk for much longer, but now I feel like I have to truncate it. We'll go back and forth. Okay, all right. That sounds good. Hi, my name is Jamie. I'm head of carbon neutralization at Amazon. Just maybe a couple comments about carbon offsetting, the enterprise of beyond value chain mitigation, compensation, neutralization. I didn't bring my thesaurus with me today, but this type of activity. We have two hard realities in the corporate world when we look at climate change. There's no way we solve climate change unless big companies like Amazon reduce their own emissions at a pace that's aligned with science-based pathways to the IPCC, to the Paris targets. There's no offsetting your way out of it. There's no shortcuts to be had. So Amazon is investing very aggressively on that front. We're now the world's largest corporate buyer of renewable energy. We have, I think, about 23 gigawatts online, not RECs, PPAs. We're purchasing renewable power. That's as much energy as is on the grid in Belgium. We have a $2 billion venture capital fund for climate technologies. We're investing in everything from green hydrogen to low carbon cement to electrification in aviation. We are electrifying our last mile delivery fleet. I won't go on. There's a long list. That is an imperative, and this enterprise cannot be used to trade off. Okay? I think the concept of offsetting, even the word, implies we're making trade-offs to save money, and we'll never get there if that's what we're doing here. So we have an obligation under the Climate Pledge. Amazon is a member of the Climate Pledge along with 450 other companies, and it's growing, to decarbonize our footprint, full stop, in line with the science. But there's another hard reality, which is that even if we succeed in doing that, and there's risk in this, it's not linear, it's hard, we're also not going to solve climate change without a massive increase in finance. And it's going to have to come from the private sector for all of the things. You know, we go back to the science. We look at the removals that will be needed by mid-century is massive, massive, and we're nowhere near there. We're not even on track. And before you get there, we have to end deforestation this decade, not in 2050, not in 2040 when our commitment comes due. 2030, we have to stop global deforestation. We're just never going to get there, no matter what companies do in their value chain. We'll never get there unless we massively increase finance. So we also have an obligation to step in and to begin, and the carbon market is the mechanism for that. It's not an excuse not to decarbonize. It is a contribution to global climate action, and it's urgently needed. The carbon market, I'm just going to keep going. I don't know. I'm on a roll. All right. So Amazon had nothing to do with the carbon market until we founded the Climate Pledge in 2019, and then we realized we're going to have to figure that out. That's the mechanism to go beyond our decarbonization. What does that look like? They hired me, and we have a team now. We took stock of it. it is, people talk about the quality issues. It's really small. It's very small. It's been growing quickly, kind of year over year. A little bit faltering now, but it's very small. It's not a scaled solution yet, and it is rife with quality issues. We're in the middle of what I coined a few years ago as the Great Reckoning on quality in the carbon market. I can't buy carbon credits in the legacy market today and have trust that I've created the impact that I want to achieve, and I have no interest in wasting money and spending real money outside of our value chain on carbon credits that don't really represent what they claim. I don't think there is actually some nefarious activity, but most of it is. The market was developed to channel more money from corporates for good stuff, and it's done that. It was never really. I don't think it was really conceived of as an engine. One of the engines to help us meet the Paris targets, and now we're calling on it to do that. So it needs to transform. So I try not to get too upset about where it's been. It's in a state of transformation. We're going to help it transform. Why don't I pause there, and then we can talk about what we're investing in. And
well,
yeah.
I have a question for you, but first I'll share a little bit about how we are managing that risk, because I think, like any company, we want to do the right thing. We want to get the right return on investment, especially on the impact side. But like you said, there are a lot of issues out there. It's not all problems. There are good things going on. We as BCG we've set up a team as well. We do our own due diligence. We are relying on raters, so we partner with Silvera, for example, but there are others out there. We also partner with Pachama to get a constant review of basically how are the deforestation trends evolving. We're trying to get all of that information, but it's a lot of work. And we are in a privileged position where we can invest to have that team put together and really invest day and night looking at what's working and what's not, learning. We know that not every company can do that, which is why we developed the Buyer's Guide in collaboration with the NCS Alliance. But it's really a team effort. That's how we manage it. I'd love to hear a little bit more about how Amazon manages the risk as well.
I think we have a bit of a peculiar approach at Amazon. The market is, the high integrity market is in its nascency. I don't yet trust anybody to do our due diligence for us, to be honest. So we have our own science team. We have our own in-house team. I think we're one of the few corporates that don't outsource to consultants and others. So that's a lot of work. But what we do is we set our top priorities for where we want to be investing. Just quickly on that, reducing deforestation is our top priority because I've already covered and you all know. But we're also looking ahead, and we have sort of an expectation that the availability of truly additional credits from the avoidance sector will diminish over time after we've saved the rainforest, and we're going to have to turn to removals. So we're also investing in nature-based carbon removal and restoration agroforestry, and we're also investing in direct air capture. And we'll expand from there, our portfolio. But in those three segments, we're not just buying what's there. We go back to the whiteboard and the science, and we say, how do you do rigorous impact evaluation in an intervention like this? And then we look out and see what are the standards and methodologies that are already out there, and relative to our approach, where are the gaps, where are the vulnerabilities? And then we figure out how do you close that gap and operationalize a market-based mechanism to source credits that meet our bar. And in the case of our trees, that meant identifying the non-HFLD non-removals protocol that I have confidence in. In the case of restoration, it meant working intensively with Vera on their new ARR methodology, but also we convened an external group of experts, including vehement market critics, and on a consensus basis came up with a set of additional requirements. It's called Abacus, and that's going to be a market label that project developers will have to meet these additional requirements to have that label, and we're telling all of our project developers, you have to get that label to sell to Amazon. And we're in the process of doing the same with direct air capture. So we really, it's back to first principles for us. We need to have conviction. Our bar is our scientists have to have conviction ourselves that this is a fair representation of the impact that we've achieved.
Wow. So first of all, I would say thank you for the role that you have been playing in the sector is incredible, and I think in the future, maybe 10 years from now, when smaller companies will get into the business, they will have to realize, they will see that a lot of the quality and integrity is also thanks to the companies that were leaders in that basically had the first movers basically in this space, and you invested so much. So what do you think what is your recommendation then for the medium size? I know Amazon also has a very important program, the Climate Pledge, and also Passport, to help companies that don't have the capacity and maybe the conviction yet to get into this space, right? What would be your message to them?
Yeah, well, when we set our net zero commitment, we didn't just do it ourselves. We co-founded the Climate Pledge, and the idea was, this is really hard, and companies are going to need to collaborate. We're going to need to do it together. So that's grown quite a bit. As I mentioned, we have 450 other companies, and our ethos there is Amazon has. It's not just Amazon. There are other companies that, in other sectors, and in a variety of ways, are trailblazing. And they can share those lessons and those resources and those assets with other companies. And that's the case in carbon market land. And I was on a panel the other day for Climate Pledge companies talking about how we can initiate real collaboration. Small and mid-sized businesses, even big businesses, maybe with different profit margins, aren't going to be able to invest in the in-house resources that Amazon has in this space. We recognize that. They recognize that. They don't have to. They can work with us. And that's an offer through the Climate Pledge.
Yeah, I would say two things. One, there is a lot of noise out there about carbon markets and about nature-based solutions. At the same time, there's a lot of work to increase the integrity of the marketplace and to really make sure that the solutions that last and that win in the future are the ones that are delivering impact. So please trust that there's good work going on there. The second piece is you really don't have to do it on your own. So we do have great resources. There's the buyer's guide. There's a lot more stuff out there, people willing to talk with you. And so if you don't have a big team, if you're getting started, whether it's just understanding what your emissions are and how to go about it, or whether you're ready to engage in investing in nature-based solutions and more, there are many people that are willing to help. And so please, again, don't do it alone and engage.
So thank you, Paulina, for, I should actually say that the Natural Climate Solution Alliance has also launched the NCS Procurement Hub, which is really a space, and we are collaborating with the Climate Pledge and their platform, which is called Passport, to create a place for businesses where they can learn about specifically NCS and the voluntary carbon market. It's free for businesses, it's a safe place where they can ask any question, including commenting and exchanging about projects and about their doubts and their also expectations. So if you're a businesses and you're interested in joining that, please talk to me afterwards. So now I will just ask everybody to give you a round of applause for your fantastic contribution, and really thank you for your contribution, not just today, but also really in moving the space, the financing scheme through the voluntary carbon market for natural climate solutions. As you said, we need forests today and not in 2040, definitely not. We need to conserve them today and start also restoring nature today. So thank you very much for your help. And now we have 10 more minutes to, for the next panel, just to give us a round of just final reflections from a more system perspective. And this I'm going to call Maria Mendeluce, the CEO of Women Business Coalition. Thank you, Maria. And also Isaac from Carbon Tanzania, Isaac Bryson, project manager of Yaida project at the Carbon Tanzania, to give us a little bit about your reflection about what is happening on the ground. Let me make sure that I can first change the slides. Yes, I can. Fantastic. Okay. First of all, to you, Maria, you have, thanks to the global corporate stock take, you know how fast businesses are going. We have a good understanding of, we know that, we have seen what is the gap from a government perspective, but we also know we have a good idea from a business perspective. So from your perspective, from your viewpoint, what do you think is the role of the voluntary carbon market?
Well,
I don't need to tell you that we're not doing very well in terms of emissions. They keep growing, even though there are many solutions that also are growing very fast, like renewables. And so we are in a critical moment. Here, the flavor of this COP is the conversation around fossil to clean. You know, are we going to finally call things by their name and stop, you know, and put an end date for the use of fossil fuels? And this is what we are mostly talking about these days, right? There is an undercurrent conversation around voluntary carbon markets, and with the launch of ICVM and VCMI, we're starting to give better signals to the players on what high integrity investments in this field look like. And I'm sure there's really good investments that are already happening without those, but the reality is that, yes, this part of the conversation, you know, has had a very difficult and a lot of criticism in the past few years. Now, I'm an energy person, so I'm always a bit humble when I talk about these topics. But to me, I cannot see a future without a massive acceleration of investment in nature and in voluntary carbon markets. And we just, as a community, we need to give the rules of the game so that they are clear. I also was very intrigued, and I have heard this, what Amazon has said. You just need to know who you trust, okay? I mean, this needs to be a high integrity market, but I can't see our way in the future without a solid carbon. So in my view, and when I hear Andrea and others, I mean, it takes courage, right? In a moment when there is so much criticism, to go on Amazon the same and to say, no, you know, we're going forward because we have a vision and this is the future, right? And I think as a community, it's also, yeah, the energy community is quite tough, right? But this one, it's even tougher, right? And every time, you know, you start to talk with a different segment, and I'm like, oh my God, we need to solve this problem together. Enough of fighting, okay? We need a bit of everybody, and we need to get to a solution and provide a clear pathway for investments in nature. And so that's how I see the role of VCM. So in some ways, I think we, you know, when there is a storm, then suddenly we can recover. And I think that's where VCM is at the moment.
Thank you, Maria. So, but just, I'll follow up with another question then, because you also have worked in corporate, as you said, you come from the energy sector. In a transition to net zero specifically, where do you see the voluntary, the purchase of carbon credits, nature or not nature? Is it something that is, that we know? I mean, I don't want to challenge you. I know you are going to say it's a complement, exactly, but how much of a complement, and when should it kick in? Where are we going? I mean, how do we get to the volume of change that we need today with the voluntary carbon market and internal decarbonization?
So I also sit on the board of SBTI, and I know that that have been very critical discussions around this. I personally, I think, obviously there is the mitigation hierarchy. Companies need to decarbonize first. And they need to invest in voluntary carbon markets or in other mechanisms to accelerate emission reductions. I think as a community, we need to do better to provide a good understanding from the GHG protocol, SBTI, VCM, ICVM, on how much should be invested in voluntary carbon markets in addition to the deep decarbonization. And the ecosystem marketplace report that was published, and I'm sure you're all familiar with, clearly shows that companies that are investing in voluntary carbon markets are decarbonizing 2 times faster than others. There's really good data in that report that shows that this is not a freak out of jail. This is about future-proofing your decarbonization journey. And the earliest you start, the better. Now, I hope that the ecosystem will provide you that guidance as soon as possible. but I don't see a world where companies can ignore that the second part of the journey, which is to accelerate investments in VCM.
Thank you, Maria. So this is a very good perspective of what is happening at the system level, right? What is, how the pieces come together, or how they should come together in even more to improve the system. But let's go down to the field where things happen, right? Where change happens. And Isaac, I really like to hear, share with the public. You are from a community, but you are also from a project developer. You work, so you understand NCS very well. Could you give us an overview of what are the benefits, but also what are the risks? And then the next question will be, but then how do you address the risk, right? And this is a group of friends that it will be as honest as possible in telling also what things that haven't worked and what can we do better, especially the businesses, the investors, what can they do better to deliver the real benefits on the ground?
Okay, thank you. As I have mentioned, my name is Isaac Bryson. I'm from Yaeda Valley, the home of the hunter and gatherers, the Hazabe, the people with bow and arrow. Yeah, in northern Tanzania there. For several years, since our ancestors, almost 40,000 years ago, we have hosted Yaeda Valley. We have been closely living friendly with nature because we depend for the daily traditional lifestyle for hunting and gathering. Also, for some decades, we have our fellows come and shifted, and we have been living together, the pastoralists. So we have like a unique interaction between hunter and gatherers, as well as those pastoralists. But all our life is very connected to nature. In general, for sometimes we founded a little studied invasion of the strangers looking for farming opportunities. And others, even they started to engage in poaching issues. So these farming issues and little started farming issues and these poaching issues started to shake our hunting and gathering as well as pastoralist life. So there is where we responded through several assembly meetings and we decided to formulate a rescue program for such challenges. And the rescue program was to develop a land plan and the acquisition of the customary right of occupants. Then our government of Tanzania supported us. Then we got those certificates to recognize our ancestral land, and we found that we have a foundation now to defend our land. So from 2010 is a time where we decided to start a carbon offsetting project with the contract partnership with Carbon Tanzania. This project has been very compatible with our way of life because we conserved our ancestral forest, a natural forest, and then we are reducing the emission, then we are getting paid. Those payments, the monetary revenue that has been flowing since 2011 to date is like 12 years. It has saved us in so many issues. Health issues, as we know, we have bow and arrow, we don't have the cash. So when we got a serious illness, like to be sent to the admission to the hospitals for serious treatment, all the costs are being covered by these revenues. But in education, we have 100 of students now and few at the college now. We are benefiting through these revenues. Also in governance issue in community, all the cost of running governance issues, meetings, because we are doing issue in transparent way, in meetings, all the costs are being covered by this. Also, we have started developing this local developmental project, like building schools for that kids they can go to school, building the dispensaries, police station, and so on. So it was through these revenues. So this revenue has played a great role. Also, the project have been having a non-monetary benefit because we are hunter and gatherers, as well as those pastoralists. We are depending on nature. So we have started this project since 2010. We have developed a system of employing the youth. More than 1/3 of my youth have been employed for the purposes of as a game rangers at the community level to take to make daily operation to check the security of our forest if it's going well or not. according to the agreement that we have made during the assembly meetings. But in general, the program is going well. So through this project, we have seen that our culture, lifestyle, apart from monetary issue, our culture lifestyle, because the forest is improving, the animals now are increasing, the pasture now is growing, is available. So we have seen this project is defending even our lifestyle. Apart from that cultural aspect, also we have seen this project is playing a great role to make us to be recognized internationally, even locally, even to the national government, that we have the land, we are playing the role to secure the natural forest, and the natural forests are playing the role to solve the climate impact issues. So we have been being recognized in several aspects in different levels. So we have seen this project is very beneficial to us. We have proceeded receiving several benefits, though we have some few challenges as we move forward. And some of the risks like that we are improving our forest. So our other neighbors are trying to desire to shift to come to our forest because we have improved the nature. So in that risk, because we have employed those youth as a security mechanism, improved the security, incorporating traditional knowledge, we have been able to push or to prevent such kind of unsustainable invasion. Also, we have the government, we have the contract, we have signed the contract for this business, we have the expert, we have the community, we have the community leaders, we have the government leaders, so we are cooperating all together. When it reaches, there is a challenge that exceeds the level of my community to solve. We used to pass to our leaders, and the leaders, they come to solve our problems, because we used to pay them some little amount so that they can come to help us. So this has been so helpful. Also, the revenues has been increasing. We started with a very little revenue during 2011, but nowadays it has magnified. For the year now we are receiving almost around 1 million USD, 1 million USD, but we have 12 villages and more than 100,000 individuals looking for that, for all issues in education and what. So we have seen this is improving, and through this COP28 and the discussion that have started around the global, that it is better to support this community because they have the solution for the climate impact. We realize that the revenue will maximize, will increase, and if it will increase, it means we can shift from solving the challenges, and people now they want even individual capital to invest into their local project. To invest like women groups, minority group like blacksmith, they need some capital to invest. And we are thinking that if we can reach to the level that we can have some extra amount to loan those groups, we have to be careful on checking that the money cannot turn back to harm our culture or to harm our natural forest. And that we are thinking that it is better now for at the ground level there, we as a community and we as the first people who have little education there, to start to make awareness and education to our local people and also minority group, that when you want to develop a project, you have to develop a project of this nature. The project that does not harm culture, does not harm nature, and the project that is protecting the biodiversity, and the project that is focusing on a future defense of the climate. So we are moving gradually but successful. But still we need more support from you international decision makers so that we can able to mobilize different issues. Because, you know, we are facing a lot of challenges in our life, as I mentioned, in education, in health. Still we are not completed to solve all the problems. Even still we are incomplete in several budgets to run those programs. And we hope maybe if you can support us, those challenges cannot turn back to eat the forest. Because when these challenges happens and when there is no alternative solution to solve, we usually go to the forest. People, they used to make charcoal to get money, to go to the hospital. So if you, and baking charcoal, you can find is destructive way, but we get a little reward. And the impact are being accelerated. So this we seen it is not good, but we have seen this project, if it is well supported, if it is well implemented, if you support us, it can be an alternative way that can solve our challenges. At the same time, it can solve the climate impact challenge, and we can move all together, and the whole globe can be safe. So I'm here to request you to recognize this. Yes, it is serious issue. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really feel bad because I wish we could have you for another hour and more hours. And I think the community needs you with this type of testimonial to really say, if you're investing in, you're buying these projects, you're investing in these projects, this is what you're doing. This is the lives you're changing. And this is, you know, one project at a time, we can make a big difference. And thank you very much. That means keep investing, because pulling the plug on buying credits, is gonna have a disastrous effect. So thank you very much, Isaac, for coming. Maria, just one quick thought about, I was gonna ask you something else, but now I'm just gonna ask you a thought about, you know, what is your reflection? I know you actually are a donor, you're a donor to the NCS Alliance, for which I'm very grateful. But so what do you feel like, you know, what is the future for this market, and how you're planning to continue working on this topic?
Yes, so I'm very committed. By the way, I used to work where Julia works, and I was behind the creation of the NCS Alliance. And I have to say that big kudos, Julia, because you have taken this alliance to the place where it needs to be, and with the testimonies that we need to have, and to talk about the hard things that we need to speak. And you're doing it very graciously, and I really appreciate the partnership. So I work with Women Business, and as I mentioned before, Women Business mobilize companies to climate action, and we're very proud that there are 14,000 companies that have set either science-based targets or have joined the SME Climate Hub. I am very committed with the nature agenda, personally, and through my professional career. And for me, what I'm going to spend the next year is trying to work with the ecosystem so that we can provide, you know, a better architecture that is fit for purpose at this moment in time. We are not reducing emissions. We need to reduce emissions. There are many projects, and we're hearing with a lot of passion, that can reduce emissions today. And we need to figure out a way that those do not stop the deep decarbonization of companies, but can enable the deep decarbonization of companies. And that companies continue to invest, because they are going to continue to invest in reducing their 3 scopes emissions, and there is a role to invest in voluntary carbon markets. So I encourage you to continue to work with Julia and with many other organizations that are working on this space, to sort out the differences that might exist, and to come up united, you know, as you know, the beautiful messaging that we see here. Change is in our nature, so let's change happen so that the investment flows to where it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you all for coming. If you're not on the LinkedIn of the NCS Alliance, is there, please follow us so you get all the updates. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are wishing to continue your networking, please could you do so outside the pavilion? Otherwise, we are keen to ensure that the seating is available for the next session. So if you are going to network, please do it outside. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to one of this afternoon's sessions here in the Nature Positive Pavilion. This one is being run under the auspices of Business for Nature. And if you could make yourselves comfortable, come in if you're at the back, please do, and take a seat. Thank you very much indeed. That being the case, I can now introduce the moderator for this session, which is Eva Zabi. And Eva is the Chief Executive Officer of Business for Nature. Eva, all yours.
Thank you so much. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Hi. How are you all doing? Nice and cool here, hot. So today, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. Today, we're going to be focusing on nature strategies. And of course, this is in the context of nature being a must-have in any credible climate plan, and the fact that we can't achieve the Paris Agreement without tackling nature loss. So you know why you're here. I can't see Steve, so we're going to give Steve Waygood from Aviva Investors the floor when he arrives at an appropriate time. But the plan for the next 60 minutes is I'll give a few intro remarks, then my wonderful colleague Michael is going to go through the It's Now for Nature campaign. Who here has heard of the It's Now for Nature campaign? Yay, great. So lots of you. For those of you who haven't yet, this is your chance to learn more, and you will be well equipped with all the information, hopefully after this session, to go away and help develop a nature strategy. We'll have a little powwow with Sue from CDP and Emma from PwC about why companies should develop a nature strategy. And then we'll hear from two companies, Christina from IKEA and Fernanda from Natura & Co. Unfortunately, Mare from Conservation International is not available anymore. And then we'll have time for Q&A. How does that sound? Good? Great. That's me. Business for Nature is a global coalition of over 85 partner organizations. You'll see a number of you probably have to stand up to see all of them, but essentially, most of our partners are business associations like the WBCSD, World Economic Forum, International Chamber of Commerce. We have a lot of national business organizations as well, part of our network. And we have some of the world's leading NGOs and think tanks that have a track record of working with business, like WWF, the Nature Conservancy, CI, many of you in the room here. And our mission is to drive business action and policy ambition towards a nature-positive economy for all by 2030. Now, the end of last year, Global Biodiversity Framework adopted. You all know this. Question is, how are business and finance going to contribute to achieving the targets in the Global Biodiversity Framework and the overall mission to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030. And with this is not, Steve is not here, so we will snap on and come to it. So obviously, the answer of one of the ways companies and financial institutions can contribute is by taking action and framing it in a strategy. And with that, it's my great pleasure to hand over to Michael Ofosuene-Weiss, who's our business action senior manager at Business for Nature. Here you are, Michael.
Thank you very much, Eva. When I was coming into this venue today, I didn't think I would be stepping in for the CEO of Aviva, but I think it's great. It's always great to get a spontaneous promotion. So hopefully I can do him justice. It is my pleasure to talk to you all about the Now for Nature campaign, which we launched in October this year. The Now for Nature campaign, and I'll just quickly take you through, is our effort, is a global campaign, a global joint campaign with the aim of rallying businesses of all sizes from all geographies to contribute meaningfully towards a nature-positive future by 2030. We want to use this campaign as a vehicle to get companies to develop and publish credible nature strategies. Supporting the campaign, we have developed the Nature Strategy Handbook. So just before that, I will actually say that this campaign I mentioned has been developed by Business for Nature, and our collective 85 plus partner organizations. Just to iterate, I see Capitals Coalition here, WBCSD, a few other partners that have really supported us. In fact, when we're developing this campaign, which started all the way back in last year, December, we came together to decide how do we collectively rally businesses to make sure that we're driving the much needed momentum to deliver on a nature positive future. So as part of this campaign, we have developed now the Nature Strategy Handbook, which draws on one big collective effort, which many of you will also know, the ACT-D process. We're asking companies to assess, commit, transform, and disclose. And together, this is known as the high-level business actions. The handbook also builds on the WBCSD's Nature Positive Roadmap to Nature Positive Future. And those of you who were in some of the earlier sessions developed by WBCSD, you would have heard all about that. You would have also seen that together with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development and the World Economic Forum, we also developed and launched in September the sector overviews, which is a collection of 12 different sector overviews, which we've developed to help companies identify the impacts, dependencies, and more importantly, the priority actions that they can develop or they can take now to contribute meaningfully to a nature positive future. So all of that resource we've built together and worked with PwC, and I've seen Emma here. They've supported us in developing the Nature Strategy Handbook, which is a practical guide that includes the different components of a nature strategy, which builds on ACT-D. It includes recommendations on what to include in your nature strategy, and very importantly, the specific resources that will help companies as they go through this process of developing and publishing their nature strategy. For the companies in the room, I just want to see if there are any of you that have already developed a nature strategy. For the companies in the room, okay, I see a few hands. Great. From our work, the campaign is asking businesses to publish board or C-suite approved nature strategies using COP16 as a first milestone, and we'll be working towards 2030. So this is really a long-term campaign, a 7-year campaign where we're working with companies, taking them on that step-by-step journey to make sure that they deliver. But we know that it's not going to be easy, so it's going to happen in phases. And we foresee the first phase being businesses developing and publishing a credible and ambitious nature strategy based on the best available science. So there's no excuse. We know we have a lot of resources now. We need to get started today. Over time, businesses will work to deliver on their strategy by taking action, prioritizing action to reduce their negative impact, and of course, working to amplify their positive impact. And then, like I mentioned, over time, we will also work to update and refine nature strategies with evolving best practice. So what we're calling on all companies here today is to get started now, develop your nature strategy, and publish it through the Now for Nature campaign. Once you're submitting that, you need to go to the www.nowfornature.org. There's a suite of information to help you do that. But companies that have submitted their nature strategy ahead of COP16 will be published on this website, and we will basically look for the following requirements to make sure that companies that submit their strategies are represented. The first one is a materiality assessment to identify material impact, dependencies, risks, and opportunities. We also want companies to make sure that within their strategies, they have identified smart targets which are aligned, very importantly, with the material impact, dependencies, risks, and opportunities. We want the strategy to also include specific actions, or actions to achieve those smart targets, which are in line. So you see how I'm building on here. Assessments in line with material impact and dependencies, smart targets in line with those impact and dependencies, actions to achieve those smart targets, and very importantly, yesterday, Mark is here, we had a really good discussion on accountability, making sure that the C-suite or board is held accountable for this strategy, so making sure that we have board and C-suite approval. So all of this will be looked at when we look at strategies that companies develop and publish through the Now for Nature campaign. So, like I mentioned, this is how you get involved. Please go to join the campaign, submit your company's nature strategy on the Now for Nature website, www.nowfornature.org. And I'm going to reiterate again because the campaign is really asking companies, where is nature in your business strategy? Get started now. Don't let later become never, because we need to get started now. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. And let's do an action replay. Business for Nature is a global... The slides are back. Now, thanks, Michael, and to all the partners who have contributed to making this a reality. I just bumped into David Cooper from the CBD, who's the interim head of the CBD. And he was, we were chatting about the strategies. He said, oh yeah, so at COP16, governments are going to come with their updated national biodiversity strategies and action plans. And through this campaign, businesses are going to come with their BSAPs, their business strategy action plans, which I thought was, you know, that's right. That's what we want to show the momentum there. So now, should we do a jealousy laugh or something? Can you hear the other pavilion? Oh, yeah. Yeah, yes. Speak louder or jealousy laugh. Maybe I'll crack a really bad joke and you'll all laugh really loudly. It wasn't a joke. Okay, it's a little bit distracting. But thank you so much. We're going to have a little chat now with Sue, who is Director of Thought Leadership at CDP, and Emma Cox, who's Global Climate Leader at PwC. And as Michael said, PwC has been really contributing to this whole campaign effort. So Sue and Emma, come on up. And maybe, I don't know if we should just stay standing up. What do you think? Are you tired? Sit.
I don't want to climb on a stool and fall off.
No, let's not. Let's just, yeah, we'll keep it quick fire here. So, Emma, maybe coming to you first. Can you please be quiet?
No, Eva, it's the same everywhere.
I know.
I mean, the whole week.
We can be a lot louder.
It's all fun.
Don't worry.
Yes, you can come closer. Microphone. Okay. So, Emma, last year, PwC launched a whole new global center for nature positive business. Have people seen this? We were wondering what influenced that decision, and are you hearing more clients starting to ask about their relationship or ask for support as they explore their relationship with nature?
Thanks, Eva. And look, it's great to be here with a room full of people passionate about nature and the importance of connecting nature and climate together. At PwC, we've been passionate about nature for a long time in practice. So we work with the World Economic Forum on the Nature Risk Rising report, which gave rise to a figure that's been much quoted about, you know, half global GDP being moderately or highly dependent on nature. And I firmly believe we can't solve the climate crisis without nature and the reverse. So earlier this year, we did launch this centre really because we've put climate at the heart of our PwC global strategy. And if we're going to put climate at the heart, we've got to put nature at the heart and a just transition and kind of everything that goes around that. What does it mean? It means that we are fully committed to playing our part in helping accelerate the development of the system around nature to enable our clients to engage. You said, are they asking us about it? They are more and more starting to ask us about it, but they also are not really quite sure where to always get started. So we see our role not only in terms of our own business, we've got to walk the talk ourselves, we've got to make sure that we take ourselves on our own nature journey, but really as a big professional services firm, where we can really help is working with our clients to help them develop those strategies, to embed that within their climate strategies, and importantly, to make sure that the tools, methodologies, and data that underpin the need to be able to take action, plan your strategy, and execute on it are developed with speed and rigor and are simple enough to access, consistent enough, and all those sorts of things. So that, to us, was the point of having the Centre for Nature Positive Business. So we've committed to double the number of people that we have actually as experts in this nature area, so going from 500 to 1,000 people in a year aligned to this area, and also to upskill actually everybody in our network, at least at a basic level, that's 328,000 people, at least at a basic level around nature, so that when they're talking to their clients, they're looking at it, not only talking about climate, but also about how nature and climate are interdependent with each other. So that's a kind of quick piece, but we want to hear more from our clients. I think we're doing a lot of telling our clients it's important, and some of the leaders are coming and asking, but it's not natural yet.
No pun intended. Thanks so much. But it's cool to see that that it's the beginning potentially of a wave. And also what you said is very important, that if we have the methodologies and the tools that are not proprietary, meaning if there is alignment and consistency in this pre-competitive space, we cannot compete on methodology, you can then as a consultant be competing on the services you provide, right?
Exactly. And I think in any discussion that you have, you'll hear that, you know, TNFD builds off what's been done in TCFD, SBTN builds off what's been done for SBTI, and this Nature Strategy Handbook that we've worked with yourselves on is great in that it's not trying to be anything new, it's trying to draw together, present in a really good way how all these things fit, and also how you start using that ACT-D framework on building your nature strategy. And I just keep saying, let's not reinvent the wheel all the time. Let's keep, because corporates can't cope with it. They can't get their head around it. And I'm sure, Sue, you'll talk about that as well.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Emma. And also been great across our whole coalition with partners to see how much the consultants, different consultancies have been contributing to the agenda in a really collaborative way. So, Sue, over to you. Thinking about the disclosure angle and how that then drives action, we know that water, forest disclosure lags behind climate. What can we do about it? How can we accelerate the transparency on the nature topic more broadly? What are your views?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having us here and including disclosure so prominently. Of course, you'd expect CDP as the global platform for environmental disclosure to think it's really important, but I am very aware that it can be a little bit numbery and a little bit a long way from the beautiful delivery projects. So I'm deeply grateful, and we think it's absolutely fundamental to be able to secure that transparency. But you are completely right that nature disclosure is not as strong as climate disclosure. So we're at the point where climate disclosure is largely mainstreamed now amongst business leaders, and that's a phenomenal thing. And actually, 5 or 10 years ago, we would not have been saying that. So we're already in that place. But the stats we brought out on this year's disclosure cycle, for those of you who don't know, we run an annual disclosure cycle, and we're just at the point now of being able to release the numbers from it. We've got something like 2/3 of global market capitalization disclosing through CDP, 23,000 companies disclosing on climate, 38% of those disclosed on climate and nature, so it's a third. That's actually a big growth. So it's not a wholly terrible story. We're seeing a massive increase in nature disclosures in forests and water, but it's still lagging tremendously far behind. So we saw double-figure growth compared with last year in the numbers of nature disclosures, which is great. We're absolutely delighted. But that's still only a third of the number of climate disclosures, and we really do need to build that disclosure level up much higher. And it's not just on the overall numbers of disclosures that we're seeing it. We're seeing lags in individual areas. So we ask about the dependencies, impacts, risks, and opportunities. And for example, for financial institutions, 90% or so of those are setting climate goals at board level. It's something like 30% for nature goals. So we're seeing the action trickle down, also very much lagging in nature. So that this is going to be the work for the next few years.
Is, as you said, the increase is quite rapid.
There's a growing appetite. There's awareness, which is absolutely brilliant. This kind of thing, the handbook is going to be so helpful because then we've got a sort of a how to do it guide there. So if companies are thinking, well, how are we going to approach this? How do we do this disclosure? There it is. It's in the guide. We're going to ask you when you disclose, have you got a strategy? Have you got good governance for nature? What are your targets? We're going to ask all of that for the disclosure. Just pick up the handbook and just start to do it, and we'll see those numbers keep growing and that data flowing through, which is the crucial point that you were making, that unless we can drive those numbers up and provide really high quality data derived from disclosure, we will struggle to make really powerful decisions that, that align with the Global Biodiversity Framework targets. So it's all about the transparency.
Thanks so much, Sue. And also, World Benchmarking Alliance recently came out with this crazy, after their review of hundreds of companies, less than 1% actually knew how much they depend on nature, which is also a bit insane. And it's also a massive risk for all the investors, isn't it? As well as for people and planet. So you were starting to say how the disclosure helps decision making, and then how do you have any thoughts on how that leads to better transparency, better disclosure, better accountability, leading to better action in the right places?
These are our 3 words to live by. So transparency driving insight, driving action. It's the whole old saw that we know so well of what gets measured gets managed. But we can see it in action in our disclosure stats. So where we have been asking, we've already got a really good set of data in our key data sets on forests and water. We can see the response. So very briefly, the CDP theory of change is that we have this platform. Authorities, usually investors or major purchasers, ask their companies to disclose to us. They do so, but that data is then provided back to the companies themselves, who can see where they lie. It's provided to the authorities and, of course, civil society. All of those are insight points which can then drive action, and we are seeing things like water abstraction levels coming down in the companies who are disclosing to us regularly on their water abstraction rates. We're seeing a 40% increase this year in companies who've shown almost complete eradication of deforestation in at least one commodity line. Yeah. So you're really seeing action where disclosure has been present and that insight is available.
Thank you so much. Thanks to both of you. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. We will move on. Now, is Steve in the house? Yeah. Is that all right? We didn't give you. Sorry, I'm putting you on the spot here. Are you? Yes, yes. But creating the energy for you to come. So let me go back then to. It's okay. Breathe, breathe. We're all very chilled here. We're actually competing with the pavilions next door. Hey, Herman. Because they're making a lot of noise. So, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Waygood from Aviva Investors.
Could you do a longer introduction so I can get my breath
okay.
back?
So you can catch your breath. Yes.
Okay. That's fine. Nice to see you. So apologies, I'm a bit late. I don't know if others of you did this. I went to the office, which is half a kilometre away, literally. And so had a bit of a run here. And also on Monday, I collapsed with heat exhaustion. So if I don't all look so worried. It's all fine. Because I've been standing, there is the room, I'm fine. I'm seriously fine. I had an IV drip and everything. It's kind of the irony of coming to a COP talking about climate change and then having heat exhaustion was not lost on me. There is also just next door a really good aircon. So I've had a few minutes standing in that. So it's really good, actually. It was almost too cold. While I was standing in there, I heard you mention the World Benchmarking Alliance. Who was that who mentioned it? You. Fantastic. Who of you have heard of it? Ah, yeah. Fantastic. Yeah. So I work for Aviva Investors. We worked with Herbrand, the amazing Herbrand, the amazing Paulina, in creating it. And we were very much part of the launch in 2017 at the UN SDGs. So the whole point of it was to create a race to the top on the Sustainable Development Goals by creating a competitive atmosphere. And it was something that came out of a PhD I wrote in 2005. So it took a long time to get it to be built, but I was really pleased to hear it. Now, I also heard disclosure mentioned a lot throughout the course of the few minutes I was standing there. And what I want to say is, yes, you do manage better what you measure. That is true. But are you measuring the right things when it comes to nature? Particularly if natural capital isn't the same as biodiversity, and it isn't. A monoculture is not biodiversity, but it's valuable. So how do we then expect people who work in central banks who are starting to get their head around the fact that nature and biodiversity does create potentially systemic risks for our financial system? What are they supposed to measure? Do we as a community have something to offer them from a financial stability perspective that is something that they can actually grasp that's positive and that's useful. So I want to come back to that. So just a few more words about where I'm coming from. I work for a large fund manager called Aviva Investors. We have about $300 billion in US dollar amounts under management. We are the fund manager for Aviva, one of the world's biggest insurance companies. When it meant something to be systemically important, if those of you remember the financial crisis, there were some banks, some insurance companies that were considered to be systemically important. We're among those. That status doesn't exist anymore, but nevertheless, we're big. And therefore, and also not only are we big, we've also been around since 1696. The first company was called the Hand in Hand Property Company, and it was created after the Great Fire of London. So that kind of time horizon, when you're running money for people who are not drawing it down as pensioners for maybe 4 or 5 decades, when you're managing a liabilities book for life and health insurance that might go out the same duration or even longer, it makes it a very naturally long-term business. So sustainability issues matter to our business model. It's why I'm here at the COP. I know we're talking about nature, not climate change, but both of them are effectively, not quite completely, the same, two sides of the same coin. Not quite completely. You don't need all of biodiversity to offset all of carbon emissions. Arguably, you need a lot more than that, actually, if you really look at the data behind the gigatons. But so I started working at WWF back in 1996. I then started looking after their own investment reserves and trying to make sure they were consistent with their own mission. And then I did a PhD looking at how NGOs use the capital markets as a campaign tool, which taught me that actually hardly anybody understands capital markets and how they really work. I don't think there's a single person in the world that understands the whole of banking, insurance, and investment. I know I don't. And if you add to that MDBs, multilateral development banks, and central banks, it is so complicated and intertwined that I don't think, and isn't it a bit dangerous that nobody anywhere has a completely coherent concept of how the financial system works? Because at the very heart of it all is something called DCF, discount cash flow analysis. And if you're an analyst and you work in an investment bank, or if you work in a fund manager, and your job is to value something, if it doesn't hit the cash flows of the company, you ignore it. And that's what we would call an externality. But you have to ignore it because it's not priced. And if the market isn't going to price it and you do, you've mispriced it, so you're going to lose your client's money. So at the heart of every investment decision, millions of people making billions of decisions on trillions of assets under management, is this thing, a discount cash flow analysis. So it excludes externalities from the cost line, from the earnings line, if it is earnings. It then discounts cash flows, maybe 10% a year, maybe 12, 13% now that inflation has grown, which means that future generations, which is, of course, what sustainable development is all about, meeting the needs of the present without harming the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. If at the heart of the DCF you're discounting at, say, 10 to 12% a year, which happens, you know, different people use different discount rates depending on what you're discounting, but it doesn't take very long for a very, very big hit in 20, 30, 50 years to become very, very meaningless today because you've discounted it so many times. We did a study in 2015 with the Economist Intelligence Unit that tried to look at what was the value at risk in a 6-degree world and how much capital in the system would we lose. And if you can imagine $500 quadrillion, 500 trillion, the EIU said that in 2100, a 6-degree world would erode over 200 trillion of value. That was based on the science that's now 8 years old. So that's actually a really low estimate by today's standards. But they discounted it to a present value, and they used a government discount rate of 0.7%. And that got to a $40 trillion hit quite quickly. So the point I'm making is that discounting is the antithesis of sustainable development, yet it is at the heart of every valuation. Then you have the third factor, which is the terminal value. Now, those of you that are businesses that are listed, this is how every fund manager, every investment bank is analysing your business. The terminal value then, maybe you'll forecast out 3 to 5 years. I'm sorry this is a bit tedious, but it's at the heart of all of your pensions, all of your savings, and all of your investments. So the terminal value, if you forecast it out 4 or 5 years, the terminal value then says this business will continue to grow roughly as it is, let's assume at 3 to 4% every year for infinity, unless they choose a different assumption. That's the terminal value. Roughly 3/4 of the valuation comes from that. So what I'm trying to paint for you is a picture where, as I say, millions of people are making billions of decisions on trillions of assets under management. And at the core of it is a valuation model that ignores nature, ignores externalities, ignores future generations. And very, very, very few people understand that. And it's causing a systemic risk. It means that we're extracting nature at a rate greater than nature can actually be extracted. We're growing the global economy at an unsustainable rate. And the world's biggest market failure is a lack of sustainability within the market itself. And we need to try and understand this because the system itself is at fault. No one designed the system to do this, to extract resources at a rate greater than it can be sustained. It was designed actually to create value and grow peace through development, economic development. People who were worth trading with would never go to war again. So the whole point of the Bretton Woods system was to restore world peace through international trading partnerships. That was what gave birth to the World Bank and the IMF, some of which now appears in paragraph 106 of the stock take outcome text that we see in paragraph 105, which if any of you are negotiators, please vote in favour of the actual paragraph 105 rather than the option of no text, because that's what starts to move markets. You need to harness the profit motive. You need to move the incentives. And for the first time, I've been coming to COP since COP 6. Not all of them, thankfully, but I have been to a lot. And this is the first COP I have ever heard people start to talk about the actual international financial architecture and mean the financial architecture that I know, banking, insurance, and investment, and how it is regulated. So in the same way that the multilateral development banks are now being invited to have their shareholders, which is the countries, the member states of the UN, rethink the purpose of the MDB, we also need the UN to invite the member states, the shareholders of the financial regulators, so the Financial Stability Board, the Bank for International Settlements, the International Organization for Security Commissioners, the insurance supervisors, the pension supervisors. They and others are governed by the member states of the UN, subsets. They also need to be invited to think about how is their regulation getting in the way of capital that wants to finance a just transition, and how could it actually help? So to conclude, we need nature positive, net zero, sustainable development plans in the form of a transition plan at the level of the company, at the level of the investor, at the level of the financial regulators in the MDBs, so the international financial architecture, and at the level of the country. And they need to feed into and off of each other over the coming 20 years. And in that way, we have a chance of managing a just transition, or it's going to be chaos. My actual final point, if we don't do this, markets collapse. Money stops working as a medium of exchange or a store of value. So it's not like it's an option. We have to use the capital that we have while markets still function to put it to work to create a more sustainable future that's nature positive and net zero. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Steve. Really excellent. And now we're going to be opening up for your reflections and Q&A. But before that, I want to have a little exchange with Christina and with Fernanda. There you are. So please come up. So Christina, unfortunately, as I said earlier, Mayor from CI wasn't available. So you're sitting. OK, I'll sit. Right. So we do quick fire. Don't get too comfortable. We're going to do quick answers. So Christina, maybe for you first, at IKEA, what are you doing? What actions are you taking to engage, well, to include nature across your supply chain? If we focus on supply chain for a minute, and how are you engaging your suppliers on nature?
Okay, so when talking about strategies, then also how do we get all the way to our suppliers? I must start with saying what do we have in our sustainability strategy. So we have 3 focus areas. The first one is to provide more healthy and sustainable living for the many people, meaning accessible, affordable, so that the many people can also actually have it, not luxury that the few can have. And then, of course, we have the climate and circular agenda to become down with the CO2 emissions that we have connected to our value chain, drastically reduce that. And of course, becoming circular in all what it means, in what we give to the customers, the possibilities to reuse, refurb, and take care of the furniture that they have, and then at the end also, pass it on. But also to use that, and here comes the nature part, that we're aiming towards 100% of renewable and recycled materials. That's a huge change for us. We are dependent on nature. 70% of a care range today is using nature in one way or the other.
Wait, 70%
70% of all our products comes from nature. The third focus area, I will come back to that piece a bit, Eva. The third part in our strategy is to also play our full part when it comes to provide an equal and fair society. And I think here we come to the component of people, because all these three things and the crises we see, has been said many times here today, of course are interconnected. So how we behave, what we do as a business, will affect people, and many times the most vulnerable the most. And we should have had an indigenous community also represented here. They are not here today. Very important partners also in this work. So to protect nature is absolutely evident for us to do business. And it's absolutely evident for us to protect nature to also protect our future business. So nature, we see it as an airbag for humanity, but also for us as a business.
Thanks.
So, yeah. Can I go?
Okay.
Okay, I go.
Can you also then with the 70% of all products come from nature?
Yeah.
Versus depend on nature, because all of your products would
depend on nature.
But I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, maybe more thinking about either if it's renewable resources. Of course, also we still have metal in IKEA furniture. Still, let's see how it look in the future. Probably will be less, because we have not yet managed to get to 100% recycled metal. We are at 85% for some, 100% when it comes to aluminium. So of course things are happening, yeah. But we need to take care of nature, because we will depend on it. And previous speakers here said today, of course, she was from the forest industry, Ara Eriksson, I think, that, we need all actually buy more products of forest-related products. Yeah, that's good. But the forests also have a lot of pressure. So I think we need to also take care of that. So how do we then implement this into our strategies? Of course, we want to use a science-based approach to this. So we do that by working with the SBTN for nature, for the parts. And for the water, we're also now actually going faster in with the contextual targets that we do together with WWF, looking into 15 most water scarce basins where we are also having a production, get down with the water withdrawal there more than in other places. And then we have, of course, our partners. We are nothing without our partners. We're a supply chain-oriented retailer. Before we used to say we're production-oriented retailer. Now we say we're supply chain-oriented retailer. Maybe you could even say value chain. So it means we have to work, and we want to work with our suppliers. We have an 11-year, in general, an average cooperation time with them. It means that we are we're real partners. We're in love in that sense. But you also, when you have been that long, you also challenge each other. So I think we learn together and we develop together. Very, very important. And
thanks. Also, I just wanted to, one quick extra question before I move to you, Fernanda. But in everything that you've done, obviously IKEA's journey has been a long one on sustainability, and probably with quite a bit of pressure as well. But what challenges have you faced? And if you could go back 20 years or 15 years, what would you do differently today? Also, for those that are earlier on their journey, what would you do differently?
I mean, challenges is transparency, was said here before. Transparency and traceability along the supply chain all the way to source. I think to think about source, we are fortunate because we have wood so much, so 60%, and we have full traceability all the way. But get to traceability is needed in the new trade, because only then can you map and assess and act along your supply chain what you need to do. And another part is think landscape, not the commodity-based. I think would we have done that differently? We would have done other actions that were broader, taking more crops, for instance, or in part, and not only one by one. So the silo way of working doesn't work, and we don't have time. Okay. So we need to go together.
So that's a really important message for those who are earlier on their journey that are saying, no, I can only do climate first, and then it's saying, actually, you wish you would have been able to take that broader, holistic and landscape approach. Thanks so much, Christina. Fernanda, so from Natura & Co., if we could focus a little bit on nature-based solutions, if that's possible, and how you have included nature-based solutions in your strategy, how you use nature-based solutions to address the challenges that you have in sustainability, and what are some of the concrete benefits of doing so?
Okay. Thanks for the invitation. For the ones that don't know, Natura is a Brazilian cosmetic company. So our portfolio is based on biodiversity ingredients. So our business is very connected with the nature topics. We are a carbon neutral company since 16 years ago. So we are very well connected, and we are working from Latin America, so we are very connected with the Amazon forest, so we are working together to evolve the agenda at the region. Since we launched this carbon neutral program, we avoid almost 1.5 carbon emissions from our value chain, and we conserve something like 21,000 hectares at the Amazon region. We are working with 42 communities at the region, and we are connecting. I'd like to add the human beings at this equation, because we are talking here about climate change, environmental topics, but we need to talk about the people that are living there, the people that are conserving. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that. And we are working with them as our suppliers, but we are trying to help them to evolve their income and to sustain their lives. And if we are very well succeed on this journey, the forest will be conserved, and it will be a very good goal for us.
Thanks so much. Thanks. And maybe the same question to you that I asked Christina about what were some of the challenges and on your whole journey at Natura & Co. And then if you could go back and redo something on your journey, any reflections on that side? Or do you think you've understood it fully from the start?
Yeah. I think it's a kind of resilience process. We have a lot of learnings in this journey. We start this job working with cooperatives and with some specific NGOs from the region to learn how to evolve our business together with these people. But in my opinion, it could be more cooperative from the beginning. So we are now very well connected with the institutions. We are connecting with all the frameworks and the index that you showed here. Our inventory is, how can I say? I forgot. For example, we are working with the big fours to see CDP and all the institutions. So we are a lot of transparency in our process, and I think it's a recommendation for all the companies that wants to connect the journey. I think the transparency is a very important point.
Thanks so much. That comes out a lot. I'm going to come to all of you for any questions or comments or things you want to add to the conversation just in a minute. But before I do, one question for both of you also. We've spoken a lot about climate and nature, and quite often we're emphasizing all the co-benefits of tackling climate and nature together. But occasionally, of course, we do hear that there are trade-offs occasionally, especially with all of the renewable energy needs, except for mining, etc. In fact, yeah, there was a crazy piece of information that I heard just earlier today of 1,400 planned mines that are in key biodiversity hotspots. So there are about 1,400 mines that are planned in key biodiversity hotspots. A third would be to contribute to the energy transition for renewable energy. So that's a massive trade-off. So I wondered, in your industries and in your companies, how are you seeing the co-benefit or trade-offs of climate and nature agenda?
We have all these values in our sustainable vision. So we are connecting the agenda, for example, to climate change and protect the Amazon. we are putting human rights. And we developed a new methodology with Capitals Coalition and other institutions to measure the impacts of our business. So we are starting measuring this that we called IPNL, Integrated PNL, to show to the world how much investments that we have as a company could generate income benefits for the world. So last year, our numbers, each $1 generates $2.7 with co-benefits, considering social and environmental impacts for the society. So it's a huge impact. I invite your companies to know more about this. I'll give you the dot.
Yeah, that's great. The website, and maybe Mark, I'll come to you afterwards on the Integrated Capitals Protocol update. But before, thanks so much, Fernanda. And what about you, Christine Rodekea? Trade-offs, co-benefits?
I mean, of course, these are all interconnected. Yeah? So when climate has also caused the nature loss, it has caused the social inequalities. I think we need to work on all these together. And if you look at what we've been doing for a very, very long time, it's of course responsible forest management. And when we look into that, how can we even more secure that we can remove and store more carbon there? So we are also evaluating, looking into specific initiatives with that agenda. And I will also say, for instance, in our relationships and partners such as FSC and also WWF, we have a lot of initiatives together with them to secure that we integrate, the biodiversity agenda, for instance, when we work with other projects there. So we don't tackle only one dilemma, we tackle more, to build more into each and everything so that we can actually move things. Also for the business, for the suppliers, how much can they take? That we need to make it also chewable for them. Do this, it will be good also for this and that. And these things go so well together. So I think it's possible.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Round of applause for these two. Wonderful. And if you could stay up there, and maybe for, I don't know if the other previous speakers are okay to also take a few, great questions. Steve, Michael, I'm looking at you, Emma and Sue. So let's have a little bit of a exchange. Any reactions, comments, questions? I know that Mark was going to talk briefly about, is that okay, just to let everyone know about the Integrated Capitals Protocol?
Thank you. So I used to run the Natural Capital Coalition. We realized we were making as many mistakes by just looking at natural capital as if we just looked at financial capital, which is what we've been doing for the last 80 years since Bretton Woods. So we then united with the Social and Human Capital Coalition and united all of those communities together. And Natura is one of the few organizations that's already done an integrated profit and loss account. What we're now doing with the capitals community is we're integrating all of that into one framework. So really, how do you address those trade-offs, which we do every day in all of the work we're doing? We have these trade-offs. We have these decisions that we make that cut out one capital and benefit another one, but actually we don't have any rules or any way of thinking about that. So the integrated protocol, we've been working on that for a year. Guess what? We've got to the end of the first year and we've got more questions now than we did at the beginning of the process. But it's a really interesting process we're in. We will have an output in the spring this next year, a framework that you'll be able to look at. We've already done several white papers on this, raising the topics about these trade-offs between the capitals. In the same way that the Natural Capital Protocol is now very firmly in the TNFD. You'll see that embedded in there. The Social and Human Capital Protocol is being embedded into the TISFD. I'll let you work out what that acronym means. And then what we're doing here with integration will be the same thing, I think. In a few years' time, you'll see everyone will be talking about this.
Thank you so much, Mark. So look out for that. Questions, comments, let's take a few. Okay, yes, lady in the front, then gentleman at the back. Please introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, Rachel Terry, Head of Sustainability for Vanord. We are a marine contractor in coastal protection and offshore renewables. Obviously, a lot of businesses are really nervous about the expanding amount of reporting which we need to do, and not ending up with a team that's only busy with reporting and not actually taking action on the things we want to actually work on. I saw that the Now for Nature, you had a slide, Michael, which showed it builds off of other frameworks. How can you help us to understand how to have the most impact without being drowning in CSRD and CDP and all these other frameworks that we have to report out on or choose to report out on? How is this now going to be aligned? Could you say something more about that?
Yep, let's get a few more, and then Michael, you can answer that one with pleasure. Gentleman at the back, please. And anyone else?
Hi, my name is Kolbeinn Hilmarsson. I'm the CEO of Icelandic nature data company Svarmi. And I wanted to ask your opinion of the best way, or any ways that you have been incentivizing your suppliers, especially the smallholder suppliers, and how to help them allocate resources and the time to basically provide you with information.
Thanks. Anyone else? No? So let's take those. Emma, did you want to come in on that? Michael? So first one on overburden of reporting and building on the frameworks.
Yes, maybe I'll keep it very short and also let CDP come in as well. This was one of the main concerns we had with businesses, of course, and what we've tried to do with the alignment of the Now for Nature campaign with all of these different initiatives, so TNFD, CDP's disclosure, NA100, all of these initiatives, what we want to do for businesses is for them to be able to take the handbook, go through now about 80 recommendations that we have through Assess, Commit, Transform, Disclose, and give them the confidence that if you do all of these things, you should very easily, almost a plug and play, respond or be compliant or be able to share that and meet the recommendations of whether it's TNFD, SBT, and NA100, which is why we are really driving that alignment and making sure that we're asking companies essentially to do the same thing.
Yeah. Thanks. Please, Sue, add anything?
Thank you, and I do think this is such an important point you've raised, so thank you for raising it, and it's obviously of concern. There's no burden in providing high quality disclosure, and none of us would ever say that that's the case. I think what we all need to do is ensure that the effort that goes into it is really providing the data that supports the decision making, that drives the action, which is where you were pointing. And that is absolutely critical. So what CDP is setting out to do is to try to provide a point of disclosure where we're not at this stage yet, but that we can disclose once and then use the data multiple times, rather than disclosing and then disclosing again, and then disclosing again, and then you spend your whole time disclosing. And that's really not helping anybody, and it doesn't provide consistent, reliable data sets. So we need to, this is why these sorts of initiatives are so critical, because if we can harmonise the requirements into one set of disclosures that you can focus on and then move on. You've done it, you've done your disclosure, get on with the action. Thanks. With support from the data, that's where we all need to aim, but I think it's a really important point.
Thanks so much, Sue. Maybe would both of you like to react on the engaging suppliers in a more efficient way?
Yes. Was it Iceland, was it, or?
Yeah. Incentivizing.
Yes, incentivizing. I think, first of all, collaborate and bring them along. I mean, it's an upskilling journey for us in the business, so do it also together with us, your suppliers. We have supplier webinars. We share the best practices in different kind of, launches around the year. These are the things that other suppliers have done. Bring the suppliers together. Let them meet if they are in a region and talk to each other. And then, of course, also we're working with our supply classification, so that also suppliers who actually take steps, it should also be worthwhile for them. They should see that they actually get also more business in that way, so that we incentivize in that way.
Yes. In our case, we have relationship programs with our suppliers, and we are evaluating them, considering the externalities, social and environmental too, to consider to monetize these numbers to put in the decision-making process. So they are working with us. We are working in an educational process, and once per year we select the best supplier for each category to be recognized for the best practices in the sustainability area.
We do that as well. They love it. They are very competitive. So if they can win that prize, it's still heavy. Yeah, we did it.
Thanks. Okay, one last question, and then we'll wrap up. Yeah, perfect.
Hi, thank you. Rebecca from the Climate Champions team. I wanted to ask Steve, since we are all here at COP right now, and you brought up 105 in the Global Stocktake draft, which is basically one of the first times they're acknowledging the role of the private sector and private finance. It's super important, but it's not necessarily going to get in there. Yeah. So what is your advice to everyone here who's a business, who showed up at COP, who wants this outcome? How can they try and influence this in the next 8 days or whatever we've got left?
So, fellow geek, COP geek. So there's been a long process, as you'll know. It's related to the Article 2.1c New Quantified Global Goal, which concludes middle of next year. I could go into a lot more detail than I probably have time for here, but two things possibly. One, use your trade associations to talk to, they exist to represent you in this process, so get them to go and talk to the negotiators and say, actually, we think 105, the alternative, by the way, is no text or some good text. So if your trade association does one thing, get them to promote 105 good text. If you want a conversation about why, please please come to me. And that was one thing was probably all I had time for. Is that right?
Follow up. You can have a huddle afterwards and promoting 105. So excellent. To your point also just on the complexity, I just wanted to add one extra thing, that another set of materials that we came up with WBCSD, World Economic Forum, and many others are sector specific. And Michael mentioned this, that you don't need to go into the SBTN, the TNFD, if you're earlier and you just want to know which actions to take. You can also skip over that and get on with the action. My other reflection, and goes to Steve's thing, yeah, I'll give it back to you, was Steve's, see, I said instead of your remarks, is that somehow we're in our minds that environmental and social accounting needs to be easier and faster than financial accounting. We've created the most complicated way of financial accounting, and somehow all of our societies and the natural world, which is inherently that much more complicated, we think should be done very easily with very few resources. So with the increase of regulation over time, we'll also increase resources within each of your companies to make sure that you are doing the job more effectively. Steve, are you giving the final words? You can.
Not the final word. What I just want to do, for all of you doing environmental and social accounting, if it doesn't actually hit the cash flows of the company, it's an interesting fact for an analyst. But if it's a market failure, doing the wrong thing pays a company, so someone somewhere will do the wrong thing. So the way you correct market failures is through government policy. Tax, regulation, standards, market mechanisms like trading schemes, emissions trading schemes. So the accounting conversation is the first step towards making it material, but no amount of disclosure by itself will make it material if it isn't material. The accounting needs to be read by government policymakers to correct the market for long-term sustainable growth. So don't expect an analyst to suddenly go, ooh, there's an EP&L over here, I'm going to give it another 10 million quid. It doesn't work that way in the markets. But we need to change markets.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's a bit like we're bringing new cards of a game to the table. We're bringing new cards, but the rules are still the old rules. So sometimes if you keep on bringing the new cards, the rules need to change, and then they will change. So listen, with that, it's been a fantastic exchange. We've talked about resilience, about transparency, about changing the rules. We've got examples. We've got one thing that I just want to reflect on being here just for a second, is that it feels to me like all of our organizations are working so collaboratively together to provide a massive support system for all of these companies that are embarking on their nature journey, and that there is a lot of consistency and alignment. There's one guy in the back, John, who leads our business engagement. If you have questions, go to him. But then also go to, of course, our partners. We're going to play a 2-minute movie which explains again what the It's Now for Nature campaign is all about, and the handbook. So I'm going to say, oh, hi, Kanksha. We're going to say bye for now. You can watch it at your leisure, but I wanted to thank you once again, thank the speakers, and onwards and upwards. Bye.
In times of crisis, businesses plan, innovate, and transform. It's in their nature. But nature itself is in crisis. Nature loss is a growing risk that cannot be ignored. Without all the services nature provides, like clean water, food, minerals, pollination, businesses cannot operate. This is an opportunity for businesses to step up and lead the way. 196 governments have sent an unmistakable signal to companies. We must halt and reverse nature loss by 2030. There is no time to wait. Regulation is coming. Investors and consumers are demanding change. The question for every leader: where is nature in your business strategy? Now is the time to create a nature strategy, a roadmap of how a company will contribute to a nature-positive world. A nature strategy will boost business resilience, reduce negative impacts while strengthening sustainability goals and restoring and regenerating ecosystems. Nature is complex, but guidance is available now. The Nature Strategy Handbook is a step-by-step guide on how to write a nature strategy and where to find the most useful tools and expertise. The countdown to 2030 is on. Embrace this opportunity. Start your nature strategy today. Don't let later become never. It's now for nature.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about 7 minutes now before our next session. So could I trouble you to move your networking conversations outside if that's possible? Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed, and welcome to what is now actually the final session of of today in the Nature Positive Pavilion. If you are debating, gentlemen, please come in. You are very, very welcome. Thank you very much indeed. Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. I will like, please, if I may, to introduce your moderator and host for this session, who is Meryl Richards, and she is the Programme Director of Forests and Foods at Ceres. So I'll hand over now to you, Meryl.
Thank you so much, and let me welcome our speakers up. Please come on up. So, welcome to this session on business leadership on climate innovation in the food and ag sector. Yeah, just you can sit in whatever order pleases you. In the next hour, we're going to be discussing how corporations in the food and agriculture sector are stepping up to the challenge of reducing emissions in line with a 1.5C future and also addressing biodiversity loss. Specifically, we're going to talk about the role of food and ag companies, the role they have to play in accelerating innovation in the agriculture sector. We know that many sources of emissions in the sector are hard to abate, and some of the technological solutions don't yet exist. And we're going to require that in addition to regenerative agriculture and all the great action going on already, that we have an innovation component to this. So we need an all-of-the-above solution of menus for the agriculture sector. There's also a need for innovation in terms of financial models, in terms of measurement, monitoring, and verification to understand the climate nature outcomes associated with these investments. So today we have a great panel planned with representatives from throughout the food value chain, from farmer to food manufacturer. So let me introduce our panelists. In no particular order, we have Barry Parkin, Chief Procurement Officer and Sustainability Officer at Mars Incorporated. We have Manes Nakata, President of the Farmers Union of Malawi and representative of the World Farmers Organization. We have Rob Coviello, Chief Sustainability Officer and Government Affairs at Bunge. And we have Sanjeev Krishnan, Chief Investment Officer and Senior Managing Director at S2G Ventures. So let's dig in. I'm going to start with a few introductory questions so that you can get to know our speakers and what they're doing at their organizations, and then we'll really dig into the innovation component. So first, starting with Barry. So Mars recently published its net zero roadmap, which outlines the actions that the company plans to take to achieve its climate-related goals. Could you speak to how Mars balances its climate targets with its financial and operational goals, as well as other important goals such as protecting biodiversity and avoiding nature loss?
Yeah, I'd love to. I think the first thing to say is, you know, a big company like ours, and hopefully you know some of our brands, the chocolate, gum, pet food, our emissions are big. You know, 30 million tons is the same as a small country. So, you know, all those countries are trying to make progress out there. It's just as important that the corporate sector makes progress. So our emissions are the same as Finland's emissions. So big responsibility goes with that. So we've been at this about 15 years. We set our first climate goals 15 years ago. And how do we balance profit and purpose? It's right from the top of the organization. So we have what we call a compass that guides us. There are 4 elements to that. One is strong financial performance, one is quality growth, one is trusted partnerships, and one is positive societal impact. And we run the business with goals on all 4 of those. And the key thing is they're equally important. So we've said from the top, from the owners, that those goals are equally important. And then we plan that way, we measure performance that way, we set incentives that way. So our top 300 are incentivized equally on our sustainability goals as they are on the financial goals. And I don't think there's any other company that's done that. So equally important, that's how we balance it. We say you've got to deliver everything. And we've got to that point with our executives across the organization that you know, the incentives are strong enough that they're equally motivated by GHG reduction as they are by earnings improvement. So that's how we do it.
It's fantastic. Thanks, Barry. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Bunge, Bunge is a large global business spanning agribusiness, food and ingredients, working in a wide range of geographies across the world. So Rob, let me turn to you. How does Bunge approach sustainability and transparency throughout its business? And given the company's position and span across multiple value chains, how does this approach translate to your engagement with your customers, many of the world's largest food manufacturers, and with farmers as well?
Oh, great. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, so from Bunge's perspective, in my role, what I always like to start off is we don't have a sustainability strategy. Sustainability is just a key element of our overall business strategy. And with that framework, that's really the way that we look at it. Similar to what they have at Mars, it starts at the top. We have, at the board level, we have a sustainability committee that's been in place for almost 10 years. We set our first climate commitments in 2006, and a couple years ago we set our science-based targets. And just in addition to it, which is one of the key elements of our climate initiative, is in 2016 we were the first company to set a 2025 non-deforestation commitment for all its commodities, which we're on track to do. What we've really kind of put the premise around is about being very transparent in our progress towards our non-deforestation commitment for the past 5 years. We've reported annually on our progress, how we're evolving, where we're moving in, and that's really been kind of a core element of our strategy. But I do want to come back again, though, to the business strategy element, because that's where it really starts. We look at our scope 3, which is big. Our overall emissions are almost 90 million tons, and 85 of that are scope 3. And we've been publishing our scope 3 for 3 years, so it's out there, we know it. But the way it works for us is it has to be the right thing and profitable. So I look at it in my way as those 90 million metric tons, each one of those, I view it as a commercial opportunity to do it the right way.
Thanks, Rob. I want to follow up on that a little bit about the importance of scope 3. Come back to a question for Barry. When you look at your procurement practices specifically, how are you balancing all of these competing or maybe not competing objectives?
Yeah, and just 90 million tons, that's the size of a medium-sized country. So, reinforcing the point, companies matter. So the question on... so similarly, our own operations are 5% of our footprint, scope 1 and 2. So scope 3 is 95%. Of that, 70% of that is embedded in the goods and services that we buy. So, simplistically, this is a procurement problem. You have to change what you buy or where you buy it or how you buy it if you're going to significantly change your footprint. And frankly, that's why I have the job that I do. I head up sustainability and procurement. This is a procurement job, and procurement have to redesign and reimagine those supply chains. You can't simply say, I'm going to go to the suppliers that I've been buying from the last 20 years with the materials I've been buying from them and expect to transform your supply chain. We're going to halve our footprint while doubling the size of our business. That's a 4x improvement, and you don't get that by continuous improvement. You have to radically redesign your supply chain. So motivating the procurement function is absolutely key.
Thanks so much. So when we're talking about scope 3 emissions for most of these companies, so much of those emissions come down to emissions from the farm or from land use change. And so I want to turn to Manes. You're not only president of the Farmers Union of Malawi, but also CEO of Lakeshore Agro Processors. And so much of the discussion about agriculture and climate change and nature focuses on the negative impact of farming. But farmers are also often innovators. They're continuously seeking to improve their own practices and their land stewardship. Can you talk to some of the promising solutions that you've seen or been involved with that address climate change at the farm level?
Thank you. Can I be there?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure, come on up.
Thank you so much for the opportunity for the farmers to let the farmers to speak at this important event. Firstly, I would say farmers are currently facing challenges, grasping the demand of consumers, but also concerning about climate change in agriculture, leading to shortfalls in meeting the specific requirements. So, as the farmers are unable to proactive in terms of the market to meet the market, it is so important that most of the farmers' sentiments, including myself, it is that this gap between the institutions that are dealing with support to the farmers, specifically on the scientists, but also the government institution, researchers, there's an operating in the silos, detaching the farmers, not involving the farmers on day-to-day realities experienced by the farmers on the ground. So, very, very few farmers in any other adequate access of the viable output of the institutions, but also the lack of accessibility to prevent farmers from making informed decisions at the grassroots. But looking at some of the promising solutions addressing the forest loss related in agriculture, especially I'll speak on the Southern Africa. There are some movements, for instance, agroforestry for production and wood for timber production. These are embracing the agroforestry, but also the practices that enhance both sustainable wood production, but also cultivating. The other one that I can talk to is the one that the income generation through agroforestry tree nursery. This has been the practice, for instance, Malawi, but also establishing of the agroforest on tree, but not only promote the biodiversity, but also promote the income through the farmers, from the farmers. So the other one that I can talk to is the Moringa agroforest tree planting supplements for fodder, but also for animals, but also medicines. So these are the agroforestry system that offers multi-faceted solution, not only to the farmers, but also healthcare, but also the intercropping of the soya beans, especially in the economies, like the small economies like Malawi. We implement the agroforest systems to integrate soybeans as one of the cash crop for the smallholder farmers to approach sustainable agriculture, but also pigeon peas. Pigeon peas is one of the agroforestry crop for fodder in the human consumption and income. Leveraging the versatility of pigeon pea in agroforestry, but also is a potential rich food source for human consumption. So these are some of the solutions that our farmers really benefit, but also the solutions to the biodiversity. Thank you.
Thanks, Manas. So I want to turn to Sanjeev. So S2G Ventures is a venture capital fund, and part of your portfolio focuses on food and agriculture. And you invest in companies that are developing technologies not only to improve yield or create value, but improve sustainability as well. So Sanjeev, could you talk a little bit about what S2G does and the role of venture capital in the transition to a sustainable food system?
Thank you for having me here. So S2G, we're an investment platform focused on 3 transitions, so food and ag, energy, oceans. Instead of treating those as separate transitions, we think of them at a systems level, all 3. We do 2 things. We do venture and growth investing, and we do infrastructure and credit, with the notion that you need all flavors of capital to really go from idea to scale or idea to infrastructure. And then we have a 45-person team, 25 investment professionals, and then 20 sort of what we call platform services. So we try to bring more than capital in terms of corporate development, policy, marketing, thought leadership, data science, and then operating partners and advisors. The reason I go into that is we've kind of built a firm around the notion that this is tough tech, not traditional tech. These are largely commodity industries. Their margin structures are not biotech or tech. They're capital intensive. They're regulatory sensitive. Lots of exogenous risks, not least of which is weather. And there's very limited proof of scale in terms of startups that have scaled massively, and there's been limited proof of exits for investors. Instead of looking at it warts, we actually take that and say, let's build a firm and an investment strategy around that realism. And we try to invest in the entrepreneurs, in the science, in the physics, in the biology and chemistry that then get turned into business models that hopefully make the food system more sustainable and healthy.
Thanks so much, Sanjeev. So I want to talk a little bit now, or ask our speakers about prioritizing action. So we know the food sector contributes about 1/3 of global GHG emissions. It's also highly exposed to climate change and dependent on nature. So climate change and biodiversity loss are real financial risks for food companies. Yet, as Sanjeev alluded to, in this sector, there isn't unlimited capital, and we don't have unlimited time also to implement some of these. So Barry, I'll start with you. What were some of Mars's key learnings as you put numbers to your sustainability strategy as part of your recently published net zero roadmap? So in assessing the levers that you're planning to pull and seeing the emission reduction you can expect from those activities, were there any unexpected surprises or key learnings that other companies should keep in mind as they're starting to chart their own path to net zero?
Yeah, no, great, absolutely. I said we've been at this a while, so we've a bit of experience now. And so last year we looked at all of the potential strategies across all the full value chain, scope 1, 2, and 3. We modeled 500 different strategies that we'd experimented with. We got to the bottom of how much carbon would they deliver, what they would cost, and how easy they were. And then we stacked them up, and we stopped at minus 50% in 2030. And the surprise was, that we had more strategies than we needed. With current science and technology, we can absolutely halve our footprint by 2030, which is on the straight line to zero. So that is a 1.5 degree pathway. So that was a surprise. We don't need anything new. And the second surprise was it's completely affordable. So it will cost us 1 point of earnings. 1 point of earnings a year. We're a $50 billion company. That's $500 million a year. Sounds like a lot of money? It isn't. That's really that sort of money. So, so the surprise in a way, it's not zero. So it's not for free. So the companies that are waiting for this to be free, I'm sorry to tell you, it's not going to be. But it's not 10 points of earnings. It's 1 point of earnings. So, our challenge is this is perfectly possible and perfectly affordable. And anybody in our industry can halve their footprint by 2030 while continuing to grow. And I think that is the news. Thank you for the support.
That's really fantastic to hear. So Rob, I'll go to you next. So Bunge defined, you've had a land use and biodiversity strategy for a long time. You defined that back in 2011. You're currently working with stakeholders to chart out your long-term climate transition plan. Can you describe how the company is prioritizing solutions that help advance both your biodiversity and your climate-related goals?
Yeah, well, I think there's two things that we should be thinking about. First, with us, being one of the largest buyers of soybeans and corn from farmers in South and North America, and one of the largest buyers of palm oil from Southeast Asia, to get where we need to get to, it's all about the farmer. Full stop. So our whole strategy has been around creating solutions that give the incentives, the technology, and the training for farmers to move through this transition. And we've done that all really with our commercial investments and our overall approach. And I'm just going to give you two examples. One, if you look at Brazil, they have a huge different types of farmers. They have the farmers, for those of you from the US, they're somewhere almost the size of Connecticut. And then they've got the smallholder farmers like you would see in any part of the world. Well, for the larger farmers, we realized that they actually had an appetite to move on this sustainability transition. So we created a partnership with an input company called UPL, and we've carved out all of our larger farmers, and we have a go-to market strategy with them that's called Origio. And Origio is all about providing green solutions for these farmers to move forward. So we started to bring in all sorts of green fertilizers, everything that you would think about to start that journey, and that's gone extremely well. But on the same point, we can't forget about those smaller farmers. And we deal with those through these resellers. And these resellers don't have the technology to really work with these farmers. So we use satellite imagery, which is almost comparable to the size of the state of California, to monitor deforestation in the high-risk areas in South America. And what we decided is to give that technology to resellers for free. And they can now, and we've see if there's deforestation happening in their areas, and we've given them the training on how to go to these farmers, how to talk to them, how to give them the right incentives to move this forward. And just one last point is we're talking about legal deforestation. There is no legal deforestation. So we're talking about the deforestation that the farmer has the legal right to do. So we're working with them across various areas to address that.
Thanks, Rob. So and it's great. We're getting applause in between the from the next pavilion over as well. It's fantastic. Manes, let me turn to you. So Rob was talking about the importance of the farmers. It all comes down to the farmers. In your experience and from your conversations with farmers, could you speak to how farmers approach testing new practices and technologies on their farms, and what are the main considerations that go into their decisions?
Thank you so much. In Malawi, most of the region, farmers approach testing the integration of the new practices, technologies in their farms through combination of factors shaped by the local content on the social, economic conditions and agriculture landscape various. Mostly, the farmers the land size of the farmers is less than a hectare, 80% of the farmers in Malawi. So farmers frequently evaluate the economic visibility of the adoption of the new practices, technology, but also if the particular innovation promises the use, reduces costs provided the improved market, but also the access to the farmers in the inclined to consider adoption, but also in the content of climate change and viability. Malawian farmers are increasingly motivated to embrace practices that enhance resilience. For instance, technologies or practices contributing to a better adaptation and applicable to the patterns of mitigate the climate change that also risk to hold the significance appeal. But also from the private sector, but also the government point of view, policies and initiatives are often the influencers of the farmer decision. For instance, subsidies, extensional services that are provided by the big government public sector, but also promotion of the specific technologies to incentivize the farmer test of the. But most important is the information and the training that plays a pivotal role to the farmers, because the farmers who are received significant trainings, they are there to be informed, but also to benefit on the new practices. Lastly, the market demand. The market demand for specific product can be driven to a farmer adaptation of the new services. For instance, growing market for the organic or produce or specific crops to motivate the farmer that if you use these farming technologies in the food system, so they are mostly capable to do that, but also the engagement of the private sector as maybe off-takers, but also as the off-taker that they can provide the production materials, for instance, seed, good seed, but also the farm, the warehouse receipt system, so that because the private sector, they play a great role that they can aggregate the farmers so that they can negotiate for the better market. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanessa. So thank you so much, Manas. So turning to Sanjeev, who I feel like you to be out in front here so I can see my speakers. Many of the innovators that you work with are developing technologies with a variety of co-benefits. So, for example, that may reduce agricultural greenhouse gas emissions, help increase yields, and reduce pollution and benefit biodiversity. With the wide range of solutions being developed, do you have any advice for companies that are trying to prioritize what solutions they're going to pilot in their value chains and how to navigate the different environmental benefits and trade-offs?
I don't, mainly because I'm not in the channel. But I will say I think the co-benefit thesis is absolutely the right one. You can't have a yield drag, or if it does, it's be very minimal. And so I think about it as a profit per acre or yield per acre value prop that you need to provide the channel and the producer to say this is cheaper, faster, better in terms of water use, fertilizer cost, soil health. Labor is increasingly an issue, particularly in the OECD countries. And so I think that co-benefit thesis is absolutely right. Trialing, there's no shortage of innovation in biology, in genetics, in alternatives. And that's probably the issue. The signal-to-noise ratio in new innovation is very difficult. And it sits on top of a biological system that has immense natural variability. The last 80 years, you look at the standard deviation of the least productive producer and the most productive producer, agriculture and food are very wide, particularly in ag. And so it's an industry that has, for various good reasons, has this wide. And I think the idea that I would say is, it's very important that mode of action is addressed. And I'm very optimistic going forward that we will get better at explaining the variance so that farmers have more trust, the channel has more trust to adopt innovation.
Thanks, Sanjeev. So I want to circle back or keep on that innovation theme. We know that fully addressing climate change in the sector is going to require an all of the above approach. So maximizing the approaches that we know work, regenerative agriculture, as well as technological innovation to address some of those harder to abate emissions. And we're seeing some promising actions in terms of investment. For example, just a couple days ago, the enteric fermentation research development accelerator was announced. We're seeing lots of investment in methane technology now. So I want to ask each of you a little bit about what innovation looks like from where you sit and the last mile in terms of getting to a 1.5C future. So I'll start with Rob this time. As Bunge looks forward to 2030 and beyond, how are you evaluating the role that innovation, including solutions that may not yet exist, will need to play for Bunge to fully achieve its climate commitments, and also enable the climate-related goals of your corporate customers who turn to Bunge as a source for packaged food ingredients, animal feed, and other agricultural products that are part of their targets to reduce their Scope 3 emissions?
Yeah, so I've been in this industry for most of my career, and for Bunge the past 20 years. All of my previous roles to this were commercial. My previous role was running our Asia business, I ran our ocean freight business, I ran our sugar and ethanol trade business, and I thought I was seeing the industry innovate at that time. Since I've been in this role a little over 3 years, I've never seen anything at the pace that's happening. And when I see innovation, I'm seeing it around business models, like, for example, this partnership I just talked about with UPL in Brazil. We just recently announced a partnership with Nutrien in the US, all around regen ag. The amount of partnerships we're doing with seed companies, the fact that we're becoming in that industry, particularly looking at crops that maybe yield higher oil, cover crops, all these things that are part of it, the amount of technology that's involved with, we to get to the traceability of every ton of commodities that we buy around the world, that's all coming, but we're not doing this in-house. We're partnering with all of the big technology companies that you would think we'd be part of. And I would say the innovation goes beyond that also with the public sector, the types of different models and things we're doing. We're part of this, what the Soft Commodities Forum, which is about stopping deforestation in South America. We've collaborated with all the other, with the 6 biggest players in the industry there, with local NGOs where we're doing landscape investments that we think is going to have a meaningful impact to not only stop deforestation, the eco things, but also make sure that the social impact element doesn't get lost in that whole element. So we're seeing it across every part of our supply chain. And as I think more to 2030, that's only going to accelerate. And I think those companies that can build the trust to develop those ecosystems up and down the supply chain, and we're not even talking about the things that we're doing with downstream customers, that's where the true success is going to come.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, and actually, could you elaborate a little bit as well on what you are doing with your downstream customers and what sort of initiatives you have going on to bring them along or to meet their targets?
Yes, and the downstream, so Bunge has three types of, our customers use our things for our commodities for three things. They use it to make animal feed, they use it for food ingredients, and they also use it as a feedstock for renewable fuels. All three of them are in different parts of the journey about looking for sustainable products, but they're all moving. So for the food ingredient customers, we've got regen ag programs in Europe, Canada, US, Brazil. They're all moving in different things. But what we need them to do is to continue to move at scale, but we feel that we're on the right path. For the fuel companies, just to give one example, we recently did a partnership, a JV with Chevron. And I know it may not, bringing up an energy company here may not make a lot of friends, but what they're doing is they're putting a lot of funding into our regen ag practices. So where a lot of those products go, they're not taking all the oil and they're not taking all the soybean meal. All those products will be going into the food or the animal feed ingredients. So there's a whole litany of things that are coming. They're all in different stages, but I would also argue the one thing I don't want to lose in the context here is the significance of public policy. Because what we need to do is to continue to send the demand signals to the farmers to change. So all of those things are key as we go through this.
Thanks, Rob. Turning to Barry, one of the emissions reducing levers that you highlighted in your net zero roadmap was addressing emissions from dairy and rice production. And we know that methane has a higher global warming potential. It's important to act early on methane. Could you speak to some of the promising practice and technologies that Mars has identified to reduce methane in your supply chain?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's clearly a priority. Those are the two biggest methane emittents for us, so dairy into our confectionery products and rice into our Ben's Originals product. It's interesting, actually, going back to the previous question about innovation. So I think dairy is at the forefront of innovation. So there are new feed additives coming out all the time, and one particularly promising one in the last year that'll reduce emissions by 30%. So that's a good step forward. It's obviously not the whole answer, but I'm sure in the next 5-10 years we'll see more and more innovation in feed that will, along with capturing the gases in many various different ways. So there is a path forward on dairy. I don't think we know how to completely solve it, but there are some big steps we can take. Mm-hmm. Whereas on rice, the innovation happened 20 years ago, and the technique there is alternative wetting and drying. We were working on that with the University of Arkansas 20 years ago. And we've now, all of our rice in the US is made under alternative wet and drying technology. So, and that reduces methane reduces GHG by about 40%, reduces water usage by about 50%. And alongside that, you can increase yield. So, that's just a no-brainer. But the interesting thing, that's 20-year-old technology that's still only rolled out to a fraction around the world. There's 3 billion people in the world who rely on rice as their stable crop. Just imagine what if we could roll that technology out. So I think there's much more about rolling out known technology than there is about new, to be honest. We need to do both, but let's just roll out the stuff that works.
Mm-hmm. That's a really good point. Could you talk a little bit more, Barry, about some of the key initiatives that you're implementing at farm level to roll out some of those existing technologies?
Yeah, we've got 27 regenerative ag initiatives, or climate smart initiatives underway across about a dozen countries, about a dozen different raw materials. and they're both, they're both soil sequestration, classical regenerative ag and agroforestry, but also reductions, fertilizer reductions, electrification of the farm. So, we've got about 2.4 million hectares of land given over to agriculture in our supply chain. We've got projects underway on 500 million of that already, but by 2030 we'll be at the full amount. And we need to do that, but the reality is that'll add up to maybe 5% of our footprint. So, hundreds of projects add up to 5%. We have to do everything. This is thousands of projects across the entire value chain. But as I say, it's sort of known technology. You've just got to get it done, and you've got to provide sufficient incentives up the value chain to get the farmers to want to do it. The biggest challenge in agriculture, whether that's smallholders or large scale, is building trust with the farmer and helping them make the transition, and that has to happen, farmer by farmer. And we've 500,000 farmers, so that gives you a sense of the scale of the challenge.
Thanks, Barry. So on that scale point, I have a question for Sanjeev. Could you talk to some of the most common challenges or barriers you hear from founders on getting their innovations adopted at a large scale within global food supply chains specifically?
I think, the journey from lab to field is a long one, both in terms of just product development, regulatory, and then proof of success. The channel's largely either consolidated or very fragmented, proving efficacy in a biological system where a lot of things takes a long time. This is like 2% of global venture flows, so if you're an entrepreneur trying to raise money, there's not a lot of scale capital to try to prove it. And it's very, and then, there's not been a lot of track record of scale. When we meet with some of our partners, when we do a lot of engagement about pilots, but scaling those pilots just take time as well. So I think those are some of the key things. I think I go back to trust and having trust in the product, with regulators, with channel partners, with ultimately your customer producers.
And what do you see as the role of downstream food and beverage companies in accelerating some of these innovations?
I think it's going to take a systemic approach. This is, we're all trapped in a system around, this is what percent of GDP, in the world. In the U.S., it's probably 6% food and ag, and we have 20% is in healthcare. So in other countries, it's higher, I think, in terms of the percentage of GDP that's food and ag. So, there's not a lot of margin. This is not like SaaS or pharma where they're 80% margin businesses and you can afford to take risks. There's immense and accurate risk aversion because we're anchored around sort of affordable calories for the right reasons, particularly in the OECD countries and particularly in the U.S. So I think that it's going to be, a challenge to do this. But I've never been more optimistic because I think the physics, the biology, and the chemistry here, and frankly, leaders, I guess I'm kissing up to them, but leaders, I don't see the incumbents saying no to this. It's just more how far and how fast is the issue. And some of it is the consumer. The greatest, I was at a debate that Barry and I had, and who is the greatest force in global capitalism? It ain't capitalists. It's consumers. And we are in a generational change globally. And these consumers, if they vote with their pocketbook or give signals, change. Now, there is a price issue that we talked about, but I think, that gives me a lot of optimism of where we're going. And it's not just an OECD thing. I think consumers in India and parts of Africa want something different.
Thanks so much, Sanjeev. So, Manas, why don't you come up? I'll give you the last word before Q&A. So Rob was talking about incentives and the incentives that Bunge is providing. And I'm wondering if you could talk to the role that the private sector can play in being a partner for farmers as they continue to innovate and integrate new technologies that can address climate change and nature loss.
Thank you. I think part of the solution that the farmers can play a role is through private sector engagement, because they are like part of the off-takers for access on production, that aggregate farmers may be providing good seed to the farmers so that they can require the quantities and the quantity, but also the off-taker player. The private sector, they are part of the off-taker players that can aggregate the farmers to have the agreeable market, but also the good market. But also the social responsibility part, for instance, in terms of planting of trees for farmers, but also health care services from the farmers is part of the great role that the farmers, the private sector can play. But also, I'm looking at the agroforestry, but also agroecology as part of the solution. Though agroecology is part of the land, it needs land intense. So I think for the smallholder farmers, since most of the African countries, they depend on smallholder farmers, which are the land size so small, but aggregating through cooperatives can be part of the solution through the private sector law, which is, to me, I look at the engagement of the private sector law is one of the big solutions that we can address these issues. But also, I think the point of view where you engage the farmers' organizations, that are the umbrella bodies of the farmers that can be engaged from the grassroots level in terms of the policies. Most of our policies in the food system, I'll speak specifically in Africa, the policies are not harmonized. So I think looking at also issues of harmonized policies are key to achieve part of the food systems in terms of the engagement of the farmer point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Manas.
Excuse me, Meryl, could I just build on that?
Yeah, please do, Rob.
Just around the policies, and I just want to give one example is the way that the signals that we're sending to the farmers with different policies. For example, Europe has put together some policies that will be coming out in the next 2 years that will require soybeans that are imported into Europe to be identified as deforestation free. So the farmers will pick up that signal and will have to adjust accordingly. But only 25 to 30% of the soybeans that are exported out of South America go to Europe. The rest go to China. And China's not in that room for those debates. So what are the signals that you're sending to the farmer? It's kind of schizophrenic. And if we're not careful, what happens is you create a two-tier marketplace. Mm-hmm. So the harmonization of these policies, I just want to add, is critical.
Thanks, Robbie. I think it's a really important point. So with that, I want to open it up for audience Q&A. First, I would be remiss if I didn't give a plug for some work we have coming out of Ceres. At Ceres, we work with some of the most influential capital market leaders to address sustainability challenges. We just released a report about the technologies and innovations that companies can develop and pilot test in their supply chains. It's called Cultivating Innovation, and that's available on our website at ceres.org. So if you want to dig into this topic a little bit more, I encourage you to check that out. But now we have about 15 minutes or so for some questions from the audience. So let me open it up. Thank you so much.
Hello to everybody. I am Arnold, the president of the World Farmers Organization. I'm farmer in France. My question is about the market. You say that the consumer need to make his choice. I have seen, and you have demonstrated that some private enterprise make some effort. What are the signs given by the groceries? Because it's the groceries who have a lot of influence on the market. You know, sometimes they put Pepsi, Danone, and Nestle in front of the shellers, but they have also some alternative products who don't have the same condition of production, who are not going in regenerative practice. And how can we solve that?
So we fund, disruption, which is we define as changes in market share. If you look at the last 20 years, what change in the market leads to the greatest transitions in market share? It's when the channel gets digitized. Music, Spotify, video, Netflix, in batteries, right? When Amazon started selling batteries, they've displaced the battery market share market. Grocery, and particularly e-grocery, is still very immature, but both in food service and in grocery, I think it's getting more digitized. The channel's getting more digitized. That could be a theory of change. If you look at even physical commodities like consumer batteries, that changed, and it allows the consumers to be the merchandiser as opposed to Walmart being the merchandiser. If you get what I'm trying to say. And so I think that could be one theory of change. I think changing the current grocery industry, I think that's about velocity on a weekly basis. Because at the end of the day, grocers are motivated by basket size, basket margin, and velocity, store count. And so that's their math. And that's about consumers saying, although trade spend or brands or thing. The other thing that's happening, I think, is you're moving from the advertising to information. Some of that's misinformation. Some of that's actual information. But there was this executive that told me, actually, that the phone eats first, because everyone takes pictures of their phone and put up. And so there's a different relationship that consumers having with their food. I think we're still in the second inning of it. We're still very early in terms of how the channel is being framed and how the efficacy of advertising and potentially even trade spend. But those are the two things that I think about from a grocery perspective that could move the needle.
Thanks, Sanjeev. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, let me build a bit. I think, the reality today is the demand signal from the consumer and from the big customer, the retailers, is still pretty weak. Consumers say, we care about this, but the evidence suggests they won't pay more for it. The retailers do care about it and measure us, but they don't reward us in any way. So those signals are weak. Our belief is they'll get stronger, and we're trying to make them stronger. So we've got a few examples. Actually, I'm looking at this wonderful coral reef here. There, we've got a fantastic project where we've rebuilt. We've got the biggest coral reef restoration project in the world. And you think, what on earth is Mars doing coral restoration? It's to do with the start of the food chain and the fish, and we buy a lot of fish for our cat food brand. So we brought that to life with consumers in about 10 different markets now. It's called Sheba Hope Reef. If you Google that, you will be amazed what we can do with coral reefs. But my point is that we're connecting something that's pretty hard to connect, but the consumer gets it. Wow, coral reefs, that's cool. I'll reward you by buying more cat food. So there are ways to do it. We're doing it with Nutro in the US, which is one of our pet food brands, where we're connecting it to regenerative ag, and we're telling stories. There's a great cartoon that seeks to educate the consumer about regenerative ag. So we're trying things to strengthen that signal. But I agree with the digital point, because that's where you get the leapfrogging. If you want to go to Amazon and search on sustainable chocolate, you'll come to a partition of their site that'll take you to where they've categorized the brands that they think are sustainable. So it'll happen. I was talking to our UK retailers just a few weeks ago, and they've got an initiative about halving the carbon footprint of the shopping basket by 2030. And a bit tongue-in-cheek, I said to them, you know how you do that? He says, you fill it with Mars products, because we're going to halve our footprint. It's as simple as that. So, this isn't going to be about labeling on the pack. I don't think that's going anywhere. It has to be some other way of steering the consumer to more sustainable brands.
Thanks, Barry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ariana from Forested, based in Ethiopia. So Barry, you probably answered my first question around, if consumers are the ultimate demand signal to see if we can, really make a change in food systems. That's just not consistent or even unitizable yet. So the second question is around data. I think right now there's a lot of concern around, company concern around greenwashing, and a lot of that comes down to being able to back up efforts with data. So curious to know to what degree getting granular enough data from partners who are working on conservation and restoration activities is a pain point for you, and what you would pay to get the right level of data.
So with this innovation, we're talking about all these new business models, all these things that we're forming. One of the core tenets of it is what information are we going to collect together? And more importantly, unfortunately, we're still in some of these element commercial is like who owns what data and who gets what access to what data. But there is an overriding need to be able to get it and move it forward. So it's happening, but without the standardization, which we can't wait for, it's going to be a little clunky. And I also feel like I have to bring something up here too. We brought up the greenwashing. We have to be very careful about going from the concerns about greenwashing to where companies go to green hushing, where it is they get so scared to say anything that they don't want to say anything. So there's that fine balance where we have to keep companies accountable. I'm all with that, and I look at that every day. But this is not a straight line game, and people are going to also make some innocent mistakes. And you don't want people to get the fear about making an innocent mistake that it doesn't warrant doing anything at all.
Thanks. Do any of the other speakers want to speak to the data point, or should we move on? Okay, go ahead.
My question is towards the general panel. I just want to ask, do the organization that you represent establish some form of linkage around the world with conservation community, indigenous conservation community, where they also venture into agriculture activity as an alternative to direct human activities, a way to destruct the environment? Do the organization that you work with work in collaboration with and support them with and also subsidize them to venture into this agricultural practice? Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. Rob, do you want to talk a little bit about Bunge's work on deforestation? Or
I just want to make sure. I'm not sure if I heard all your question clearly. Did you pick it up?
Yeah, it was about partnering with indigenous communities.
Yes,
and
for sure. So we have a couple. So I'll talk about what we're doing in West Africa. In Ghana, we have a shea processing facility. So the people who collect, market, and finance the shea that we process, which goes into shea butter and all these things, those are all women. So we have a woman empowerment program there where we're working with all those communities on the ground we have a commitment by 2030 to plant 100,000 trees, change the livelihoods of 400,000 women. That includes from giving rollers for women to pick up the shea nuts, giving low carbon boiler pots to cook, to building schools, to creating co-ops with these women. So we've done 6 co-ops that are all women-owned and run on these aspects. We also have a variety of activities in Brazil that are very much focused on the indigenous community. So I would think many of these companies that you will see, I know Mars is doing hundreds of these things. So we're doing it, but I think we need to continue to find other partners to drive up more scale. That would be my thing with all this is even the biggest companies can only scratch the surface by themselves. So how do we continue to get more different parts of the supply chain in here collectively looking at these challenges?
Thanks, Star. Do any of our other speakers want to address that? Or should we move on to another question? Okay.
Two more speakers, so should we grab the
Perfect.
2 more
Yeah,
questions?
2 more questions.
Hello, my name's Todd Stevens. I work at the Wildlife Conservation Society, and so I was interested in your comment about each ton of CO2 of your scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions being a commercial opportunity. How does that work with what we just heard about, what customers are or are not responding to your products? Because it's usually on the cost side of your income sheet in terms of how to deal with it. So I'm just interested in how you think about that and why for you, you see it as a commercial opportunity.
Was that Rob or Barry? Go ahead, Rob.
I'll take it. So look,
Okay.
first of all, this is the mindset and the vision. That's over time. It's not all there today. So clearly that's not the case. But the way it is the mindset, because if an organization looks at it as a compliance, you're doomed. You can't look at this as a compliance. You have to look at this and say, how do we make sure with all of the carbon that we eliminate in our system, we're doing it in the most impactful way. And that impactful way can be the impact on the communities. It can be a commercial opportunity. Probably the better way to describe it is I look at each one as an opportunity as alone to than a commercial opportunity.
Go ahead, Sanjeev, and then Barry.
You look at scope 3, you look at carbon, or even GHG broadly, you look at fertilizer. You look at urea costs went from 30 cents a pound in the US to $1.20 a pound. The level of farmers that said, maybe I don't want nitrogen reinsurance, and I'll try something in biologics or nitrogen use efficiency, it'll save me money. I won't have the same yield drag. And by the way, the benefit flows to the top from a carbon perspective. So the more commodity volatility you have, particularly in things like fertilizer, which is a huge carbon issue, I think there are starting to be that the Russia-Ukraine conflict and the urea price volatility got farmers more open-minded about testing and piloting other alternatives that are both better for their business and hopefully better for upstream.
Yeah, let me be Bill. I will defend Rob's comment here, I think, but I think it's both a commercial opportunity, but a massive commercial risk as well, because I'm going to get this done, and do I need to buy from ABC? In the future, maybe not. But one of them who puts their hand up and says, "I want to partner with you and solve these problems together," is going to win an awful lot of business. So. This is a huge opportunity if they can differentiate themselves from the rest of the commodity agri-traders.
It is the topic that's got away from a transactional relationship to long-term partnerships, because when you're doing these practices, you can't do typically you would do these buying cycles might be 12 months, maybe 18 months, but you can't do a regenerative ag program for 12 to 18 months. You're talking multi-year programs. So this is you're stepping down the aisle with your partner on these type of things.
Great. Okay, one last question. This will be our last question. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ali Merrifield from ProForest, and we work with Mars and Bunge. And as well as the company commitments you're making, obviously aware there are other levers in terms of consumer pressure we've talked to, regulation was mentioned with EUDR, but also collaboration spaces where I guess you could call it peer pressure and increasing investor pressure. So I'd just be interested in which of those is paramount. Is there one that's driving change more than others, or how is that landscape shifting for you?
Well, I'm happy to go first. For us, it's internal. We just decided we're going to do this, and it's a belief system that we will get a competitive advantage from it. And we start to see that. The first area you get a competitive advantage is in talent. People want to join us, stay with us, and work for us. That's absolutely clear. You get a competitive advantage in acquisition. If you're an entrepreneur who's just created a $2-3 billion business, who do you want to sell it to? You want to sell it to me, who you think I might look after it, or somebody else? So there are some very early competitive advantages. Now, and we believe that we'll get rewarded by customers and consumers in time. We believe it'll give us a license to operate. And I'll come back to, it's only 1 point of earnings. So it's sort of a no-brainer, So we're not waiting for the consumer or the customer or the government to tell us to do it. We're just getting on with it.
I mean, for us, of course, we listen to all of our stakeholders, but we don't get caught up in the noise. It's about what's the right thing to do, both business-wise and also for the impact where we work. So it's, you take all those things in, but there's not one, say, more than the other that really drives it.
Well, thank you so much to all of our speakers, and thanks to our audience for the great questions, really insightful and interesting questions. Thank you so much, and that closes our panel.